Chapter 100. My friend, may I know your name? Elder Xian changed his tone and ignored Li Kang's bitter expression. Instead, he smiled as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was standing to the side, and asked with a smile. Others might not be able to see Xiao Yan's true strength, but how could he not? A middle 3-star half-martial emperor could be considered an extremely strong expert in the ancient savage city. Although Li Kang also had an extraordinary background in this savage ancient city, if he really wanted to touch the young man in front of him, it was likely that he would have to think twice before doing so. When Xiao Yan heard the Elder Xian's words, a faint smile appeared on his face. He cupped his hands towards Elder Xian and said with a smile, "I am Yan Xiao." When Elder Xian heard this, a glint flashed across his eyes. He also replied with a smile and then said, "Little friend Yan Xiao, it is my Hidden Cloud Pavilion's fault for not being able to uphold justice for you in today's matter. Hence, I have wasted quite a bit of your time. In that case, I shall treat this flame jade essence as a way to acknowledge you as my friend and also as an apology gift from my Hidden Cloud Pavilion. I will not accept a single cent of this item. I will give it to you." When Elder Xian said these words, the expressions of everyone in the hall, including Li Kang, changed once again. It was clear that he wanted to be on good terms with Yan Xiao. That was why he was so generous. It should be known that the Yunin Pavilion was a superpower. The items within the Yunin Pavilion were all priceless treasures that were difficult to find in the outside world. However, the items within the Yunin Pavilion were all extremely expensive. Therefore, the Yunin Pavilion had another name in the outside world: Heavenly Rare Pavilion. These 3 simple words were enough to explain the true value of the Yunin Pavilion. In many people's opinion, this was perhaps the true reason why the Yunin Pavilion was able to possess such strength. After all, without sufficient resources and power, who would be willing to join the Yunin Pavilion? When Xiao Yan heard Elder Xian's words, his expression couldn't help but be slightly startled. Even if Elder Xian knew that he was a half-martial emperor expert, this alone wasn't enough for him to hand over the flame essence chalcedony. As for what Elder Xian said about fairness and injustice, Xiao Yan didn't believe it at all. Those words were only used to fool ghosts. Xiao Yan didn't think that he had anything on him that was worth Elder Xian doing this. After all, even with his current strength, he couldn't even be ranked in the Yunin Pavilion. However, if that was the case, why did Elder Xian give him the flame essence chalcedony? Xiao Yan didn't have the heart to think about it after a long while. To the current Xiao Yan, as long as he could obtain the flame essence chalcedony, Elder Xian's motive wasn't that important. If Elder Xian really wanted to do anything to him, Xiao Yan was confident that he wouldn't be able to return alive. "Then I thank Elder Xian." Xiao Yan cupped his hands again and nodded slightly as he smiled at Elder Xian. Elder Xian once again smiled when he heard this. A glint flickered in his old eyes. The various thoughts in Xiao Yan's heart had mostly been guessed by him. The eyes with which he looked at Xiao Yan had an additional admiration. What is young friend Yan Xiao saying? Today's matter was originally due to my Yunin Pavilion not handling things properly. This resulted in someone wanting to forcefully snatch it. The old me should give young friend Yan Xiao an explanation. Where is the thanks coming from? Elder Xian's words, which had a hidden meaning, caused Li Kang, who had been standing by the side with his head lowered and not speaking, to turn extremely red. The fury in his heart was about to explode. If Elder Xian wasn't present at this moment, it was likely that he, Li Kang, would have forcefully attacked Xiao Yan even if this was the Yunin Pavilion. The expressions of the many elite doshungs from the other factions changed when they sensed the vaguely present wild killing intent from Li Kang's body. It was as though they were afraid of offending this murderous god. All of them bowed to Elder Xian and left. The hall on the 4th floor had also become empty within a short moment. The only ones who remained were Li Kang and the 8-star dosheng behind him. Of course, Xiao Yan was not in a hurry to leave. After all, Li Kang was still here. He wanted to see just what Li Kang was planning to do. Elder Xian felt helpless in his heart when he saw the smile on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. His eyes were filled with disgust as he looked at Li Kang. Li Kang usually acted like a hedonistic son of a rich family. He had bullied others many times. However, due to his status, Elder Xian was unable to say anything. Moreover, Li Kang's grandfather also had some ability. As long as they were in this ancient wildland city, even the Union Pavilion would have to give him some face. This also caused Li Kang to not fear anyone in his heart. Even if he faced an elite Dosheng, he would still look down on them. However, he just had to meet Xiaoyan today. He could only blame himself for this. The silent atmosphere continued for a while. Only then did Elder Xian turn his eyes to Li Kang. He also knew that if Xiaoyan did not leave today, it was likely that Li Kang would continue to stay here. However, from the look on Xiaoyan's face, it was clear that he did not care about this. Elder Xian was helpless. He rolled his eyes and his expression became serious. He once again opened his mouth to speak to Li Kang. Child Li, your actions just now have scared away all the guests of my Union Pavilion. According to the rules of my Union Pavilion, although you did not take any action, what you have done is already a fact. Therefore, Child Li, please leave my Union Pavilion. For the next month, you are not allowed to take even half a step into my Union Pavilion. Once these open words were spoken, Li Kang's expression instantly turned gloomy. At this moment, one could even hear the sound of him grinding his teeth in this silent hall. This was enough to show the fury in Li Kang's heart. Child Li, don't tell me that you want to violate the rules of my Union Pavilion. At this moment, Elder Xian's old face revealed a cold and stern expression. As he spoke, he also used some dou qi, causing the entire hall to tremble. With the addition of dou qi, Elder Xian's words directly passed through the Union Pavilion and into the ears of the people in the city. Instantly, the people in the city were stunned once again. In this ancient wildland city, who did not know that the person known as Child Li was Li Kang? At this moment, Li Kang actually dared to violate the rules of the Union Pavilion. It was likely that even if his grandfather came, he would not be able to do anything. This bastard is really daring. He even dares to violate the rules of the Union Pavilion. Looking at the elder who spoke, it should be Elder Xian. Serves him right. Should lower your voice. If the people from the Li family hear you, be careful of your head. Once Elder Xian's words sounded out, there were immediately people who let out cold laughs. Of course, there were also people who cautiously reminded others. After all, Li Kang's reputation was well known in this ancient wildland city. If they could avoid offending him, they would naturally not be so bored as to seek death. At this moment, within the Union Pavilion, Li Kang naturally did not have the time to care about what the people in the outside world said about him. At this moment, there was only an endless fury in his heart. Even so, after struggling for a while in his heart, he still unwillingly acknowledged. Following which, he led the old man behind him and swiftly disappeared from the Union Pavilion. Brother Yan Xiao, now that the two of them have left, this old man has already given them the appropriate punishment. The unhappiness in your heart should naturally disappear, right? When Xiaoyan heard this, he smiled. How could he not know that Elder Xian was probably afraid that he would really kill the two of them in a fit of anger in the Union Pavilion? It's just a small matter. I don't care about it. However, if they still want to offend me, I am not someone who can be so easily bullied. When he saw the ruthless expression on Xiaoyan's face, Elder Xian's expression changed slightly. He let out a heroic laugh and once again opened his mouth to laugh. Of course. Today's matter is only because no matter what, my Union Pavilion is still a business. If something were to happen, it would not be good for my reputation. However, outside of my Union Pavilion, what happens to Li Kang will depend on his own luck. However, Brother Yan Xiao, it is worth mentioning that Li Kang's grandfather is not weak. He is a 6-star half-martial emperor. I hope that Brother Yan Xiao will pay attention to him. When he heard this, a ray of light flashed across Xiaoyan's eyes. No wonder Li Kang dared to act so boldly. His grandfather's strength had already reached the level of a 6-star half-martial emperor. However, even if that was the case, to Xiaoyan it was nothing. He had already killed 2 8-star half-martial emperors. A mere 6-star half-martial emperor was nothing to him. However, with regards to Elder Xian's kind warning, Xiaoyan couldn't possibly ignore it. After expressing his thanks, Xiaoyan once again softly laughed and said, "As long as he doesn't come and provoke me, I won't bother with him." When Xiaoyan said those words, Elder Xian's expression couldn't help but become slightly startled. With a 6-star half-martial emperor before him, Elder Xian actually dared to say such words. Elder Xian truly didn't know where Xiao Yan's courage came from. After smiling and nodding his head, Elder Xian didn't say anything else. As for Xiao Yan, he didn't have the heart to explain too much. If Li Kang's grandfather really wanted to attack him, Elder Xian would naturally understand. The two of them chatted for a little longer. However, Old Xian was completely speechless. Even with his shrewdness, he still felt a wave of helplessness when facing Xiao Yan. No matter what kind of clever interrogation he used, he was unable to obtain even the slightest bit of information about Xiao Yan. After a long while, Xiao Yan finally left the Yunin Pavilion under Elder Xian's strange gaze. As for Elder Xian, his figure also slowly disappeared as if he had never appeared. When Xiao Yan left the Yunin Pavilion, on the 6th floor of the Yunin Pavilion, which had never been visited by outsiders, a young man wearing a green robe was smiling as he watched Xiao Yan's figure slowly disappear into the crowd. Due to the barrier set up by the Dodi, Xiao Yan didn't notice that young man at all. Requesting a recommendation ticket. Requesting a collection. If you are interested, you can even join the group. Group number 4766686761. Chapter 101. Yunin Pavilion on the 6th floor. Elder Xian's figure slowly appeared from a corner of the hall. He looked at the young man standing in front of the window with a smile full of admiration. After a long while, Elder Xian waited for the man to withdraw his gaze before he smiled and sighed. Young master, it has been a long time since I've seen you pay so much attention to a person. The man laughed softly and did not reply. However, there was a flicker of light in his eyes. How is it? Clear and unique words slowly came out of his mouth. Elder Xian also understood what he was referring to. Without much hesitation, Elder Xian sighed softly and smiled. This child is not ordinary. Even I have to be extremely careful when I talk to him. Moreover, he had also used a roundabout way to test the overall strength of my hidden cloud pavilion. If it wasn't for the fact that this old man was quite astute, perhaps he would have really gotten some information out of me. The man laughed again. However, he seemed to have expected this. He laughed softly and asked again, "Is he looking for something?" When Elder Xian heard this, he could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The young master seemed to be paying too much attention to that Yin Xiao. That's not it. It's just that I followed your instructions and gave him a piece of flame jade essence that he wanted. The man nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. However, Elder Xian suddenly let out a soft chuckle and said, "That's right. When I was talking to him, I reminded him that Li Gan's strength was that of a 6-star half-emperor. However, his answer was a little strange." Without waiting for the man to ask, Elder Xian continued. He said that if Li Gan did not touch him, he would not be bothered. This was a little arrogant. Naturally, Elder Xian's words were not as simple as it seemed. He saw that the man in front of him was paying abnormal attention to Xiao Yan. He was afraid that the man had misjudged him. That was why he said such words. However, when these words left his mouth, the man let out an indescribable laughter. Immediately after, the man turned his head to look at Elder Xian and laughed. "Elder Xian, you said that he was arrogant. Haha. If you had seen how he killed an 8-star half-emperor cloud-splitting wolf with a single strike, I'm afraid that you would not have such thoughts." When these words were spoken, the expressions of the few half-emperors in the hall, including Elder Xian, all changed. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at the man. Killing an 8-star half-emperor with a single strike. How frightening the strength did he need to possess? Was he a mere 3-star half-emperor truly capable of such a feat? However, since these words were emitted from the mouth of this young man in front of them, everyone present naturally did not doubt him. Hence, at this moment, the position of Xiao Yan's strength in everyone's hearts could only be summed up in 4 words. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. As for the figure that had been standing in front of the window, the young pavilion master that everyone in the savage ancient city spoke of, the true master behind the scenes of the Yunin Pavilion, was Luo Jin, who had been separated from Xiao Yan not long ago. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on a bed within an inn. The flame mantra chi method within his body was slowly circulating. Between the heavens and the earth, An extremely pure natural energy also appeared from the space around Xiao Yan's body. It transformed into threads of energy threads that entered the qi paths within Xiao Yan's body from the pores all over his body. Following the repeated circulation of the qi method, and after a couple of refinements, it finally followed the route of the qi method and entered the vortex within Xiao Yan's body. This situation continued for a total of 4 hours before the vortex within Xiao Yan's body gradually stopped circulating. The vast natural energy that lingered around Xiao Yan's body also slowly scattered. The eyelids of Xiao Yan, who was still seated cross-legged on the bed, trembled slightly. He slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, an incomparably sharp light suddenly shot out from Xiao Yan's eyes. It instantly tore through the empty space in front of him and disappeared into it. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a smile. He did not care about this at all. With a flip of his hand, an exquisite jade box appeared in Xiao Yan's palm out of thin air. Ignoring the extremely cold temperature that could freeze mountains and rivers in the eyes of ordinary people, Xiao Yan opened the jade box in his hand. Within the jade box, the scarlet crystal that was the size of an adult's palm was finally completely exposed to the air at this moment. The moment it was exposed, the crystal seemed to want to vent the resentment that had accumulated over a long period of being sealed. Before the jade box could be completely opened, a terrifying flame that was even hotter than magma erupted from the crystal. It instantly swept over the guest room that Xiao Yan was in. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth once again smiled in the face of this frightening flame that even an elite dosheng had to be careful about. His mouth also softly muttered, "Your flame is really big. However, I don't want to lose money. How can I allow you to randomly destroy this place? Come back." A soft cry was emitted from his mouth. The frightening flame that had yet to truly sweep over the entire guest room appeared to have heard the command of a god as it swiftly withdrew. Although the flame was frightening, nothing within the guest room was damaged by that soft cry at this moment. Even the surface of the crystal was icy cold to the extreme. At this moment, the icy cold aura that had originally been completely suppressed once again surged violently. In merely an instant, the scarlet crystal had already turned into an ice cube that seemed to have a cluster of fire wrapped within ice. Xiao Yan's hand took out this ice cube that had instantly become a little bigger. The cold ice also swiftly disappeared. Only the scarlet crystal remained in Xiao Yan's hand. Flame Essence Jade Marrow. Cuckoo, it is really unexpected that I would actually find such a top-grade fire affinity flame crystal here. This Yunin Pavilion is really willing to part with it. The Flame Essence Jade Marrow was the true essence of the Flame Essence Jade. It contained an extremely wild and violent fire affinity energy. It was an extremely good type of fire affinity flame crystal. Xiao Yan was certain that if he were to spend money to buy it back then, it was likely that he would not be able to buy this Flame Essence Jade Marrow, even if he were to fork out all 280,000 spirit coins that he currently had. From this, one could tell just how precious this Flame Essence Jade Marrow was. Anything that could be placed in the Yunin Pavilion was truly extraordinary. Xiao Yan's practice of the 9 transformation body skill was precisely what he needed. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yan kept the jade box. With a thought, an extremely frightening spiritual energy instantly swept out from between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. Immediately, 9 clones appeared in front of Xiao Yan. With a wave of his sleeve, the Flame Essence Jade Marrow in his hand instantly shot out and directly entered one of the 9 clones. With a thought, a cluster of magnificent flames instantly wrapped around that clone. The other 8 clones were instantly withdrawn. After all, a single fire affinity flame crystal could only be used to inscribe a single cultivation technique imprint. It was unable to support all 9 clones at the same time. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan instantly reacted. In this way, he would have to live a life of being penniless in the future. With a soft sigh in his heart, Xiao Yan shook his head again and threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. With a jolt of his mind, a frightening spiritual energy once again swept out. It transformed into an invisible sharp blade above Xiao Yan's head and flew towards the Flame Essence Jade Marrow. Clang! A crisp sound that resembled the sound of metal colliding suddenly echoed out from the depths of Xiao Yan's soul. At this moment, Xiao Yan could not help but furrow his eyebrows. I never expected that the process of inscribing a cultivation technique would be so difficult. Even with my Emperor stage soul, it is actually difficult to move it. It seems that it is not easy to truly condense this clone. With this thought flashing across his mind, Xiaoyan no longer held back. The boundless sea like endless spiritual energy in his mind poured out and merged into the sharp spiritual energy blade. At this moment, under the infusion of Xiaoyan's enormous spiritual energy, the originally invisible sharp blade had completely turned into a substance at this moment. It was as if it truly existed, causing one to be speechless. Ha! With a stern cry in his heart, Xiaoyan's mind moved and controlled the sharp spiritual energy blade to slash out. It violently collided with the flame essence jade marrow. Clang! Another crisp sound rang out. A wave of invisible ripples spread out from the point of collision. However, the difference this time was that a pale white imprint was left on the flame essence jade marrow. Ugh, this chapter is rather short and I posted it a little late. I was only considering if I should delete some of the content. However, in the end I still missed out some parts. Would it feel better if I wrote it all? Please recommend me. Please add it to your collection. Chapter 102. Within the guest room, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was completely poured into the spiritual blade. The frightening spiritual strength caused the surrounding space to tremble unceasingly. There were even quite a number of spatial cracks that could be seen with the naked eye appearing in the space around him. At this moment, it seemed as though as long as he added a little more strength, this extremely fragile space would instantly shatter and transform into a deep and endless void. A half-emperor expert was indeed extremely powerful. Merely the agglomeration of his spiritual strength was actually able to create such a frightening scene. One really did not know just how frightening it would be if his spiritual strength was completely unleashed. At this moment, Xiaoyan naturally did not have the time to bother about this. A thought passed through his mind and the spiritual blade, which had already turned into a substance, suddenly moved. A blade once again ruthlessly pressed down on the flame jade essence. As the blade fell, a sharp sound that penetrated deep into the soul instantly attacked Xiaoyan's soul, causing Xiaoyan's soul to feel a piercing pain. The muscles on his face also twisted into a ball, causing him to look extremely frightening. It was really unexpected that even with Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, it was actually incomparably difficult to inscribe this flame jade essence. From the looks of it, if he wanted to completely inscribe this flame jade essence, he would need quite a lot of time. With regards to this, Xiaoyan could only helplessly smile. Compared to Douqi, the things in this world were still far too weak when it came to the true use of spiritual strength. Even alchemists like them could only use their Douqi to resist during a real battle. Their spiritual strength, which was usually extremely powerful, was still unable to unleash its true use at such a time. The human race's understanding and control of the soul power was still too little. The matter of the spiritual strength was the most mysterious thing in the world. Even until now, no one in this ancient continent was able to provide a true explanation. Being able to use spiritual strength as though it was an extension of one's arm was perhaps already the limit of what humans could discover. After all, even a soul skill that was controlled by one's spiritual strength was still extremely rare in this world. Although an E-class Do technique also possessed the amplification of one's spiritual strength, the main strength still relied on Douqi. Xiaoyan involuntarily sighed after sighing emotionally in his heart. Although alchemists were the most popular profession on the continent, who would have known that alchemists were the most miserable people when the Hun clan was rampant on the Douqi continent? A thread of fury involuntarily surged into Xiaoyan's heart when he thought of this. He gently shook his head. Immediately, he focused his attention and looked at the flame essence jade marrow. His spiritual strength surged wildly. There was an incomparably sharp cold glint churning within his eyes. Today let me see just where the true limit of the D-state soul. Ha! A stern cry sounded in his heart. The spiritual blade that was agglomerated from his spiritual strength suddenly emitted a wave of dazzling white light. Soon after, the sharp blade swiftly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In merely a couple of breaths' time, the spiritual blade transformed from its original large blade that was dozens of feet in size into a 1-meter-long blade. Immediately, A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind, and it instantly moved. His strength broke through the empty air, and slashed onto the flame jade essence. Clang! Xiao Yan's body suddenly shook after a clear sound appeared. His expression instantly turned pale. He did not have the time to bother about this. Xiao Yan did not wait for the spiritual ripple to spread before another slash landed. A mysterious diagram was finally slowly being formed on the surface of the flame jade essence. After these 2 consecutive slashes, the space around this avatar was finally unable to endure the pressure, and shattered with a bang. When the spiritual ripple spread, an extremely ear-piercing buzzing sound was involuntarily emitted from this place. In an instant, a black mass of dark clouds churned in the sky above the inn where Xiao Yan was located. An unknown number of people within this savage ancient city were struck by the buzzing sound that spread and fell to the ground. There were even quite a number of weaker people who were blasted apart by the sound. They turned into a bloody fog that permeated the sky before completely disappearing from this place. At this moment, even those elite doshangs, who were usually high and mighty, were unable to endure the rumbling sound that was transmitted from their heads at this moment. They knelt on the ground one after another. Their teeth were tightly clenched and their faces were flushed red. The blood within their bodies continued to ache at this moment. Doqi also poured out and covered themselves within it. In merely an instant, this savage ancient city, which was incomparably calm a moment ago, had suddenly turned into a storm. No one dared to move. Ha! Suddenly, a couple of stern cries that surged to the sky were transmitted from an unknown place within this savage ancient city. A couple of extremely frightening spiritual strengths also swept over this savage ancient city. Those people who were still within the savage ancient city were finally rescued when the spiritual strengths completely swept over. The buzzing sound that reverberated within their minds had also completely disappeared. In the next instant, a couple of human figures stood in the empty space outside the inn where Xiao Yan was located. All of them turned their eyes to Xiao Yan, who was in the room. However, the guest room that Xiao Yan was in had already turned into ruins at this moment. The roof had been forcefully blown away by the frightening sound from earlier. Xiao Yan's figure was completely exposed in front of the eyes of these couple of human figures. These people were all old men who appeared to be dozens of years old. When they looked at the current Xiao Yan, a trace of astonishment involuntarily flashed across their sharp old eyes. Even so, Xiao Yan's actions earlier were still rather inconsiderate to them. It had stirred up a storm in the entire city. It should be known that there was no lack of juniors of these old fellows within the crowd. If they still didn't say anything at this moment, they wouldn't be able to maintain their faces. After a moment of silence, one of the old men frowned slightly. He couldn't help but open his mouth to speak to Xiao Yan. "Your actions just now truly show that you don't put us in your eyes. I wonder how you will give us old fellows an explanation." As the old man spoke, a frightening pressure instantly swept over the entire sky, causing the sky to involuntarily tremble. This old man's strength was already that of a 3-star half-emperor. He was not the slightest bit weaker than Xiao Yan. In this ancient savage city, he could already be considered as a genuine peak expert. However, Xiao Yan, who was seated in the sky, acted as though he didn't hear the old man's words. He continued to control the sharp spiritual blades and ruthlessly smashed them onto the flame essence jade marrow. As the blades landed, waves of extremely frightening spiritual ripples continuously spread out from the flame essence jade marrow. The rumbling sound that had swept over the sky earlier once again swept over. When they saw this scene, everyone present involuntarily frowned. Fury rose within the heart of the old man who had spoken earlier. The spiritual ripple from before had caused countless deaths and injuries among his subordinates. Yet this brat in front of him actually dared to do it again. Wasn't he purposely provoking him? Moreover, Xiao Yan had actually ignored the words that he had said earlier. How could he simply sit back and do nothing in the face of this double fury? The old man's palm ruthlessly smashed forward, shattering the spiritual ripples with a bang. His body moved and he slammed his palm toward Xiao Yan. Just as he was in front of Xiao Yan, a sharp glint suddenly flashed across the old man's eyes. His palm violently slammed toward Xiao Yan's shoulder. Although the old man's heart was churning with fury, he was no fool. With his eyesight, He was naturally able to tell that Xiao Yan's strength was at the very most a little weaker than his own. Such a person caused the old man to be extremely astonished in his heart. At this moment, he had only attacked because he wanted to teach Xiao Yan a lesson. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan was not the kind of person who would allow him to do as he pleased. Before the old man's palm could land on Xiao Yan's shoulder, Xiao Yan's slightly narrowed eyes suddenly opened. A sharp glint suddenly shot out from within his eyes. Immediately, Xiao Yan's palm violently struck forward, colliding with the old man's palm with a bang. Bang! A bang sounded out. Xiao Yan's body did not move as he sat in the air. That spiritual blade once again ferociously imprinted itself on the flame essence jade marrow. However, in the next moment, the expressions of the few old men around him changed. The originally soaring aura of the old man facing Xiao Yan suddenly scattered at this moment. His body also flew backwards uncontrollably. Only after flying back 1,000 feet did he come to a stop. His face was filled with shock as he looked towards Xiao Yan. No matter how he thought about it, he did not expect that Xiao Yan, whose strength was a little weaker than him, would actually possess such a powerful fighting strength when fighting with him. Xiao Yan's aura had directly suppressed him. The might of that palm was even greater than that of his. Was that kind of strength really something that a 3-star half-emperor could unleash? Moreover, the old man was still forcefully controlling that spiritual blade at this moment. The expression on the old man's face involuntarily became solemn the moment he thought of this. The strength of Xiao Yan's fighting strength was really extremely powerful. Your Excellency's actions are looking down on us old fellows. It was a long while later before the old man opened his mouth to speak again. However, this time around, it was unknown whether his tone had intentionally or unintentionally dragged the other experts into it. When he spoke, the expressions of the few half-emperors changed slightly. Their brows involuntarily frowned slightly. However, they did not say anything in the end. Their relationship could not be considered good or bad, nor could they be considered to be allies. After all, regardless of who it was, each of them had their own thoughts in their hearts. With regards to the old man's words, they naturally ignored it. To them, such an old-fashioned method was a little too laughable. However, Xiao Yan's actions had after all affected the various factions in the city to varying degrees. At this moment, one of the half-emperors finally took a step forward in the air. His face was indifferent as he looked at Xiao Yan and laughed. "Sir, you are able to cultivate such strength at such a young age. You are truly a great genius of our southwestern region. However, your actions today have caused a storm in the city. This old man hopes that you will hold back for now." The moment these words of the old man were uttered, it was clear that he wanted Xiao Yan to stop. However, the process of inscribing the qi method was only half done. Given Xiao Yan's perseverance, how could he give up at this moment? "I'm sorry. Once the matter at hand begins, it must be completed without stopping. Otherwise, it will be considered a failure. From the way I see it, even you do not have any extra flame essence chalcedony in your hands." When the old man heard this, his brows, which were filled with wrinkles, involuntarily knitted together. His heart was also slightly dissatisfied with Xiao Yan's words. Xiao Yan's words not only told him that he would not stop, but also secretly contained a trace of threat. This caused the old man to feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. Without waiting for the old man to speak, Xiao Yan's voice once again sounded out. This also caused the expressions of the half-emperors to change once again. The gazes with which they looked at Xiao Yan also became increasingly dissatisfied. "Since everyone wants me to stop, and I am indeed unable to do so at this moment, why don't everyone wait here for a moment? Once I settle the matter at hand, everyone can leave. In this way, the people in this city will be safe and sound. Of course, if anyone is dissatisfied and wishes to leave, you must constantly suppress your own faction and guard it. Otherwise, if someone accidentally releases a wave of people, I will not be able to explain myself." The half-emperors were truly influential figures in the southwestern region. However, at this moment, they really did not know what to do in front of this young man. None of the half-emperors were united in their actions. If anyone was injured by this brat, they might not be able to leave this savage ancient city. However, if they were to truly guard this place, The half-martial emperors and utmost exalted would truly lose all of their face. After hesitating for a moment, other than the second Ban Dizun who had spoken to Xiao Yan and left, no one else among this group of people took action. Naturally, none of these people dared to secretly harm the younger generation of the old man. After all, the old man was the third overlord of this savage ancient city, the ancestor of the Li clan Li Gan. His strength had reached that of a 6-star half-emperor. They did not have the ability to secretly harm the younger generation of Li Gan. Xiao Yan completely ignored all of this. He was able to guess who the old man was with just a glance. Hence, he could not be said to be unconcerned about all of this. All he did was to focus all of his attention on the flame essence jade marrow in front of him. He did his best to carve the Qi method diagram, which was gradually becoming complete. At this moment, the people within the hidden cloud pavilion were naturally unscathed due to the barrier that the elite Dodi had set up. These people were different from those people in the outside world, who usually hid themselves. Instead, all of them were absorbed into their eyes. It was likely that this city would once again be filled with people not long later. On the 6th floor of the pavilion, Luo Jin and Elder Xian were standing in front of a window. Luo Jin's face was filled with a cold smile as he looked at those half-emperors, who were usually high and mighty. His eyes were filled with disdain. Elder Xian looked at Xiao Yan and repeatedly clicked his tongue in amazement. This caused the smile on Luo Jin's face to become even brighter. Those who are interested can join the group. Group number 4766686761. Chapter 103. On the streets, Xiao Yan strolled amongst the crowd as he slowly walked towards the western side of the savage ancient city. With the protection of the few half-D experts, the speed at which Xiao Yan engraved the Qi method could be said to be many times faster than before. In merely a couple of hours, he had completely engraved the flame jade essence. Moreover, he had also completely merged it with his incarnation. The refinement of the first incarnation was finally complete. The strength of this incarnation did not let Xiao Yan down. After a night of refinement, this incarnation had actually forcefully triggered a lightning tribulation. Once the lightning tribulation was over, the condensation could be considered a success. Only then would the strength of the incarnation be truly consolidated. The strength of the avatar had already reached the Dosheng class after being baptized by the lightning tribulation. Although it was of little use to Xiao Yan, it could be considered extraordinary by being able to possess such a strength at the first stage of the trial. Of course, if it was not for Xiao Yan's incomparably powerful spiritual strength that allowed the incarnation to completely endure the lightning tribulation, it was likely that the strength of the incarnation would not have reached such a level. A moment later, Xiao Yan's figure finally paused in front of a somewhat dilapidated house. This was his destination today. The weapon refiner that Luo Jin had mentioned to him previously lived here. After making some inquiries, Xiao Yan came to understand that this weapon refiner was truly an extraordinary person. He was said to be a miraculous person because he was different from ordinary blacksmiths. There was no mistake in his work, and all the weapons he refined were peerless divine weapons that could cut through iron like mud and cut through hair with a single blow. What was different about him was that he had absolute confidence in himself. When he refined a weapon, he never looked at the other party's faction or background. He only looked at the materials used in the refinement. If someone wanted to get this weapon refiner to refine a weapon, the materials that person had brought along must be incorporated into the real mysterious heaven metal. In other words, if one wanted to get him to refine a weapon, the materials used must be extremely rare in this world. If there were more, he would definitely ignore them. Such an extraordinary person was truly one of a kind in the Yuanwu continent. With light footsteps, Xiao Yan slowly walked into the small courtyard. After entering, he discovered that there was not a single person to be seen in this huge courtyard. A trace of suspicion involuntarily rose in Xiao Yan's heart. Was this really the place where that armament master lived? Although he had some doubts in his heart, this was the place that he had received the news after all. If he did not go in and take a look, he would not be satisfied. After Xiao Yan took a few more steps forward, Xiao Yan's eyebrows twitched unconsciously, and a glint flashed across his eyes. Just a moment ago, he vaguely heard someone talking in the inner courtyard in front of him. In that case, this might really be the place where the weapon refiner lived. Xiaoyan shook his head and smiled. Why did these eccentric old fellows like to turn their residences into this? They were merely living in seclusion and were not beggars. Xiaoyan sighed in his heart. His feet moved a little faster. Within a couple of steps, he had stepped into the inner courtyard. However, when the scene in front of him entered his eyes, Xiaoyan's face involuntarily lifted into a mocking smile. When fate came, it was really impossible to stop it. At this moment, there were two familiar human figures standing in an orderly manner in front of Xiaoyan. These two people were the young master of the Li clan whom he had met at the Yunin Pavilion not long ago. The other person was the 8-star elite Dosheng who had been following beside him. Li Kong was also attracted by the sudden sound of footsteps and turned around. However, when he saw that the person who had arrived was actually Xiaoyan, who had caused him to be ridiculed by others, a fury immediately surged into Li Kang's heart. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. Both of his eyes glared angrily at Xiaoyan. Li Kang's footsteps suddenly strode toward Xiaoyan. He blocked Xiaoyan's body, which was about to continue moving forward. Li Kang looked at Xiaoyan with his nose pointed to the sky and coldly said, "Brat, do you still remember the words that this young master has said to you? If you leave the Yunin Pavilion, it will be the day of your death. Yesterday, I gave you a day to live. However, you were unwilling to cherish it. Since this is the case, this young master will make you pay the price today." Before his voice sounded, the old man behind Li Kang had already unleashed his 8-star Dosheng aura, which appeared terrifying in the eyes of others. It charged toward Xiaoyan in a turbulent manner. Li Kang, who was standing in front of Xiaoyan, also waved his right hand. A slap was violently swung toward Xiaoyan's face. Looking at the ferocious smile on Li Kang's face and the might of this slap, if this slap were to land on Xiaoyan's face, it was likely that even Xiaoyan, who was a bandit, would be stunned by the slap. This was sufficient to show just how vicious Li Kang's character was. He was definitely the kind of vicious person who would take revenge for any grievances. He would definitely not tolerate any sand in his eyes. From Li Kang's point of view, even if Xiaoyan's strength had reached the Dosheng class, it would be difficult for him to move in the face of the frightening aura of the high-class Dosheng behind him. Looking at Xiaoyan's seemingly calm face, it was likely that he had been completely suppressed by that frightening pressure, until he could not even move his flesh. This also gave the endless fury in Li Kang's heart a perfect opportunity. At the very least, this was what Li Kang thought in his heart. Today was the best opportunity for Li Kang to take revenge on Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan felt an increasing disdain in his heart as he looked at Li Kang's ferocious face. An 8-star Dosheng was merely an ant to him. At this moment, seeing that Li Kang did not know what was good for him, and insisted on provoking the fury in Xiaoyan's heart, Xiaoyan really wanted to do something. However, Xiaoyan's eyes seemed to have thought of something after this thought flashed across his heart. Both of his eyes were filled with ridicule as he looked at Li Kang in front of him. The next moment, just as Li Kang's slap was about to land on Xiaoyan's face, a human figure suddenly appeared by the side of Li Kang's body. This human figure appeared illusionary. However, from the aura that was emitted from his body, one could confirm that the strength of this human figure had already reached the Dosheng class. The moment this figure appeared, Li Kang, who was at the side, instantly discovered it. However, when he saw the person's face clearly, the expression on his face changed drastically. This was because this fellow, whose figure was somewhat illusionary, actually looked exactly the same as Xiaoyan in front of him. The instant this avatar appeared, it also swung a palm violently towards Li Kang's face. At a glance, it appeared as though it wanted to exchange a slap with Li Kang. However, compared to Li Kang's slap, this palm of this avatar was many times stronger than Li Kang's palm, regardless of whether it was in terms of speed or strength. One thing that was certain was that this slap that this avatar had unleashed at this moment would definitely land on Li Kang's face before his palm landed on Xiaoyan's face. In this first confrontation, Li Kang, the eldest young master of the Li family, was bound to lose. Pa. After a brief moment of horror on Li Kang's face, a thunder-like clear sound suddenly spread across the inner academy. Li Kang's body suddenly flew backwards under this attack. He was just like a kite with a broken string as he drew a parabola in the air. After which, he violently smashed into a wall. Even the wall was forcefully shattered. This was enough to tell just how great the strength of that slap was. The gap between a bansheng and a dosheng was also obvious. No matter how one put it, a bansheng would forever be in existence like a child playing with mud in front of a true elite dosheng. That 8-star dosheng had already moved his body the moment Li Kong flew backwards. He gave chase. Unfortunately, he was still a little too late. All he could do was watch as Li Kong smashed into the wall. This old man was really furious when he saw this scene. His duty was to protect Li Kong. Yet, Li Kong had met with such a blow in front of him. Yet he was completely unharmed. How could this not cause him to be furious? Ha! Bold young fellow. How dare you hurt my young master? You are really seeking death. An explosive roar was suddenly emitted from the old man's mouth. He did not care where he was as his body moved and appeared in front of the avatar. A fist was thrown forward and suddenly smashed towards the chest of the avatar. The overbearing Do-Chi carried the true might of an elite dosheng. The frightening wind from the fist tore through the empty space. The sharp wind actually caused the body of the avatar to fluctuate a little. The might of an 8-star dosheng was really this powerful. The avatar was also shattered by this attack. Of course, Xiaoyan still maintained a calm and indifferent manner in the face of this. It was indeed a little difficult for his current avatar to fight against an 8-star dosheng. However, an 8-star dosheng might be able to break his avatar, but what could an 8-star dosheng do in front of his actual body? At the instant when the incarnation exploded, a frightening soul power spread out and instantly enveloped that 8-star half-martial emperor. Then, like trash, that 8-star half-martial emperor was ruthlessly tossed away. When that 8-star half-martial emperor smashed into the ground, a deep crater several dozen feet deep was created. Xiaoyan was just about to act again when an old and somewhat hoarse voice was suddenly transmitted into the inner academy from nowhere. Brat, one should be lenient whenever possible. If you really wish to fight and kill, you should leave this place first. This place of the old me does not have a place where you can fight. Xiaoyan's expression suddenly changed the moment the voice was emitted. His pupils suddenly shrunk. Although this voice did not appear to be anything special, Xiaoyan could tell that the owner of this voice was definitely an extremely strong person, with an unfathomable strength. At the very least, Xiaoyan did not have the ability to detect just how strong this person was. Those who are interested, please join the group. Group number 4766686761. Chapter 104. When the elderly voice entered Xiaoyan's ears, the frightening spiritual strength that surged out like a tidal wave also completely returned to Xiaoyan's body in a short instant. Immediately, Xiaoyan's expression returned to normal. He cupped his hands in front of him, bowed towards the inner academy and said, "Since Elder has instructed me to do so, and this is Elder's territory, I will naturally follow Elder's wishes." Since he was an intelligent person, Xiaoyan was naturally able to understand with one sentence. Since this was the Elder's territory, he was naturally the mysterious weapon refiner. In the face of such an elder, regardless of whether it was on the surface or in his heart, Xiaoyan naturally had to give him sufficient respect and reverence. Regardless of how strong this elder was, just his peerless weapon refiner technique was enough to cause Xiaoyan to respect him from the bottom of his heart. After all, his heavy Xian ruler still required the help of this elder in order to be truly restored to its original state. When Xiaoyan's words left his mouth, the elder snorted softly. Immediately he curled his lips and said in a cold voice with some impatience, all right. Don't show off your glib tongue in front of this old man. It annoys me. If you have something to say, say it. If there is nothing, leave. Oh, that's right. Restore my walls and land. Otherwise, don't leave." When Xiaoyan heard this, his expression was slightly stunned. From the looks of it, this elder really opened his door to do business. The moment he opened his mouth, he was chasing people away. It was really unknown how many customers were scared away by him. In the face of the elder's cold words, Xiaoyan's face also appeared to be quite helpless. He smiled softly and opened his mouth again to speak. "Since this is the case, I have a request." "Since that's the case, Senior, I have indeed come here today to ask for a favor. I hope that Senior can lend me a hand." When Xiaoyan's words came out, deep within the inner academy, an elder wearing linen clothes with a face full of vicissitudes of life slowly opened his eyes at this moment, and looked toward Xiaoyan's direction. This glance seemed ordinary, but for some unknown reason, when Xiaoyan saw this glance, he suddenly felt that he was actually unable to move an inch. At this moment, all of his secrets were incomparably clearly reflected in the elder's eyes. A moment later, the old man knit his brows slightly. The expression on his face was somewhat surprised. The gaze he used to look at Xiaoyan had an unusual glint flashing within it. With regards to Xiaoyan's arrival, the elder had already known about it. This was because as early as yesterday, the pavilion master of Yunin Pavilion had come to look for him, and explained that someone would come today to seek his help and bring him a big gift. For this elder, as a weapon refiner, to be able to see the world's unique weapon refining materials was already considered an extremely big gift. Therefore, this elder could be considered to be somewhat anticipating Xiaoyan's arrival. However, at this moment, under the elder's investigation of Xiaoyan, he did not detect the weapon refining materials that Xiaoyan should have on him. This caused him to be somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. The elder frowned slightly. It was a long while later before he withdrew his gaze from Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan also suddenly felt his body lighten. That inexplicable pressure had finally left. The elder's eyes turned, but he opened his mouth to ask Xiaoyan, "Brat, may I know why you are looking for this old man?" "My weapon has been severely damaged, and is on the verge of shattering. Furthermore, I heard that elders' weapon refining skills are exquisite, so I specially came to this savage ancient city to seek elders' help." "Oh, there are many people who seek help from this old man. There are also countless people with extraordinary strength. If you want this old man to help you, you should first tell me your name." Xiaoyan could not help but frown when he heard this. What kind of rule was this to ask for help? This elder was really strange. Li Kong, who was at the side, could not help but frown when he heard this. He had come to find this elder no less than 10 times, but he had never heard of this elder having such a rule. What exactly was this old man selling in his gourd? The elder obviously did not have a good impression of this Li Kong. It seemed that this fellow often came here and disturbed this old man's peaceful days. At this moment, when the elder saw that Li Kong actually had some doubts about his words, he felt a trace of displeasure in his heart. He snorted lightly and said coldly to Li Kong, "Brat from the Li family, do you have any objections to this old man's words?" Li Kang's pupils suddenly shrank when he heard this, and his expression also changed. Only then did he respectfully reply to the old man, "This junior doesn't dare. It's just that. I'm just puzzled. This junior has come to your place no less than 10 times, but I've never heard of anything that requires one to report their name first." However, before Li Kong could finish his words, the old man had already spoken in a cold voice once again. "What, this old man has a rule here? If I say there is one, then there is one. How can it be your turn to preach?" As soon as these cold words came out, Li Kong instantly felt an incomparably terrifying invisible aura enveloping him, making him unable to move at all. Li Kang's face instantly turned pale, but he also knew that this old man was not someone he could casually provoke. He immediately admitted his mistake and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. This junior doesn't dare. This junior is only curious, which is why I spoke in such a manner. I hope that elder can give my grandfather some face and let this junior off this time." Unfortunately, Li Kang's words had just sounded when the terrifying aura, which had suppressed him until he was unable to move, suddenly soared. It directly pressed him to the ground with a bang, causing the ground of this small courtyard to suddenly turn into a huge pit at this moment. Soon after, the old man's disdainful words were slowly emitted from his cold mouth. One could hear him say, "Your grandfather's face, humph. Who is your grandfather? Is he even worthy of calling himself face, in front of the old me? Just how great can his face be? Humph." A disdainful cold snort was once again emitted after these words were spoken. Li Kong and the 8-star Dosheng's bodies were instantly sent flying like human cannonballs. They were forcefully thrown out of this courtyard, causing a large number of houses to turn into ruins in an instant. "Humph. You are merely a small bandit. You actually have the nerve to talk about face in front of the old me. Do you really think that the old me is one of those lousy weapon refiners from the secular world?" Only at this moment did Li Kong finally understand. Even his grandfather would have a respectful expression on his face when he talked to him about this elder. This kind of true expert was really not someone that they could easily form a relationship with. Even a Bandizun was as weak as an ant in front of this old man. Yet he actually dared to talk about face in front of him. He was really asking for a beating. The old man let out a cold snort and sent Li Kong flying. After which he ignored Li Kong. Instead, he once again turned to look at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's heart was slightly shaken. He did not dare to be the slightest bit careless as he hurriedly opened his mouth to speak to the old man. Elder, this junior is called Yin Xiao. As his words rang out, a glint flashed across the old man's eyes. After which, he curled his lips and spoke with an impatient face. Little brat Yin Xiao, I never look at the person when I do my work. I only look at the materials used to refine weapons. I think that you should know most of my rules in the outside world. In that case, I won't say anything more. Take out the items. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression became joyful. He did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in his heart. With a flip of his palm, the heavy Xian ruler, which was on the verge of breaking, appeared in Xiao Yan's palm out of nowhere. The deep cracks on the ruler made it look as if it was about to break apart. In the middle of the cracks, there was an incomparably clear fist imprint. This caused Xiao Yan's expression to change once again. A monstrous fury also surged out from his heart. If the third hall master had not died, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have gone berserk at this moment. At this moment, the old man's eyes did not notice the change in Xiao Yan's expression at all. This was because he had long been attracted by the almost broken heavy ruler in Xiao Yan's hand. The space in front of Xiao Yan suddenly shook. An elderly figure also instantly appeared. All of his eyes also landed on the heavy Xian ruler in Xiao Yan's hand. At this moment, a storm was stirred up in the old man's heart. This is actually the legendary heavy Xian ruler that has already disappeared on the continent. After the shock in his heart, the old man's eyes suddenly widened again. He lifted his head and looked at Xiao Yan. His eyes were filled with shock. As such, the heavy Xian ruler had already disappeared from the Yuanwu continent. Since the young man in front of him was carrying the heavy Xian ruler, and no one knew the young man's identity, could it be that the young man in front of him was from another continent? At this thought, the old man's heart also suddenly shook violently. This was the first time he had seen a half-emperor expert from another continent at such a young age. Since ancient times, the experts from other continents who had come here were all old men and women. Now he was actually able to see such a young person. How could he feel shocked? Little Luo, you actually did not inform me of such a big matter in advance. See if I don't find time to deal with you. After a long while, Xiao Yan finally regained his senses. However, when he saw the old man in front of him, his expression involuntarily changed slightly. Immediately after, he respectfully said, Junior Yin Xiao greets elder. This time, the old man's attitude did a 180-degree turn for some reason. He looked at Xiao Yan with an amiable smile and laughed. Not bad, kid. This thing is an entire piece of meteorite mysterious iron, right? Haha, it's really the only one in the world. I will definitely do my best to help you restore this ruler to its peak. Looking for recommendations. Looking for collection. Those who are interested, please join the group. Group number 476668761. Chapter 105. The sudden great change in the old man's attitude also caused Xiao Yan to be at a loss on his face. The gaze he used to look at the old man was filled with doubt. However, the last sentence of the old man really caused Xiao Yan's expression to change. No matter what, this old fellow had finally agreed to help him repair the heavy Xian ruler. Ever since he had arrived in the Yuanwu continent, Xiao Yan had been worried about something important. Today he finally had some progress. Xiao Yan's lips curled into a sincere smile. He once again cupped his hands towards the old man and said respectfully, Senior, thank you for your help. If that's the case, then I have to thank Senior for lending a hand. This junior is extremely grateful. If Senior needs this junior's help in the future, this junior will definitely do my best. The moment Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, the little old man also smiled and nodded. A glint that could not be detected flashed across his bright old eyes. Given his shrewdness, Since he had come from another continent, his talent was absolutely monstrous. Most importantly, the monstrous talent he was looking at was actually so young. This also showed the terrifying talent that Xiaoyan possessed. If he really matured, he would definitely become a giant in the Yuanwu continent. Moreover, perhaps there would even be a place for him at the true pinnacle. As an experienced and ruthless senior, he naturally would not let such a person go. After all, if Xiaoyan did not have sufficient strength, he would not have been able to rise from his original continent and become such a monstrous existence with such extraordinary talent. Although he could not rule out the possibility that Xiaoyan was a descendant of a peak faction in another continent and had grown up with a golden spoon in his mouth. Even so, if he did not have enough ruthless means, it would be difficult for him to ascend to the throne of the continent's only emperor. After all, based on what the old man knew, there was no longer any emperor essence in the other continents. This was a true heavenly imperial court. However, since Xiaoyan was able to break through to emperor, his ability must be extraordinary. Therefore, the promise that Xiaoyan had made was not so laughable in the little old man's eyes. On the contrary, it had some power and was enough for him to remember it in his heart. Haha, little Yin Xiao, can you let this old man take a look at your ruler? Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. However, before Xiaoyan could think of anything, the little old man opened his mouth and laughed. Little Yen, don't think too much. Little fellow, you don't have to think too much. It's just that I can see that this ruler has been damaged to its core. I think that you must have repaired it on your own after it was damaged. However, this result is far too different from what you expected. I only said this because I want to take a closer look. You don't have to be nervous. Xiaoyan came to a complete understanding after the little old man uttered these words. His heart was filled with endless praise for the latter's exquisite refining skills. Just by relying on the naked eye, this old man was able to tell that Xiaoyan had once tried to repair the heavy Xian ruler. He was also able to tell the result of Xiaoyan's repair. This eyesight was really frightening. Now that he thought about it in this manner, Xiaoyan was also able to understand. No wonder Luo Jin back then would praise this elder greatly when he mentioned this little old man. This kind of tactic could really be called an ability that could reach the heavens. In that case, thank you, elder. Xiaoyan smiled joyfully in his heart. An excited expression also flashed across his eyes. He extended both of his hands forward and slowly handed the heavy Xian ruler, which was on the verge of breaking, to the old man's shriveled hands. Since this little old man had the ability, the matter of repairing the heavy Xian ruler was basically no longer a problem. As such, how could Xiaoyan not feel joyful in his heart? The old man did not care about Xiaoyan's joyful expression. Instead, he poured all of his attention into the heavy Xian ruler in his hands at this moment. It was as if some kind of heavenly treasure was hidden within it. Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little astonished when he saw this. A moment later, Xiaoyan seemed to have recalled something. He waved his big sleeve and the space in front of him was suddenly torn apart by an incomparable force of the heavens and the earth. A wide spatial crack opened. Xiaoyan was not playing with his own strength. After all, his current strength was like child's play to the little old man in front of him. What right did he have to play with it? Xiaoyan did this only because he wanted to take out the entire piece of meteoric flame mysterious iron. When the little old man saw the black mysterious iron that crashed to the ground and almost caused the entire courtyard to collapse, his face did not reveal the slightest dissatisfaction. On the contrary, an indescribable joy surged onto his face at this moment. The little old man's eyes were wide open. The expression on his face had also stiffened because of his excitement at this moment. His mouth was even somewhat incoherent, and he was unable to spit out any words. This caused Xiaoyan, who was standing quietly by the side, to involuntarily reveal an amused expression on his face. The identity of this little old man seemed to have been forgotten at this moment. It was a long while later before the little old man coughed awkwardly twice. Xiaoyan also hurriedly stopped the smile on his face and looked at the little old man in front of him with a serious expression. Elder, this piece of meteoric flame mysterious iron is something that I have found to repair this huge ruler. This junior believes that this material should be sufficient. If there is any left over, It can be considered as this junior's filial gift to elder. Elder can decide as you wish. Xiaoyan naturally knew that this amount of meteoric flame mysterious iron was definitely more than enough to repair his heavy Xian ruler. At this moment, this old man was clearly someone who treasured natural materials. He definitely treasured this meteoric flame mysterious iron very much. If Xiaoyan were to give him this meteoric flame mysterious iron, it would be equivalent to giving him a huge favor. In this way, if Xiaoyan were to really encounter any big trouble in the future, Xiaoyan would not need to say anything. As long as he was able to encounter it, he would definitely help Xiaoyan out. In this way, it would be worth it to Xiaoyan. A piece of meteoric flame mysterious iron in exchange for a favor from a true expert. If Xiaoyan could form a good relationship with this person in the future, he might even become a huge pillar of support. After all, the current Xiaoyan was still being chased by the Ghost Temple sect. Although he had finished off the third Hall Master, he was after all only the third Hall Master. Above him, there was definitely the second Hall Master and the first Hall Master, the two true experts. They were the ones that the current Xiaoyan was truly worried about. Moreover, even without them, the Ghost Temple sect, which he had yet to truly discover, would definitely be a huge hidden danger for Xiaoyan. If he did not make preparations as soon as possible, it was likely that there would be even more trouble in the future. Ha 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 ha, good kid. Not bad, not bad. This old man likes this. In that case, this old man will not be courteous. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, a joyous expression appeared on the old man's face. As a weapon refiner, he treasured rare materials the most in his life. He naturally knew how precious the meteoric flame mysterious iron was. The piece in front of him at this moment might really be the last piece in the Yuanwu continent. As the saying goes, the rarer an object is, the more precious it is. Furthermore, this was the last piece in the continent. The value of this piece was even more unparalleled. How could he not be excited and happy? Oh right, kid, don't call me old man in the future. My name is Luoao. You can call me Old Man Luo in the future. Calling me Old Man Luo makes us seem distant. With a change in tone, the old man actually took the initiative to introduce himself. As a result, the relationship between the old man and the young man rapidly became much closer. The two of them chatted for a while. Old Man Luo told Xiaoyan that if he wanted to retrieve the heavy Xian ruler, he would have to wait for a month. This period of time was really nothing to Xiaoyan. To a practitioner of his level, a month's time was merely the blink of an eye and could not be considered long. Xiaoyan slowly walked out of the small courtyard and looked at the vast sky. The glaring sunlight caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily use his hand to block it. However, the corners of his mouth still carried a relaxed smile. At this moment, the large stone that had been hanging in his heart had finally been lifted. Now, all he had to do was wait for that 1 month. Old Man Luo watched Xiaoyan slowly leave from within the small courtyard. His old eyes involuntarily narrowed. The scene of Xiaoyan and Li Kong slapping each other earlier once again surfaced in his eyes. Speaking of which, that avatar should be the 9 transformation body skill of Yuanqing from the Cloud Celestial sect. It is really unexpected that the Do skill that Yuanqing would rather die than pass to an outsider was actually given to this brat. Hee, has he also taken a fancy to him? Let's see who is more capable. At this moment, 2 human figures stood in front of Xiaoyan outside of the small courtyard. They once again blocked Xiaoyan's leaving body. After the earlier collision, Li Kong and the 8-star Do Sheng beside him had already understood that this ordinary-looking young man's strength had definitely reached the level of a Bandizun. It was impossible for the two of them to fight. However, Li Kang's face revealed a disdainful smile in the face of this. That smile was so ferocious that it seemed to have come from the depths of hell. If Xiaoyan was merely an elite dosheng, he would really be afraid that Xiaoyan would flee. However, since Xiaoyan was a Bandizun expert, he had a reason to forcefully keep him in this savage ancient city. May I know if the two of you have any other matters? If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave first. Xiaoyan was too lazy to bother about the intentions in Li Kang's heart. He had already said that he would naturally not do anything if Li Kang's grandfather did not provoke him. Otherwise, he would not show even the slightest mercy. Li Kang merely laughed mockingly when he heard Xiaoyan's words. After which, an extremely cold and selfish sentence was slowly spat out from his mouth. What do I have to do? Ha 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 ha. This young master wants to say that I want you to die. Chapter 106. I want you to die. These vicious words were transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears, causing him to involuntarily laugh coldly. A disdainful expression surfaced on his face. This caused Li Kang's heart to become increasingly furious. Do you think that with your Bansheng strength, which cannot even be considered an ant, you can kill me? What right do you have? Don't tell me that you can rely on this 8-star Do Sheng beside you? Humph, what a joke. Xiao Yan's cold laughter caused Li Kang's heart to become increasingly furious. He wished that he could tear Xiao Yan into 10,000 pieces and turn him into ashes on the spot. However, in the end, he still relied on the confidence in his heart to forcefully suppress the fierce fury within his heart. His eyes, which were looking at Xiao Yan, were also replaced by an endless ferocious expression. Li Kang's face was distorted. His expression was ferocious. The corner of his mouth carried a cruel and bloodthirsty cold smile. His tone was extremely cold as he laughed coldly. That's right, that's right. You are a dignified Bandizun expert. I am naturally unable to harm you. However, just because I am unable to harm you does not mean that no one can suppress you. Li Kang's face had already become crazy after he spoke. It was as though he had seen the scene of Xiao Yan collapsing in front of him. His expression appeared incomparably ferocious and unusually terrifying. Li Kang suddenly extended his hand. A palm-sized jade pendant also appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Li Kang did not hesitate. However, it seemed that he was afraid that Xiao Yan would stop him in time. He suddenly clenched his hand the moment the jade pendant appeared. The jade pendant suddenly burst apart and turned into a dust fog that scattered in all directions. Bits of rock powder also followed Li Kang's fingers and fell down. When the jade pendant burst apart, a circular invisible energy also swiftly spread across the entire place from the point of explosion. Xiao Yan might have seen everything that Li Kang had done, but he was not the least bit worried. Instead, a mocking feeling surged into his heart. A mere 6-star bandit. It was nothing compared to the current Xiao Yan. Since this Li Kang was shamelessly eager to prove himself, Xiao Yan did not mind giving him a slap to wake him up. However, at this moment, Li Kang did not appear to have seen the mocking smile hanging on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. Instead, he coldly stared at Xiao Yan with a victorious expression. He quietly waited for Xiao Yan's death. When the special energy spread, a pair of sharp eyes suddenly opened in a certain secret room within the ancient savage city. Instantly, his gaze swept towards the area where Li Kang was located. Murderous intent was present within his eyes. The jade pendant was something that he had personally created and given to his grandson. He had already warned that unless it was a life and death situation, one should not use the jade pendant. From the looks of it, his disappointing grandson had likely offended someone again. However, since he had used the jade pendant, it was likely that the matter this time around was not a small matter. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. The figure within the secret room also instantly disappeared at this moment. In the next instant, an elderly figure slowly appeared in the sky 100,000 feet above the ancient savage city. An incomparably powerful aura also swept out in an instant, spreading across the entire place. Its aura was frightening. When this aura swept out, quite a number of people within the ancient savage city discovered the existence of this figure. Immediately, the crowd within the ancient savage city erupted into an uproar. Within the ancient savage city, it was likely that there were not many people who did not know of this person's existence. Even if there were people who did not know before, they would instantly know of his identity after being reminded by the person beside them. The old man in the sky was the ancestor of the number 1 clan in the ancient savage city, the Li clan. His strength was frightening. He had already stepped into the position of a half-martial emperor. Moreover, he was a genuine 6-star half-martial emperor. Within the ancient savage city, other than the Yunin Pavilion, there was no other faction that could compete with him. He could be said to be the true overlord of the ancient savage city on the surface. However, at this moment, such a frightening existence that was usually unimaginable had appeared in front of them out of nowhere. How could this not cause them to be excited? However, from the looks of it, This ancestor of the Li clan did not seem to be in a good mood at this moment. Those who were able to stay in this savage ancient city were all extraordinary individuals. Their temperaments were shrewd and ruthless. As long as there was even the slightest bit of wrongness, they would be able to easily detect it. At this moment, the aura that erupted from the Li family's ancestor was clearly not friendly. This was enough for everyone below to treat this seriously and not let down their guard in the slightest. In the next moment, this ancestor of the Li clan seemed to have found something. His body moved and once again disappeared from this empty space. His body once again appeared outside of the small courtyard. He had just revealed his body and did not have the time to see who the person in front of him was when this ancestor of the Li clan frowned. Given his familiarity with the ancient savage city, this place was where old Luo resided. How could he not be careful now that he had appeared in this place? Soon after, his eyes turned towards Li Kang by the side. His expression involuntarily became ugly when he saw Li Kang's tattered clothes and the similarly miserable 8-star Do Sheng. Under his probing, he discovered that Li Kang's body had quite a serious internal injury. If he was careless, it would be a small matter if his tendons and bones were to be injured. However, if any sequelae were to be left behind, it was something that he could not tolerate. Immediately, he followed Li Kang's eyes and looked at the person who had injured his grandson. However, his expression instantly became as gloomy as water when he discovered that this person was actually Xiao Yan, whom he had met earlier. It was a long while later before he finally looked at Xiao Yan. Both of his eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiao Yan and softly said, "This friend, the old me is Li gone. It is likely that this friend has heard of my name in this ancient savage city. If my grandson has done anything wrong, the old me will naturally bring him back to punish him. However, from the looks of it, you have been quite harsh on my grandson. Don't you feel that it is beneath your dignity to bully a little Ban Sheng with your status as a Ban Dizun?" Xiao Yan lifted his brows when he heard Li Gan's words. He felt quite displeased in his heart. It seemed that the injuries on Li Kang's body were all blamed on Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan also understood in the blink of an eye. Li Kang had a deep grudge against him. Naturally, Li Kang would try his best to frame him. Moreover, this Li Gan would definitely not dare to do anything to old Luo. Hence, this crime would definitely land on Xiao Yan's head no matter what. Hence, there was naturally no need to say any unnecessary words. It was fine if he admitted to it. At the very most, it was just a fight. Li Gan clearly saw through Xiao Yan's thoughts and immediately felt a little suspicious in his heart. With Xiao Yan's own strength, he did not think that Xiao Yan could fight with him. However, the expression that Xiao Yan revealed at this moment did not seem to be fake. Could it be that the person in front of him really had some tricks up his sleeve? Thinking of this, Li Gan's eyes could not help but narrow into a thin line when he looked at Xiao Yan. After a long while, his slightly overbearing voice sounded again. "Why don't we do this? I see that you are also young. It is not easy for you to have such a cultivation. Today my grandson has suffered so much. Let's treat it as training for him." Li Gan's sudden soft words also caused Xiao Yan's expression to be slightly startled. Immediately after, he looked at Li Gan suspiciously. Sure enough, as soon as these words were spoken, Li Gan immediately opened his mouth and said, "Of course. After all, this old man's grandson was also injured by you. I'm afraid that such an injury might leave behind repercussions. This old man is extremely worried in his heart. Therefore, if you are willing to apologize to my grandson, this old man will treat it as if nothing has happened today." As he finished speaking, an incomparably tyrannical and terrifying aura quietly spread out from Li Gan's body, causing the surrounding space to slightly distort. Xiao Yan's expression instantly changed. He was able to clearly feel an extremely terrifying aura and pressure enveloping the surrounding space at this moment, causing his body to involuntarily sink slightly. Humph! With a cold snort, Xiao Yan's body suddenly shook. The terrifying aura and pressure that enveloped Xiao Yan's body instantly receded like a tide. As for Xiao Yan's expression, it had become extremely gloomy. "Apologize? On what basis? Don't tell me that you, a mere 6-star half-martial emperor?" As Xiao Yan's words rang out, Li Gan's expression instantly became ugly. He, a 6-star half-martial emperor, was actually being mocked and ridiculed by a mere 3-star half-martial emperor. How could he not be furious when faced with such humiliation? Brat, you truly boast shamelessly. Since you don't place this old man in your eyes, let this old man see exactly where your confidence comes from. Before his voice sounded out, Li Gan's body had already violently moved. He charged toward Xiaoyan. A great battle was about to begin. Those who are interested, please join the group. Group number 476668761. Chapter 107. Humph! Brat, how arrogant! Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. After saying those words, Li Gan's body rose from the ground with a bang. He once again ascended to the high altitude. His pair of sinister old eyes looked at Xiaoyan from afar. Wherever his gaze met, space would involuntarily ripple. Brat, do you dare to fight this old man? Li Gan looked down at Xiaoyan, who was in the city below, as he slowly opened his mouth and said, although his words sounded like a question, there was an additional sense of tyranny in his tone. Today, Xiaoyan had first injured his grandson, and then did not place him, a 6-star half-martial emperor, in his eyes. It could be said that he had completely lost face. Thus, no matter what, he would make this brat pay a greater price in order to heal the wound in his grandson's heart, and quell the fury in his heart. When Xiaoyan saw this scene, the corners of his mouth lifted into a cold smile. The gaze with which he looked at Li Gan was filled with ridicule. You want to use me to establish your might in front of everyone in the city? Since that's the case, I won't be polite. With this thought, Xiaoyan's body flashed and instantly appeared opposite of Li Gan. The two of them stood on opposite sides of the sky. When the two of them appeared in the sky, the countless human traffic within the savage ancient city once again paused their footsteps and lifted their heads to look at them. When the crowd saw Li Gan, they were all startled. At this moment, Li Gan was releasing his aura. From the looks of it, he was going to fight someone. When the crowd turned their gazes to Xiaoyan, they were once again shocked by how young Xiaoyan was. The person that Li Gan wanted to fight was actually such a young brat. However, these people were not stupid. They naturally knew of Li Gan's strength. Since this young man was able to stand side by side with him, his strength was definitely not much weaker than Li Gan's. This kid was actually another half-martial monarch expert. When they thought of this, the crowd below could not help but become restless. A half-martial emperor at such a young age was truly rare. Of course, among the crowd, there was no lack of people who had taken the opportunity to meet Xiaoyan when he was in the Union Pavilion. At this moment, they recognized that this person was the same person from yesterday. A wave of exclamations came from all directions, and the crowd that had yet to calm down was once again stirred up. He alone was actually able to make several half-step sovereigns protect him. Such might was truly heaven-defying. It was no wonder that he was able to stand side by side with the Li clan's ancestor. However, if these people knew the real reason behind the protector's actions, they would probably laugh out loud. In the sky, Xiaoyan and Li Gan completely ignored the commotion and exclamations from the crowd below. Their eyes met and they remained silent. Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed across Li Gan's sinister old eyes. Soon after, the aura from his body suddenly swept out like a tidal wave, transforming into a majestic mountain that suddenly pressed down on Xiaoyan. He wanted to use his aura to forcefully suppress Xiaoyan. A cold snort was emitted from Xiaoyan's nose in the face of this. The strength of the heavenly flame within the vortex within his body suddenly erupted. A hot flame aura suddenly swept out from within Xiaoyan's body. The terrifying flame aura carried a frightening pressure that could incinerate the heavens. It formlessly transformed into a towering giant ruler. With a wave of the giant ruler, it viciously smashed towards the majestic mountain. A muffled bang quietly sounded out from the empty space. Li Gan's wrinkled old face also became somewhat solemn at this moment. Xiaoyan's aura made him feel incomparably strange. His aura contained an incomparable flame energy. Even this part of the world was affected by his aura. This was also the reason why Li Gan was secretly at a disadvantage. Xiaoyan's face was as calm as the wind and clouds as he looked at Li Gan. It was as though everything had nothing to do with him. This caused Li Gan to feel even more humiliated in his heart. His desire to kill Xiaoyan also became increasingly dense. The muscles at the corner of Li Gan's eyes twitched. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiao Yan. A moment later, he coldly snorted again. With a wave of his sleeve, a light flashed in his wide palm. Immediately, a large golden blade appeared in his hand. With a wave of his arm, the large golden blade carried an aura that could tear apart the sky as it streaked across the sky. Immediately after, it stood diagonally to the right of Li Gan's body, as if it was fixed in the empty space without moving. Humph. Little fellow, you do have some ability. However, I wonder if you will be able to receive this blade from the old me. Before his voice sounded, Li Gan's right arm suddenly waved. The large golden blade also instantly tore through the empty space. Waves of sonic booms caused the expressions of everyone in the city below to change instantly. A buzzing sound continued to reverberate in their minds. A cold wind swept apart, blowing until the clothes on Xiao Yan's body were tightly stuck to the surface of his body. However, that pair of bright eyes stared intently at the golden blade in Li Gan's hand. His eyes did not even turn the slightest bit. Ha! Come and have a taste of this blade of the old me. One fury. / wild tide. Before his voice sounded, a doqi wave that came from all directions suddenly shot out from the tip of the golden blade. It carried the might of the world as it swept toward Xiao Yan. Immediately, a drizzle began to fall from the sky. The do technique that Li Gan was currently using was actually extremely powerful. It was actually able to rely on its aura to stir an unusual phenomenon. This kind of might could really be called frightening. However, all of this was far from enough in Xiao Yan's eyes. It was merely a Tian-class do technique. He believed that by relying on the strength of his heavenly flame, he would be able to completely destroy it in one strike. With a wave of his large sleeve, the heavenly flame within his body surged wildly until it reached his palm. The incomparably hot, heavenly flame transformed into a large fire dragon that instantly spat out from Xiao Yan's palm. The beautiful flame swiftly agglomerated and changed. In merely an instant, it had already transformed into a large fire ruler that emitted a frighteningly high temperature. The moment the large ruler was formed, the drizzle that had been falling from the sky earlier suddenly disappeared at this moment. On the contrary, a kind of dryness that caused one to have difficulty enduring burned everyone's bodies. The moisture in the air seemed to have been forcefully sucked away by the large ruler in an instant. Even breathing had become as difficult and unbearable as torture in the human world at this moment. Xiao Yan, who was standing in the sky, stared intently at the doqi wave. Until a certain moment, a bright fire glow suddenly shot out from Xiao Yan's eyes. The large ruler in his hand was also swung out in an instant. The instant the large ruler was swung out, the sky shattered with a bang. The endless high temperature was something that even this empty space had difficulty enduring. The might of a heavenly flame was really frightening. The ability to burn the sky was not empty words. A ruler suddenly swept across the sky with a bang. A brilliant ruler glow that was 1,000 feet wide instantly shot toward the doqi wave. In merely an instant, the distance between the two had already been swiftly reduced. There was only a short 10 feet gap left. In the next instant, these two frightening do techniques with earth-shaking might finally collided with a bang in front of the tens of thousands of eyes in the city. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion suddenly resounded over the sky above this savage ancient city. Soon after, an extremely frightening do-chi storm suddenly swept apart from the spot where the do techniques collided. The sky shook and the empty space shattered wherever the storm passed. The area where the two of them stood had completely transformed into a dark, deep, endless empty space. Everyone in the city had a drastic change in expression when they saw this scene. If this storm was allowed to completely sweep over the city, it was likely that this savage ancient city would completely disappear from history today, and they too would inevitably be buried with history. While everyone's expressions had turned ashen and their hearts were helplessly waiting for death, over 10 different colored do-chi lights suddenly flashed out from all directions within the savage ancient city. They instantly paused in the empty space. Among these 10+ lights were the group of Bandi experts who had come into contact with Xiao Yan yesterday. Among them, there was an old man whose body was the brightest and most eye-catching. He was the elder Xian from the Yunin Pavilion. These 10+ human figures raised their eyes to look at the frightening collision in the sky. Thoughts continued to churn within their hearts. The old man who had come into contact with Xiao Yin yesterday was currently looking at Xiao Yin with a grave expression. There was even a slight fear that surged deep within his eyes. This old man admitted that he did not have the strength to face off against Xiao Yin. However, looking at the relaxed face of Xiao Yin at this moment, he did not have the confidence to completely receive that earth-shaking attack from Xiao Yin earlier. Although he was also a 3-star bandit, the gap between him and Xiao Yin was like the difference between the sky and the earth. If he were to fight with Xiao Yin, he was certain that he would not have any chance of victory. The old man helplessly sighed. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Soon after, a doqi light instantly appeared above his head. It was like a wave that swiftly spread apart, covering the entire sky. At this moment, the other bandit experts around this old man did the same. Numerous doqi ripples of different colors swiftly spread apart, covering the entire savage ancient city, and the area within a 10,000-kilometer radius around it. That frightening doqi storm finally came to a stop in front of this doqi barrier. Everyone in the city was safe and sound. After the storm scattered, Xiao Yin still had a relaxed appearance in the sky. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth as he looked at Li Gan. These two people were actually evenly matched in the two clashes today. It was likely that a big battle would be unavoidable in the future. As for Li Gan, he was so infuriated by Xiao Yan's appearance that he felt an incomparable pain in his heart. Today he, a grand 6-star half-martial emperor, had actually been repeatedly humiliated before the eyes of tens of thousands of people. Furthermore, the person who had caused all of this was actually a mere 3-star half-martial emperor brat. How could he possibly endure this? Bastard! This old man does not believe that this old man, a 6-star bandit, cannot take care of you. Humph! Do you really think that the gap in strength between bandit experts is so easy to make up for? Today, this old man will first cripple you, and then make you suffer. Die for this old man. After spitting out those vicious words, Li Gan's face was distorted as he once again waved his sleeve. His right hand held the large golden blade. His body suddenly flashed, and he once again slashed toward Xiao Yin. Let's make up for yesterday's loss. There's another update tonight. Those who are interested, please join the group. Group number 476668761. Chapter 108. Die. Before Li Gan's voice sounded, his body had already arrived beside Xiao Yin in a flash. The large golden blade in his hand ferociously hacked down furiously at Xiao Yin. The turbulent doqi within Li Gan's body swiftly covered the golden blade in his hand, causing the might of the golden blade to become even more ferocious. The golden light on the blade also became even more resplendent. After being illuminated by the sunlight, the golden blade was like a scorching sun as it smashed down on Xiao Yan's head. The strong and ferocious wind caused the hair on Xiao Yan's head to part to the side. Xiao Yan's scalp also felt a piercing pain as though it was being pierced by needles, causing Xiao Yan to involuntarily frown. Xiao Yan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in his heart. Although he was confident in his ability to fight against a 6-star half-emperor, he still needed to weigh the pros and cons of such a swift and violent attack. Otherwise, he had encountered quite a few situations where he failed miserably at an easy task. Within the vortex within Xiao Yan's body, the doqi rapidly circulated to his lower body, following which, Xiao Yan's feet moved and he instantly activated the sky extinction step. Ha! Chop for me! As the blade fell, Xiao Yan's body was instantly cut into two by the incomparably sharp golden blade. This caused everyone in the city below to feel an endless shock in their hearts. However, in the next instant, it instantly caused laughter to erupt from the city. When the golden blade passed by, Xiao Yan's body was instantly torn apart. Soon after, it disappeared from this empty space. At this moment, Li Gan's expression had finally become as dark and solemn as water. His eyes were filled with an endless amount of murderous intent. The golden blade in Li Gan's hand had only destroyed Xiao Yan's afterimage. However, even though this was the case, he still attacked with such ferocious force. He had truly thought that this was Xiao Yan's real body. This eyesight of his was truly a waste of his life. Compared to the laughter of everyone in the city below, the expressions of the dozen half-emperors in the sky had instantly turned grave at this moment. Xiao Yan's agility was so fast that even they would have difficulty discovering him. When Xiaoyan had left earlier, they were actually unable to see him at all. Such speed was truly frightening to the extreme. Elder Xian, who was standing in the sky, revealed a strange expression when he saw Xiaoyan's afterimage. Unlike the others, Elder Xian's eyes narrowed as he stared at a certain empty space in the sky. There seemed to be something there. TSK, never would I have imagined that the sky extinction steps that the four great sects had been searching for 100 years to no avail would actually end up in Yan Zhao's hands. Heh, no wonder you possess the ability to contend against an 8-star half-emperor. This sky extinction step truly lives up to its name. From the looks of it, Yan Zhao has likely only obtained it for a short period of time. Yet he is actually able to erupt with such a frightening speed. If you are able to successfully master it, I really wonder what kind of frightening existence you will be. When Elder Xian stared at the empty space, there seemed to be a pair of eyes that met with Elder Xian's eyes. After being slightly shocked for an instant, the two of them came to a tacit understanding and did not do anything else. Ha! Suddenly, an earth-shaking cry was suddenly emitted from behind Li Gan. A huge fist that emitted a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared from the space behind Li Gan. The fist violently smashed towards Li Gan's back. Li Gan was also shocked by this sudden attack for an instant. However, he was after all an experienced person. After an instant, the fear on his face was completely swept away. Li Gan's body forcefully turned. In an extremely strange instant, he twisted his body. The dou qi in his body suddenly shook. Immediately, it swiftly gathered on his palm like a spring. He threw a palm out and violently collided with Xiaoyan's fist. With a bang, Li Gan's body suddenly trembled. He did not expect that Xiaoyan's strength would actually be so great. His body involuntarily took half a step back. However, an instant later, Li Gan suddenly waved the golden blade in his other hand and violently chopped at the huge golden fist. Rushing thunder chop. As the blade fell, a frightening thunderbolt followed. Before the blade arrived, the thunderbolt arrived first. The attack had already violently smashed onto the huge fist. Immediately, Xiaoyan involuntarily felt his arm become numb. Even the golden glow on the enormous golden-colored fist had become a little dim. Li Gan could not help but rejoice in his heart when he saw this scene. With a thought, another 1,000-feet thunderbolt that was even thicker than the one before instantly fell. It once again smashed towards the huge golden fist. A slight chi sound was quietly emitted. The 1,000-feet thunderbolt that had just smashed onto Xiaoyan's huge golden fist suddenly disappeared as though it had fallen into an endless abyss. The attack of Li Gan's subordinates could not help but stop for an instant because of this strange scene. Xiaoyan just happened to use this instant to completely eliminate the numbness on his arm. With a cold snort, Xiaoyan's fist suddenly attacked once again. As the huge fist passed, the empty space was broken. Even this originally empty space actually emitted a clear shattering sound at this moment. 8-level collapse. Ha! Bang! The sound of flesh colliding suddenly rang out. Li Gan's body also instantly flew backwards. At the same time, the sound of bones breaking also rang out from Li Gan's body. Under this punch, several of Li Gan's bones were actually forcefully broken. This was enough to show the power contained in Xiaoyan's punch. Explode! A sonorous and powerful voice was once again emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth. One could hear a bang sound once again emitting from Li Gan's body as he flew backwards. His body once again flipped a couple of times in the air uncontrollably. Immediately, he pulled back 500 kilometers before spitting out blood and stopping his body. When he looked at Xiaoyan, his eyes were filled with astonishment. What exactly happened in that attack just now? When Xiaoyan forced Li Gan back with a punch, he slowly revealed his body from the empty air. He smiled in his heart and said in his heart, "Don't worry. Little fellow, you have finally woken up after being in a slumber for so long. Ha ha, from the looks of it, you have obtained quite a lot of benefits from that thread of spatial strength. Not only have you completely recovered your strength, but you have also reached the peak of the 8-star Dosheng class. Haha, this can be considered an unexpected surprise." At this moment, Xiaoyan was naturally referring to Xiao Jin, who had been in a slumber for a long time. It was unexpected that Xiao Jin would actually wake up at such a critical moment. This had saved Xiao Yan a lot of trouble. At this moment, a lightning dragon with flickering golden thunderbolts all over Xiao Yan's body was flipping and dancing within Xiao Yan's body. It appeared to be quite happy. Some silver-white spatial strength occasionally flashed around its body, causing this little fellow to appear even more mysterious. Xiao Yan casually exchanged a couple of words with Xiao Jin, after which he once again withdrew his mind and turned his eyes towards Li Gan, who was 1,000 kilometers away. Although Xiao Yan had struck Li Gan with a punch, this Li Gan still possessed the strength of a 6-star half-emperor. That little attack would at the very most cause some external injuries. Even if he suffered some internal injuries, they would not be considered serious injuries. It was really nothing to people at their level. Ha! A furious roar that contained a bloody aura was once again emitted from Li Gan's mouth. At this moment, Li Gan had truly entered a berserk state. The humiliation today could be said to be the most unbearable in his entire life. Hence, the current Xiao Yan had already been included in the list of people who must die in his heart. Li Gan's body once again flashed and instantly disappeared from this empty space. It was as though he had never appeared. At the same time, the empty space in front of Xiao Yan once again shattered. An extremely sharp golden blade instantly traversed the distance of 1,000 kilometers and appeared in front of Xiao Yan. A blade descended towards Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan was not to be outdone. A cold smile appeared on his face as the heavenly flame once again appeared in his palm. It rapidly gathered and Xiao Yan waved his large sleeve. A ruler was violently swung out and collided with the golden blade. In merely a short moment, the two of them had already exchanged over 100 blows. Both of them had suffered injuries. However, if one were to look carefully, one would be able to discover that Li Gan's clothes were already in tatters. The surface of his body was also covered in patches of green and purple. There were even large areas of his skin that had been burned by the flames. His entire person appeared as though he had been thrown into a bonfire and roasted. He was in an extremely sorry state. Compared to Li Gan, although Xiao Yan's clothes were also in tatters, it was clear that Li Gan's attacks had only damaged Xiao Yan's clothes. With the protection of the Sky Annihilation Steps, Xiao Yan was able to dodge all of Li Gan's attacks if he used his full strength. At this moment, Li Gan was feeling even more furious in his heart. He was a 6-star half-martial emperor. Yet he had been injured to such a state by a 3-star half-martial emperor. How could he possibly accept this? However, at this moment, he was feeling rather helpless in his heart. Xiao Yan's agility was extremely fast. It was definitely not something that he could catch up to. With such speed, it was likely that even an 8-star half-martial emperor would not lose to him if he used his full strength. Unfortunately, while Li Gan was still thinking about how to deal with Xiao Yan no longer had the patience to continue. In today's battle, Xiao Yan only wanted to estimate his own strength. Fighting against a 6-star half-martial emperor was already enough to put him in an undefeatable position. Therefore, there was no need for him to continue playing around. With a move of his body, Xiao Yan's figure instantly retreated over 1,000 miles. Flames surged within his eyes. With a wave of his large sleeve, surging heavenly flames instantly swept out. The seals in his hand rapidly changed. From the looks of the seals, it was Xiao Yan's second famous Do skill, Angry Buddha Reincarnation. Chapter 109. Two human figures stood in the sky 100,000 feet above the savage ancient city. At this moment, the aura of one of them, who appeared quite young, was surging all over his body. Soaring Do-Chi crazily surged out from within his body and gathered in his palm. As the Do-Chi within his body continued to gather, threads of natural energy visible to the naked eye began to appear from the empty space. They turned into a wave of energy torrent that poured into the palm of this man. A fierce flame that could burn the sky swept out from within his body like a tidal wave, covering the entire sky. The entire place suddenly became dry and hot at this moment. At this moment, if one were to raise one's head to look from the ground, the entire sky seemed to have turned into an endless sea of fire. It caused one to feel a hot feeling surge into one's heart when one looked at it. A Band D expert was really terrifying. Such a mighty Do skill was the most terrifying one that they had ever seen in their lives. In the sky, Li Gan's expression changed a little when he looked at Xiao Yan. Clearly, The Do skill that Xiaoyan was currently displaying caused even him to involuntarily feel some worry in his heart. This was merely the initial display of the Do skill. Yet it was already able to attract such a might. It was really impossible to know just what kind of frightening scene it would be when this Do skill was completely agglomerated. Li Gan's eyes stared at the change in Xiaoyan's palm. He could vaguely see that there was a thumb-sized mysterious black-colored light spot in Xiaoyan's palm. The frightening natural energy and Xiaoyan's Do Qi were completely swallowed by the black-colored light spot. That mysterious black-colored light spot was like a bottomless pit. No matter how frightening the energy was, it would be completely swallowed into it. This scene caused the hairs all over Li Gan's body to stand. He immediately felt a sense of danger in his heart. If he were to allow Xiaoyan to continue in this manner, it was likely that he would not even have the chance to escape once he attacked. If he wanted to defeat Xiaoyan now, he must first forcefully interrupt the Do skill that Xiaoyan was currently using. Otherwise, the consequences were definitely not something that he could endure. With this thought in mind, a ruthless look suddenly flashed across Li Gan's eyes. He suddenly waved the large golden blade in his hand. With a move of his body, he once again charged toward Xiaoyan. Thousands of Li Gan dodged in an instant. In the next moment, Li Gan's full-strength attack had already arrived above Xiaoyan's head. It was merely an inch away from Xiaoyan's scalp. Xiaoyan could even clearly feel the sharpness of the golden blade. If this blade really fell, perhaps Xiaoyan would be split in half on the spot. Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed into a thin line. The expression on his face also became increasingly cold. Have you begun your final struggle? Unfortunately, everything that you have done is useless. Back then, I had already said that as long as you do not provoke me, I will naturally be too lazy to bother with you. The current situation is something that you have brought upon yourself. If you want to blame someone, blame that extremely stupid grandson of yours. This thought flashed across Xiaoyan's heart. His body, which was standing in the air, suddenly flashed and disappeared from the sky. At the same time, a certain space 1,000 miles away distorted. Xiaoyan's body once again appeared. The seals in his hands were also rapidly changing. He was not affected by Li Gan at all. Li Gan's attack, which contained all of his aura, had once again missed. The speed of Xiaoyan's agility was not something that a 6-star half-emperor could compare with. Today, it was likely that Li Gan could only watch as Xiaoyan successfully condensed the Do skill in his hand. At that time, it would likely be the time of Li Gan's death. When he thought of this, even though Li Gan was an old fellow who had lived for an unknown number of years, a dense fear involuntarily rose in his heart. However, in the next moment, a cold smile suddenly flashed across his deathly pale face. The smile at the corner of his mouth caused others to feel abnormally disgusted. Li Gan also slowly withdrew the golden blade in his hand. It was as if the Do skill in Xiaoyan's hand had nothing to do with him. He stood straight in the air and looked at Xiaoyan with a cold smile. A long while later, Li Gan coldly smiled at Xiaoyan and said, "Don't tell me that you really want to forcefully kill the old me in this savage ancient city today?" Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he heard these words. His face also revealed a suspicious expression. Li Gan's action earlier was naturally seen by Xiaoyan. However, it also caused Xiaoyan's relaxed heart to involuntarily be slowly raised. After pausing for a moment, Xiaoyan coldly replied to Li Gan, "You can't blame me for this. You can't blame me for all of this. If you didn't provoke me, I wouldn't have bothered to touch you. It's just a pity that your grandson isn't a grandson enough. He insisted on making you his grandfather touch me." When these words of Xiaoyan were spoken, everyone in the city below involuntarily let out a burst of laughter. They were greatly provoked by these words of Xiaoyan. The expressions of the few half-emperor experts in the sky became increasingly solemn at this moment. The eyes with which they looked at Xiaoyan were also filled with incomparable shock and fear. It was not because of these laughable words of Xiaoyan. Instead, it was because of the beautiful circular fire plate that was filled with a frightening flame strength in Xiaoyan's hand at this moment. At a glance, the circular plate did not appear to be anything special. However, the frightening flame strength still caused this dark black world to become incomparably hot even in the endless empty space. The people in the city were protected by them, and were naturally unable to clearly sense it. However, with their strength, how could they not know how frightening that flame was? Immediately, a few of the half-emperor experts opened their mouths and spoke in surprise. Just what kind of natural divine flame is that flame? Don't tell me that it is a natural heavenly flame, on the heavenly flame ranking. Otherwise, how could it possess such a frightening flame strength? This old man doesn't think so. If it is a heavenly flame, how could its color be so chaotic? I'm afraid that it is some kind of beast flame that we are not familiar with. When Elder Xian looked at Xiaoyan, a grave expression involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Luo Jin had already told him about how powerful Xiaoyan was. However, at that time, it was only Luo Jin's words and he did not dare to completely believe them. In his heart, he still had some doubts about Xiaoyan's true fighting strength. Even when he saw Xiaoyan use the sky extinction step earlier, he had only guessed that Xiaoyan would be able to contend against an 8-star half-emperor. However, from the looks of it now, it was not impossible for Xiaoyan to forcefully kill an 8-star half-emperor expert if he wanted to. However, from the fire disc in Xiaoyan's hand at this moment, Elder Xian was able to confirm that the level of this Do technique was likely a man-class Do technique. Even if he were to face it, he would definitely need to be careful. Just how frightening a man-class Do technique was something that Elder Xian, who had come from the middle region, was definitely not unfamiliar with. Currently, the angry Buddha reincarnation in Xiaoyan's hand was nearing its end. Xiaoyan's expression had also become somewhat pale at this moment. Clearly, Xiaoyan had used all his strength to unleash the angry Buddha reincarnation this time around. The strength of this angry Buddha reincarnation would definitely be the strongest angry Buddha reincarnation, ever since Xiaoyan had created it. Humph! Brat, even if you are able to forcefully kill the old me, are you certain that the tens of thousands of people in this savage ancient city will be able to survive? Suddenly, Li Gan's somewhat hoarse voice was once again emitted, causing everyone present to involuntarily turn their gazes over. After hearing Li Gan's words, the expressions of everyone in the city changed slightly. Clearly, they already had some understanding of how frightening the disc in Xiaoyan's hand was. Since this Do technique of Xiaoyan's was able to forcefully kill Li Gan, a 6-star half-emperor, there was no need to even talk about ordinary experts like them. After hearing this, the 10+ half-emperors in the sky emitted a cold snort. Clearly, they were quite dissatisfied with Li Gan's belittling of their strength. After hearing this, the corner of Li Gan's mouth once again emitted a cold smile. Immediately he opened his mouth and laughed out loud. That's right. The old me had nearly forgotten. With the protection of so many half-emperors, this brat's attack will naturally be unable to harm the people in the city. Before the expressions of everyone in the city could warm up after these words were spoken, Li Gan's expression suddenly became crazy. With a cold smile, he once again opened his mouth to speak. Hence, the old me can only die. Since this is the case, even if the old me dies, I will definitely bring this brat along to accompany the old me in death. After Li Gan's words were spoken, the faces of everyone in the city became suspicious. However, the 10+ half-emperors in the sky involuntarily twitched the corner of their mouths intensely after hearing these words. The gazes with which they looked at Li Gan were filled with disdain. The 10+ half-emperors exchanged glances with each other. All of them saw the disdain in each other's eyes. Clearly, the half-emperors present were quite familiar with what Li Gan was going to do next. When everyone turned their heads around and looked at Li Gan once again, they involuntarily shook their heads and sighed in their hearts. This move again. Looks like this old ghost Li Gan will once again be able to avoid a calamity today. This thought had just flashed across everyone's hearts when Li Gan's expression in the sky became increasingly ruthless. He once again turned his gaze towards Xiaoyan and laughed coldly. The old me knows that the strength of this move of yours is sufficient to directly kill the old me. It is likely that this Do technique of yours has already reached the level of a human-class Do technique. The old me also admits that I do not possess a Do technique of such strength. Hence, since I wish to kill you, the old me can only choose the path of self-destruction. Xiaoyan's expression instantly changed after Li Gan's words were emitted. The self-destruction of a half-emperor was really no joke. If he was really allowed to successfully self-destruct, It was likely that everything within a 10,000-mile radius of this savage ancient city would be turned into nothingness. Even if these so-called half-emperors wanted to receive this life-risking attack, it was likely that they would not be able to preserve their lives without paying a sufficiently great price. From this, one could tell just how frightening the self-destruction of a half-emperor was. The most important thing for Xiaoyan was that the teleportation formation that led to the western region was still within the savage ancient city. If the savage ancient city was destroyed, where would he go to find it? This Li Gan was really using the entire savage ancient city to threaten Xiaoyan. Chapter 110. Are you threatening me? Li Gan's threat with his life also caused Xiaoyan to feel a little angry in his heart. In his life, the thing he hated the most was being threatened by others. Li Gan's actions had really touched his reverse scale. A cold smile was revealed on Li Gan's face when he heard Xiaoyan's words, which contained anger. Xiaoyan's fury at this moment was exactly what he wanted. As long as Xiaoyan had scruples about anyone or anything in the ancient savage city, Xiaoyan would definitely not allow the ancient savage city to be destroyed. Moreover, he would be able to remain safe and sound. As for the matter of killing Xiaoyan, Li Gan had naturally already remembered it in his heart. Although he was unable to kill Xiaoyan, there were many experts in the world. As long as he could add fuel to the fire, those who wanted to kill Xiaoyan would naturally line up to find him. As he thought of this in his heart, the smile on Li Gan's face became increasingly obvious. The gaze with which he looked at Xiaoyan also became increasingly disdainful. This also caused Xiaoyan to become even more furious in his heart. The dozen over half-emperors in the sky also saw the fury in Xiaoyan's heart. They also laughed bitterly in their hearts. At this moment, Li Gan had already used this shameless fighting method more than a dozen times. However, it could be said to be successful every time. It caused many people who had the ability to kill him to return empty-handed in the end. The reason for this was because of the city that everyone was in at this moment, the ancient savage city. The ancient savage city was the largest city in the southwest region. There were no less than hundreds of thousands of residents in it. If one were to add up the number of people in the surrounding small cities, it was likely that there would be no less than 800,000 people. As a city with such a terrifying number of people, there was naturally no need to mention how prosperous it was. Hence, there were also countless outsiders. Just the daily flow of people would likely exceed 1 million. Moreover, there were no less than 10,000 younger generation experts who had come out to train. Hence, no one present knew just how many factions there were within the ancient savage city. However, one could understand that behind these people, there was definitely an existence that was not below the Band D class. It was likely that there were even quite a number of genuine Do D class experts. And now, the alchemist competition was already right before their eyes. The ancient city of Wilderness was also filled with mixed forces and elites. It could be said that it had reached its true peak after so many years. The weight of this matter could be seen at a glance. Therefore, if Li Gan really self-destructed in the ancient savage city, the entire city would be reduced to nothingness. As for the younger generation of those great powers, they would definitely disappear from this world. At that time, it would be the time of Xiaoyan's death. The deaths of those people would definitely be blamed on him. Xiaoyan would also be chased by the entire southern region, and even the factions from other regions. However, this was not a situation that Xiaoyan wished to see. After all, just the Ghost Temple Gate alone was enough for Xiaoyan to suffer. The current him was unable to stir up such a big storm. Could it be that he was just going to let Li Gan off? Xiaoyan was unwilling in his heart. Since he had touched his reverse scale, this Li Gan must die. Even an 8-star bandit had died in Xiaoyan's hands. Li Gan was merely a 6-star bandit. Why would he, Xiaoyan, not be able to kill him? However, after some thought, the current situation was not something that Xiaoyan could do as he pleased. A slight mistake would result in him being consigned to eternal damnation. Xiaoyan struggled in his heart for a moment. He also thought of forcefully asking Guyu to attack. Unfortunately, the only response he received was a deathly silence. Although Guyu was strong, he was too principled. Currently, there was no one in this ancient savage city who could dictate everything. Xiaoyan laughed bitterly in his heart. The seal in his hand changed as he gave up on the opportunity to kill Li Gan. Li Gan coldly smiled as he looked at Xiao Yan. At this moment, his heart was incomparably carefree. He loved to see the inner struggle of his enemy. His enemy clearly had the ability to kill him, but did not dare to do so. This really made his heart feel incomparably carefree. However, in the next moment, Xiao Yan's seal, which he was about to change, suddenly disappeared. He lifted his hand and the fire disc in his hand was aimed at Li Gan. At the middle of the disc, there was a thumb-sized dark black mysterious light that was emitting a deep dark light. Li Gan's eyes suddenly widened when he saw this scene. A shocked expression appeared on his face. He hurriedly opened his mouth and roared at Xiao Yan. "Brat! Do you really intend to turn into ashes along with the tens of thousands of people in this ancient savage city?" The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth revealed an extremely icy cold smile when he saw this. An icy voice was slowly emitted from his mouth. "I only want to crush you. Why would I harm the innocent? Moreover, do you really think that you will have the chance to self-destruct?" Li Gan's expression changed once again when Xiao Yan said these words. His face was filled with surprise. After pausing for a moment, he finally opened his mouth and asked Xiao Yan, "What do you mean by this?" Xiao Yan once again emitted a cold laugh. The fire disc in his hand rapidly rotated. A frightening fire strength spread from the disc, causing the endless space to become incomparably hot. "Have you forgotten that in this ancient savage city, there is still someone who can kill you in an instant?" Li Gan's pupils suddenly shrank. He was also shocked by Xiao Yan's words for a moment. Someone who can kill him in an instant? Could the person that Xiao Yan was talking about be that person? "It seems that you have also thought of it." Li Gan's heart trembled. He didn't expect Xiao Yan to drag that person out at this moment. However, it was immediately replaced by a cold laugh. "So what if Senior is in this city? The matter between you and me has nothing to do with Senior. Even if this ancient savage city is really gone, it won't hurt Senior at all. You want to drag Senior down with you? Simply stupid." The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth revealed a playful smile. His eyes flickered as he slowly opened his mouth and said, "I'm not saying that Elder Luo will drag me down with you. I just want to ask Elder Luo to protect Senior's seclusion place. That's all." Senior, it's not something that you can just say." Without waiting for Li Gan's voice to fade, an old figure had already appeared in the space beside Xiao Yan. Looking at his appearance, it was the blacksmith master, Elder Luo. The moment Li Gan saw Elder Luo, his expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that Elder Luo would actually step in for a brat that he had only met once. It should be known that even he had never asked Elder Luo to leave his small courtyard. Exactly what method did this brat have to attract a senior like Elder Luo? Elder Luo casually glanced at Li Gan, who was in a sorry state, and snorted softly. He then turned his head to look at Xiao Yan, who was beside him. He curled his lips and softly reprimanded Xiao Yan. "Brat, you have a sharp tongue. If it wasn't for the fact that I have received a favor from you, I wouldn't have bothered with you." Xiao Yan smiled embarrassedly. In any case, this little old man had finally stepped in. Today, Li Gan wouldn't be able to escape death. The expressions of the countless number of people below instantly became interesting when they heard old Luo's words. How could everyone not know that Xiao Yan was able to get old Luo to say such words? Since this was the case, just what kind of rare natural treasure had Xiao Yan given old Luo? I wrote it wrong again. However, since the content is out, I'll still say the same thing. Please add it. Please recommend it. Those who are interested, please join the group. Group number 476668761. Chapter 111. After old Luo and Xiao Yan finished speaking, old Luo's gaze once again landed on Li Gan. The corners of his mouth lifted into a disdainful smile as he spoke with an indifferent tone. Originally, this old man was too lazy to bother with this matter. However, I heard that you wanted to self-destruct and destroy this old man's place of seclusion. Thus, I felt a little dissatisfied in my heart, and wanted to come out and talk to you. May I know if this is true? After he finished speaking, old Luo's face revealed a lazy expression as he yawned. Only then did he continue to glance at Li Gan. When Li Gan heard old Luo's words, his expression changed again and again. In the end, it turned pale white without any trace of blood. With old Luo's appearance, Li Gan had already lost all of his chances today. If he did not have anything that he could use to threaten Xiaoyan, then today would definitely be the day of his death. If he wanted to continue living, there was only one path left. That was to apologize to Xiaoyan and do his best to obtain his forgiveness. Additionally, old Luo was still beside him. It was likely that Xiaoyan would more or less let him off because of old Luo. However, when he thought of how he, a 6-star half-martial emperor, had to lower his voice and apologize to a mere 3-star half-martial emperor brat, Li Gan immediately felt extremely humiliated in his heart. Fortunately, the desire to live finally caused Li Gan to forcefully suppress the endless resentment he had for Xiaoyan in the bottom of his heart. After all, if he were to really die here today, not only would he be unable to vent the resentment in his heart, even the enormous clan behind him would definitely be swept away in an instant. This was something that Li Gan could not easily give up on. This was especially so when his grandson was involved. How could he be willing to do so? After hesitating for a moment, Li Gan finally hardened his heart. His pair of bloody eyes that were filled with endless resentment slowly closed. The wild and violent dou qi that swept over his body was also forcefully withdrawn into his body. It was a long while later before Li Gan once again slowly opened his eyes. The expression on his face had also become warm as he looked at Xiaoyan. The muscles at the corner of his mouth forcefully pulled out a seemingly gentle smile. His pair of old eyes were also replaced by embarrassment. He coughed twice and said to Xiaoyan, "Ha ha ha ha, my friend. Everything that happened today is just a misunderstanding. When this old man returns, I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Today's battle between you and me, let's treat it as an exchange of blows, no concord. In the future, we will be friends, ha 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 ha." Oh, investigate? This old man thinks that there's no need to investigate. Your grandson was slapped by this old man. That little thing was talking about you in front of this old man. This old man couldn't stand it, so I slapped him. Don't tell me you want to return the favor? The moment Li Gan's words left his mouth, Elder Luo looked at Li Gan with sleepy eyes and said softly. When Li Kang heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. He was originally just saying those words. What? The injuries on Li Kang's body were really caused by Elder Luo? Li Gan hurriedly cupped his hands and smiled back at Elder Luo. His face was also incomparably embarrassed. He suddenly turned around and viciously grabbed at the boundary that was set up by the mini half-emperor experts. With a loud bang, it shattered. Immediately after, Li Kang's figure was pulled up by Li Gan. When Li Kang saw the gloomy expression on his grandfather's face, he was involuntarily startled. When he saw Elder Luo standing beside Xiaoyan, Li Kang instantly seemed to have understood something. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, Li Gan ruthlessly slapped his face. In an instant, half of Li Kang's face rapidly swelled up and became blood red. Fresh blood continuously flowed out from his mouth and nose. A bright red 5-finger print was incomparably clearly imprinted on Li Kang's face. Speak. The injuries on your body, were they really caused by Brother Yin Xiao? With Elder Luo in front and Xiaoyan's prestige, Li Gan admitted his mistake in such a natural and smooth manner. With a single sentence, his relationship with Xiaoyan became much closer. It was as if the two of them were old friends who had known each other for many years. When Li Kang heard Li Gan's furious words, the expression on his face abruptly changed. It was a long while later before he shook his head while trembling. Pa! Another slap resounded through the sky. Li Gan's heart was extremely pained. However, with Xiaoyan present, he had no choice but to be ruthless for once. Li Gan's face was gloomy. He did not know who caused it, but the skin at the corner of his eyes continuously trembled because of the fury in his heart. Apologize to Brother Yin Xiao. When these words were spoken, Li Kang's pupils instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. No matter how he thought about it, he did not expect that his grandfather would actually say such words to him. However, he was also incomparably clear about the exact situation in his heart. At this moment, he could not possibly allow his grandfather to personally apologize to Xiaoyan. If that was the case, he did not know if his situation would be any better when he returned. It was a long while later before Li Kang turned around to face Xiaoyan. Although he was apologizing, there was still a vicious glint flowing within his eyes. Finally, after pausing for a moment, Li Kong finally slowly bowed and apologized to Xiao Yin in front of everyone's gazes. At the same time, the pair of hands under his sleeves were tightly clenched together. Traces of fresh blood flowed down from between his fingers, indicating the emotions that were buried deep within his heart at this moment. Haha, Li Gong, this little fellow is a little unreasonable. This old man clearly heard earlier that you wanted that little fellow Yin Xiao to apologize. Since it is you now, you should also do the same, right? Since you have an apology, shouldn't you also take a look at your apology gift? Let me remind you that this little fellow's eyesight is quite good. Since he is able to take out something that has caused this old man to be extremely shocked, there is no need for this old man to say more about his sharp eyesight. You should also stop trying to fool others. Old Luo parted his mouth and laughed coldly when he saw this scene. When he opened his mouth once again, it caused the corner of Li Gong's mouth to twitch continuously. He even felt as though his heart was dripping blood. It was a long while later before Li Gong finally made up his mind. Since old Luo had spoken, he definitely wanted him to take out something. Moreover, from the meaning of his words, the thing that he took out must definitely not be inferior. Li Gong laughed awkwardly. He looked at old Luo with an embarrassed smile, and said with a bitter smile, "Elder, this junior did not bring any valuable items when he went out. Moreover, I'm afraid that Brother Yin Xiao would not even be interested in the little things that this junior has." When Luo Jin heard this, he once again let out a cold laugh. Immediately, the expression on his face suddenly became cold. He snorted coldly and said in a cold voice, "Why, you don't have it? Then take out your Void Lightning Pool invitation." When these words came out, the expression on Li Gong's face instantly froze. His entire person seemed to be fixed in the air, and instantly became silent. Requesting collection. Requesting recommendation. Those who are interested, please enter the group. Group number 4766686761. Chapter 112. After Elder Luo's words left his mouth, Li Gong was completely stunned. He had never expected that Elder Luo would say such a long speech because of the Void Lightning Pool invitation in his hands. Elder Luo was indeed worthy of being called a true expert. Not only did Elder Luo poach Li Gong's resources, he had also done Xiao Yin a huge favor. At the very least, this was what Li Gong thought. However, to Elder Luo, the Void Lightning Pool invitation was just SOSO. If it was not for the fact that this item could be of help to Xiao Yin, Elder Luo would not have bothered to say anything more. Even the dozen or so half-martial emperors below started to rejoice in their hearts when they saw this scene. They rejoiced that they did not provoke this demon-level genius. Even more so, they rejoiced that they did not provoke old Luo. However, on the other hand, these half-martial emperors were even more curious about Xiao Yin. Exactly what kind of rare natural treasure did he give Elder Luo in order for Elder Luo to take such good care of him? When Elder Xian saw this scene in the sky, he involuntarily frowned. Others might not know, but how could he not know? He had some relationship with Elder Luo. Even the Yunin Pavilion behind him was inextricably linked to Elder Luo. Although he did not dare to say that he knew Elder Luo's character, he knew a little about him. Elder Luo had experienced countless things in his life. Those who knew him were all people of great power. Even some of the truly powerful experts were on good terms with Elder Luo. Among them, there were countless people who wanted to ask Elder Luo to help them refine weapons. However, Elder Luo's standards were extremely high. Those who did not have the qualifications to refine weapons, regardless of how powerful they were or how powerful they were all ignored by Elder Luo. Even if there was someone who could ask Elder Luo to help them, Elder Luo would usually not give them any face. From this, one could see how rare the materials that could truly move Elder Luo were. However, Xiao Yin had actually managed to get old Luo to help him. Could it be that the crafting material that Xiao Yin had given old Luo was the last one in the continent? At this moment, Li Gong's face was filled with embarrassment. The Void Lightning Pool invitation was a once-in-a-century opportunity. He only had a few chances, so how could he be willing to give it up? The Void Lightning Pool invitation was formed by condensing the power of the Void Lightning Pool. One could use this invitation to enter the Void Lightning Pool once. As for that empty space lightning pool, it was an ancient lightning pool that had been condensed for countless years. The heavenly lightning within it was incomparably dense. If even a half-martial emperor were to properly absorb and refine the heavenly lightning after entering it, not only would the half-martial emperor's body receive an enormous increase in strength, even their soul's strength would be greatly increased. However, as the void lightning pool floated in the boundless void, even half-martial emperors would not be able to detect it. As for the void lightning pool invitation, it was formed by the heavenly lightning within the void lightning pool. Every 100 years, 30 void lightning pool invitation would fall from the void lightning pool and scatter. At this time, many experts would come to search for it. As long as they managed to obtain it, they would be able to use the invitation to enter the void lightning pool once. Of course, the power of a single void lightning pool invitation was naturally not enough to open the path to the void lightning pool. At this time, the owners of the void lightning pool invitation had to take out their void lightning pool invitation and gather the power of the 30 void lightning pool invitation together before entering the void lightning pool together. Only by doing so would one be able to enter the void lightning pool and absorb and refine the heavenly lightning within it. As for how much heavenly lightning one could refine, that would depend on one's luck. A large part of the reason why Li Gan was able to possess his current strength was because he was lucky enough to enter the void lightning pool twice. Now that he had such an opportunity again, Li Gan was naturally unwilling to give it up. He was certain in his heart that if he was able to enter the void lightning pool this time around, he might even be able to use this opportunity to break through to a 7-star half-martial emperor. How could he possibly be willing to accept such a temptation? One must know that although there was only a difference of 1 star, how powerful was a half-martial emperor? A difference of 1 star was enough to overturn the entire battle situation. Not everyone could be as heaven-defying as Xiao Yan. He possessed so many Mantirdo skills. If he were to go all out, he would naturally be able to fight against a high-level half-martial emperor. However, if he were to remove these, it was likely that his chances of victory against a 4-star half-martial emperor would not be high. Because of this, the temptation of the void lightning pool to people with strength like them was even more prominent. This was also the reason why old Luo had helped Xiao Yan ask for an apology. To Xiao Yan, the value of the void lightning pool invitation was a true temptation. Xiao Yan had also come to know about the void lightning pool invitation through old Luo's voice transmission. It was fine if he did not know about it earlier. However, at this moment, he understood it in his heart. A wave involuntarily rose in his eyes. Since it was such a rare item, he would naturally obtain it if he could. Xiao Yan would definitely not let go of this apology gift from Li Gan. Xiao Yan raised his eyes slightly and saw Li Gan's hesitant manner. However, a cold snort was emitted from his nose. His foot suddenly took a step forward, and his right hand was instantly raised in front of his chest. The fire disc in his hand was also aimed at Li Gan. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind, and the fire disc instantly began to rotate wildly. Waves of majestic natural energy also began to gather toward the disc in Xiao Yan's hand. Li Gan's body abruptly pulled back the instant he saw Xiao Yan's stance. At the same time, he also loudly shouted at Xiao Yan, "Little friend Yan Xiao, please do not attack. This void lightning pool invitation is already useless to me. So what if I give it to little friend Yan Xiao? How can there be an apology gift?" Although his words were insincere, Xiao Yan felt quite comfortable when he heard them. At the very least, this Li Gan was willing to give it to him. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth lifted into a cold smile. His raised hand also slowly fell. If he did not give these people an appropriate blow, they would really not be willing to cooperate. Did they really think that he was so confident because he relied on old Luo? Li Gan was also quite frightened by Xiao Yan's attack. He was really afraid that Xiao Yan would really forcefully attack and directly end him here. If he were to die, the void lightning pool invitation would still end up in Xiao Yan's hands. Since this was the case, it was better to directly give it to him and save his old life first. A smile of praise involuntarily appeared on old Luo's old face when he saw this scene. Xiao Yan's character was so shrewd and ruthless. It was no wonder that he was able to ascend to such a peak position in this chaotic world. His character was firm and indomitable. He was decisive when doing things. Only such a man would be able to rise in this chaotic world and fight for a spot in the world. Chapter 113. When he saw Xiaoyan put down his hand again, Li Gan's tense nerves relaxed a little. In his heart, he knew that no matter what, the void lightning pool invitation in his hand had to be handed over to Xiaoyan. At the same time, Li Gan also deeply remembered the humiliation that Xiaoyan had given him in his heart. He believed that there would come a day when he would return all of it to Xiaoyan. Li Gan took a deep breath in his chest and tried his best to calm his emotions. A moment later, a smile appeared on Li Gan's face. That smile was so peaceful that it was as though nothing had happened between him and Xiaoyan. Li Gan faced Xiaoyan. He flipped his right hand and a bright silver-colored invitation card appeared in Li Gan's palm out of nowhere. Immediately, the force in Li Gan's palm shook and the invitation card shot toward Xiaoyan. When Xiaoyan saw this, he extended his hand and used two of his fingers to break the force on the void lightning pool invitation. He caught it with his other hand and kept it without even looking at it. Xiaoyan knew that with Elder Luo watching from the side, Li Gan did not have the guts to do anything. Therefore, he was quite relieved. Li Gan's face was filled with pain as he watched Xiaoyan keep the void lightning pool invitation that he had obtained with great difficulty. His heart also felt quite helpless. Since it had already landed in Xiaoyan's hands, he could only give it up. Li Gan bowed slightly and cupped his hands towards Elder Luo. After saying that he would take his leave, he turned around and left with Li Kong. However, just as he turned around, Xiaoyan's voice sounded out again. "Brother Li Gan, you're really leaving just like that? Could it be that you've forgotten that you still haven't given me an apology gift?" When Xiaoyan said these words, not only Li Gan, but even Elder Luo, who was beside him, could not help but raise his eyebrows. "Apology gift? Didn't you take it just now? Why are you asking for it now? Do you really want to force me into a life and death struggle?" When Li Gan turned around, the expression on his face was a little gloomy. He had repeatedly made things difficult for Li Gan. He really wanted to force Li Gan to make a move. Xiaoyan still had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Li Gan. It was as though he was waiting for Li Gan to take the invitation. This expression and action of Xiaoyan, in addition to the fire circular plate that Xiaoyan had his eye on, caused Li Gan to not feel hot under the assault of the flame strength. Instead, he felt an icy cold feeling invade his heart. Xiaoyan knew that Li Gan could not think of anything else. However, with Elder Luo's shrewdness, he instantly understood the meaning behind Xiaoyan's words. "Brother Li Gan, could it be that you have forgotten so quickly? Earlier, you said that this void lightning pool invitation was given to me by you. As for the compensation, it is naturally another matter. Don't you think so?" The expression on Li Gan's face instantly stiffened when Xiaoyan's words left his mouth. Immediately, the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. The words he had said earlier were merely polite words he had said. Why did Xiaoyan take them seriously? Was he not digging a hole for himself to jump into? Although he became angrier the more he thought about it. Xiaoyan was currently guarded by Elder Luo. As long as Elder Luo was around, Elder Luo would not care even if Xiaoyan went overboard. When he thought of this, Li Gan could not help but feel an indescribable sense of humiliation. However, no matter how humiliating it was, in the end, it could not change the fact that he had been viciously tricked by Xiaoyan. Li Gan's hand once again flipped in the air. A palm-sized crystal stone appeared in Li Gan's palm. Li Gan looked at this crystal stone with a pained expression. He did not hesitate any longer. It was as though he was afraid that he would go back on his words. He directly lifted his hand and threw it at Xiaoyan. Looking at the way he threw the crystal stone, it was as though he was venting the emotions in his heart. This caused the people watching below to involuntarily laugh. When Xiaoyan randomly received the crystal stone, a bright expression quietly flashed across his eyes. Immediately, it was perfectly hidden. He lifted his head and revealed a warm smile to Li Gan. This caused the corners of Li Gan's mouth to twitch intensely. Immediately, the father and son duo said goodbye to Elder Luo and quickly left. The angry Buddha reincarnation in Xiaoyan's palm once again turned into waves of even purer and majestic Do Qi, and returned to the vortex in Xiaoyan's body. After Li Gan and his father left, the dozen or so half-martial emperors below all flew up and stood in front of Elder Luo. They respectfully cupped their hands and bowed to Elder Luo. This scene caused everyone in the city below to sigh emotionally. It was really good to be an expert. No matter how arrogant a person was, they would still have to bow their heads in front of him and give the greeting of a junior. Of course, after these dozen or so half-emperors bowed to Elder Luo, they did not forget that Xiao Yan, who was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, was still present. One by one they stepped forward and chatted with Xiao Yan. Even the 3-star half-emperor expert, who had once exchanged blows with Xiao Yan, still had some lingering fear on his face as he chatted with Xiao Yan. His attitude when facing Xiao Yan was extremely humble. Of course, Xiao Yan did not feel any pride in his heart. He knew that although he had the strength to challenge those of a higher level, it was under the premise that he had used all of his strength. After one attack, Xiao Yan would enter a period of weakness. Any half-emperor expert would be able to easily kill him. At this moment, the reason why these people treated him so respectfully was partly because of his strength, but more importantly, it was probably because of Elder Luo who had just left. The care that Elder Luo had shown to Xiao Yan had all been seen by them today. If Xiao Yan was really on good terms with Elder Luo, as long as he had the protection of an expert like Elder Luo, he would definitely become a powerful expert with endless strength in the future. At this moment, befriending Xiao Yan was equivalent to using Xiao Yan to befriend Elder Luo. What they were interested in was merely the hope that Elder Luo had for Xiao Yan. Strength was nothing. Even if he could not beat them, he could still hide. The continent was so big. What could not be hidden? Xiao Yan was too lazy to bother about these things. After chatting with these people for a while, he left by himself. After these half-emperors mocked and ridiculed each other for a while, they also dispersed. They were too lazy to bother about anything else. That night, a human figure quietly left this savage ancient city. He quickly flew towards the deep mountains and old forests outside the city. In merely a couple of breaths, he had already covered a distance of several thousand miles. Soon after, waves of ear-piercing sonic booms spread across the forest. Countless low-rank magical beasts were all forcefully killed by the frightening sonic booms. This night, which appeared to be calm, had turned into a bloody night. Chapter 114. Half a month's time quietly passed. The alchemist's grand meeting was finally about to begin. At this moment, there were experts from various places gathering in the ancient savage city. Within a short couple of days, there were already over a dozen elite Bandizun experts who had personally arrived at this ancient savage city. Their aim was naturally self-evident. All of them had come for the alchemist's grand meeting. From this, one could tell that the alchemist's grand meeting this time around was really quite powerful. Creak. The 2 wooden doors were slowly pushed open. A young man wearing a black robe slowly walked out from within. Although Xiao Yan had already reached middle age, he still maintained his appearance of being in his early 20s, due to his bandi strength. At this moment, Xiao Yan's bright eyes looked towards the middle of the ancient savage city after exiting the inn. That place was the true core of this city. It was also the place where the true experts gathered. The alchemist's grand meeting would be held there. Haha, the opening ceremony of the alchemist's grand meeting will be in a couple of days. I should also go and take a look. I wonder if there will be any bandi-level alchemists participating. If that is the case, it will really be interesting. A moment later, Xiao Yan's figure had already arrived at a bustling downtown area. At this moment, there was a huge pavilion in front of Xiao Yan that appeared like a medicinal cauldron. This pavilion was the Alchemist Association's meeting place in the ancient savage city. Those who could enter were either extremely powerful or high-tier alchemists. In a bustling city like the ancient savage city, one must at least possess the strength of a Do Sheng if one wished to enter the Alchemist Association. Even if one was an alchemist, one must possess the qualification to refine a Tier 8 medicinal pill if one wished to enter. Naturally, one's status was self-explanatory. A Tier 8 alchemist guru. Of course, under the great efforts of the Alchemist Association, there was naturally no one who dared to violate the rules here. After all, offending the Alchemist Association was equivalent to creating an endless number of enemies. No one would be foolish enough to do such a thing. In this place, even if one was a half-martial emperor, even if one was qualified to enter and leave this place and receive reverence, if one were to really violate the rules of this place, one would still suffer. Thus, the people here were very well behaved. Even the current Xiao Yan could not help but sigh in amazement at this golden club. Alchemists were indeed an extremely powerful group. Once they were united, even the strongest half-emperors in the outside world would have to obediently follow their rules. It was easy to see just how powerful alchemists were. The moment Xiao Yan stepped into the Alchemist Association, he was immediately surrounded by the fog-like pill fragrance without any surprise. However, this place was clearly different from his. This pill fragrance had undergone a special dilution, causing it to appear incomparably fragrant. It also inadvertently caused one's mood to become comfortable. Xiao Yan's entrance also attracted the attention of a portion of the people. However, they merely took a glance before ignoring Xiao Yan. There were countless half-emperors and alchemists entering and exiting this place every day. It was not as though there were no young alchemist gurus. To them, this was already a common sight, and there was no need for them to pay attention to it. With regards to this, Xiao Yan also sought some peace and quiet. He had only come here to understand the different levels of alchemists in the Yuanwu continent. He had been here for quite some time, but he had yet to learn anything about alchemists. As an alchemist, Xiao Yan felt a little embarrassed in his heart. Just as he was about to lift his foot and walk towards the interior, a figure walked towards Xiao Yan. This person was the 3-star half-emperor expert who had exchanged blows with Xiao Yan the other day. A smile was revealed on Xiao Yan's face when he saw this person. Although this old man had a bad temper, he was still someone worth befriending. If Xiao Yan could establish a good relationship with him, he might be able to help him in some way. Brother Yin Xiao, haha, I never imagined that you would also come here. Oh, that's right, I saw you use that extremely powerful flame the other day. Don't tell me that you're also an alchemist? Before the old man arrived in front of Xiao Yan, his rough and heroic voice was already transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears like waves of thunder. It shook Xiao Yan to the point that a rumbling sound endlessly reverberated within his body. Xiao Yan faintly curled his lips. This fellow's character was truly unbearable for Xiao Yan. However, he still nodded his head in response. When the old man saw that Xiao Yan had actually nodded his head in response, another wave of praise involuntarily sounded from his mouth. The gaze he used to look at Xiao Yan with was akin to looking at a monster. At such a young age, he had forcefully raised both his alchemy skills and cultivation. This was truly shocking. Brother Yin Xiao is truly a genius. He can truly be called a monster. Ha 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 ha. To be able to obtain such achievements at such a young age, Brother Yin Xiao will definitely have a place in this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting. Who knows, Brother Yin Xiao might even become a dark horse in this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting. Since that is the case, let me first congratulate you, ha 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 ha. Xiao Yan gently raised his eyes and gave a non-committal smile. He did not say anything. I wonder why Brother Yin Xiao is here at this moment. Old Qin, I can accompany you for a while. I also know some of the people here, and I will help you get to know them. Hee hee. The cultivation of the old fellows here is only so. However, with their alchemy skills, they put on airs all day long. It makes people feel uncomfortable just by looking at them. Brother Yin Xiao, you should also pay attention when the time comes. Xiao Yan smiled. He knew this kind of thing even without Qin Zhong's reminder. He was naturally aware of the eccentricities of alchemists. As for Qin Zhong, it was likely that no one would be able to get along with him. With his fiery temper, it was likely that no one would be able to get along with him. Brother Qin Zhong, let's go. I have not taken the alchemist badge test for a long time. Today, I will also go and take a look. It will be more convenient in the future if I take the badge first. Qin Zhong once again smiled when he heard this. His figure moved and he led the way in front of Xiao Yan. With Qin Zhong's familiarity with the Alchemist Association, Xiao Yan naturally saved a lot of time. After a short while, the two of them arrived at a large hall. When they arrived at this place, the originally somewhat spacious surroundings were completely surrounded by a surging crowd. The purpose of these people was the same as Xiao Yan. They had come to test their spiritual strength in order to obtain the qualification of a high-rank alchemist. There are quite a number of people here. It is a pity that they are all little fellows and cannot be mentioned in public. I wonder what rank alchemist Brother Yin Xiao wants to take the test. Perhaps I can be of some help. Xiao Yan smiled when he heard this. No matter where one went, it was useful to have strength. There would always be people who would think of ways to give you special treatment. After pondering for a while in his heart, Xiaoyan could not help but open his mouth and ask, "Brother Qinzhong, do you know what the highest rank of alchemist here is?" Although Xiaoyan's voice was not loud, the people present were not weak. The weakest among them was a quasi-8th rank alchemist. Xiaoyan's words naturally fell into the ears of everyone present. Even the elder in charge of the test could not help but turn his gaze towards Xiaoyan at this moment. Qinzhong's expression was startled when he heard these words. He had never expected Xiaoyan to say such words in front of everyone. He was just about to open his mouth when the elder in charge of the test took a step forward and opened his mouth to speak with a smile. "The highest qualification here is to reach the 9th rank high-rank alchemist. I wonder if you have the confidence to take it in one go?" Xiaoyan frowned slightly when he heard this. He sighed and shook his head. He muttered to himself in a low voice, "9th rank high rank? It is still too low." Although this voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible, under the terrifying hearing of Qinzhong, a half-emperor expert, and the elder in charge of the test, it was still heard by them. 9th rank high-rank alchemist was too low. Could it be that this Xiaoyan wanted to take the test for a higher rank? Chapter 115. Grade 9 Advanced Grade Alchemist was too low. The two of them were completely stunned on the spot by Xiaoyan's words. Tier 9 High-Grade Alchemist. He actually felt that such a powerful alchemist's tier was low. They did not know if he really possessed such strength, or if he thought too highly of himself. Xiaoyan's words caused the two of them to be completely stunned. Even an ordinary half-emperor expert would have to speak politely to a grade 9 alchemist. After all, a grade 9 alchemist could be considered as a person who could truly stand out in the entire continent. However, Xiaoyan actually did not even place a grade 9 advanced grade alchemist in his eyes. Did he really think that he was an exceptional genius who could comprehend everything in a short period of time? To be able to reach the level of a half-emperor, one could only say that his cultivation talent was heaven-defying. However, alchemy was not something that could be achieved just by cultivating all day long. The strength of one's spiritual strength was not only dependent on one's strength, it also required one's comprehension. Even an ordinary half-emperor's spiritual strength might not be able to reach the level of an emperor. The invigilating elder did not believe that Xiaoyan's spiritual strength could reach the level of an emperor at such a young age, even though he had the body of a half-emperor. Wouldn't that be too heaven-defying? Friend, confidence is a good thing. However, blind confidence will turn into arrogance. Why don't you try to become a grade 9 advanced grade alchemist first? You will not be able to withstand the higher levels. The invigilating elder was also a grade 9 advanced grade alchemist. His mood was clearly a little bad after hearing Xiaoyan's words. However, he still chuckled as he spoke to Xiaoyan. Qinzhong by the side involuntarily curled the corner of his mouth when he heard these words. This old man's words were quite calm, but his actions clearly indicated that he wanted Xiaoyan to go up and suffer. Once Xiaoyan did not have the qualification to become a tier 9 high-grade alchemist, he would mock him. This was something that the hot-tempered Qinzhong could not endure. He immediately let out a cold snort and stepped forward. Xiaoyan furrowed his brows when he heard these words. The people in the Alchemist Association were just as Qinzhong had said. They were all prideful individuals. As long as there was something wrong in their hearts, they would return the favor. Xiaoyan could not be bothered to waste time with him. He did not care about a grade 9 advanced grade alchemist. 10 years ago, he was already able to refine a grade 9 mysterious pill. Now that he was an emperor, a grade 9 alchemist was nothing to him. However, today a mere grade 9 advanced grade alchemist actually spoke such disdainful words in front of him. Xiaoyan was naturally somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. Xiaoyan extended his hand and stopped Qinzhong, who was about to step forward. His expression was calm as he slowly walked toward the examination elder. Those alchemists in front of Xiaoyan, who were still waiting for the test, opened up a path wherever he passed. The voice of the examining elder earlier was quite loud. He had purposely allowed them to hear it. At this moment, everyone wanted to see Xiaoyan's face when he made a fool of himself. They wanted to see if he could still be as calm as he was now. They didn't believe that a fledgling brat, even if he had some talent in cultivation, would be unconvinced in their hearts when it came to medicine concocting skills. How could the medicine concocting skills of the man in front of them be compared to them? Genuine alchemists who wholeheartedly sought the path of medicine concocting. Everyone sneered as they watched Xiaoyan walk towards the Alchemist Association. They were waiting for Xiaoyan to be defeated. At that time, there would be another scene of laughter. Walking in front of the Alchemist Association, Xiaoyan still looked indifferent. He looked at the Alchemist Association's Advanced Grade Alchemist Association and slowly said, "According to your previous words, there should be other assessment areas here. Since you don't want me to go there easily, then tell me what's the test. I'll pass it directly so that I can take the higher level test." Hua. Xiaoyan's words did not leave any face for the Alchemist Association's Advanced Grade Alchemist Association. He directly provoked the Alchemist Association's Advanced Grade Alchemist Association, causing the Alchemist Association's Advanced Grade Alchemist Association to have an ugly expression. He coldly snorted and pointed at a black stone tablet behind him. "This is the spirit testing tablet. As long as you place your palm on it and pour your spiritual strength into it, this tablet will be able to test your spiritual strength and alchemist's grade. The highest level of this spirit testing tablet can reach is the perfect heavenly realm, and a grade 9 high-grade alchemist." As his words fell, the Alchemist Association's Advanced Grade Alchemist Association looked at Xiaoyan with an indifferent expression. Then he swept his gaze across the crowd and stepped to the side, opening a path for Xiaoyan. He was also waiting for Xiaoyan to fail the test and be defeated. Casually glancing at the Alchemist Association's Advanced Grade Alchemist Association, Xiaoyan's body did not move, but an extremely terrifying spiritual strength condensed between his eyebrows and swept towards the spirit testing tablet. "Brother Yin Xiao, do you really want to do this? Don't be impulsive and fall for this ignorant man's trick." Suddenly, Xiaoyan heard Qin Zhong's rough voice, which was filled with concern again, causing Xiaoyan's movements to pause. But immediately Xiaoyan chuckled. Turning around, Xiaoyan revealed a reassuring smile to Qin Zhong. The two of them nodded in understanding, and Qin Zhong did not say anything else. Since Xiaoyan had indicated for him to be at ease, then Xiaoyan should have his own confidence. Although he had not known Xiaoyan for long, Qin Zhong dared to conclude that as long as Xiaoyan dared to do this, he definitely had his own confidence. After all, was Li Gan not the same as that day? Originally, he had wanted to use his strength to suppress Xiaoyan and intimidate him. However, in the end he was forcefully suppressed by Xiaoyan, causing him to not only be mocked by tens of thousands of people, but also have to apologize. Perhaps today, Xiaoyan would be able to prove himself once again. Just as he turned around, a terrifying spiritual strength surged out from between Xiaoyan's eyebrows like a tidal wave, fiercely bombarding the spirit testing tablet. When the spiritual strength swept through the hall, everyone was suppressed by the terrifying spiritual strength and knelt on the ground. Even the exam elder, who was looking at Xiaoyan with a sneer on his face, took a few steps back with difficulty. In the end, he relied on his strength as a one-star half-emperor to forcefully support himself and not fall down. Outside the hall, there were quite a few people who had discovered the abnormality the instant the spiritual strength swept out. Their faces instantly changed, and their eyes were filled with shock. Could it be that some almighty of the Alchemist Guild was refining an extremely powerful medicinal pill? Otherwise, how could there be such a frightening momentum? Even some of the true leaders of the Alchemist Guild were looking over with shock in their eyes. Then their figures moved, and they quickly rushed towards the hall. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The spirit testing tablet, which had been hit by Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, only lasted for a moment before it exploded, turning into a pile of rubble on the ground. At this moment, Qin Zhong, who was standing behind Xiaoyan, was also looking at Xiaoyan in front of him in shock. He never imagined that Xiaoyan's spiritual strength would actually be so powerful. A grade 9 high-rank alchemist is really a trashy existence to you. After a long while, Qin Zhong could only bitterly smile, shake his head and sigh. Then he looked pitifully at the exam elder, who was still bitterly holding on, and no longer spoke. Those who are interested, please join the group. Please add. Please recommend. Please comment. Group number 4766686761. Chapter 116. At this moment, the invigilating elder had a bitter expression on his face. He knew in his heart that today, he had finally met someone he should not have. From today onwards, his good days would come to an end. After the spirit testing tablet was destroyed, Xiaoyan casually withdrew his spiritual strength. Only then did the kneeling Tier 8 alchemists crawl up with difficulty. Each of them looked at Xiaoyan's back with horrified eyes. Even so, they still felt a trance in their eyes and were unable to clearly see Xiaoyan's back. In the world of the strong, just the remnant power was enough to make them feel powerless. This kind of power was not something that ordinary Tier 8 alchemists like them could resist. Xiaoyan's aura dissipated, and the exam elder's body also felt lighter. His bent waist also slowly straightened up. However, looking at his face, there was not the slightest trace of relief. There was no other reason other than the young man in black robes standing in front of him. Xiaoyan's action must have alarmed everyone in the Alchemist Guild. As the exam elder, he had neglected such a person. After this matter, the higher-ups would definitely hold him responsible. In order to appease the dissatisfaction in this person's heart, he would not be able to stay in this savage ancient city in the future. With a single mistake, he had given up his glory and wealth. It was time to change his high and mighty character. Sighing in his heart, the exam elder helplessly shook his head. He let out a long sigh and stood on the spot with a dispirited face. On the other hand, Qin Zhong's face was filled with mockery as he looked at the people around him. These fellows usually had their noses in the air and looked down on others. Today, they finally had a taste of being suppressed. Haha, I did not know that an esteemed guest would be visiting and have neglected you. This old man apologizes to you on behalf of the Alchemist Guild. Suddenly, a bold and clear laughter broke through the air and reverberated within the hall, causing everyone to feel a roaring sound reverberate in their ears. Qin Zhong's expression involuntarily turned solemn when he heard this voice. Given his familiarity with the savage ancient city, he naturally knew who the owner of this voice was. Moreover, based on his words that represented the entire Alchemist Association, this person's identity had already surfaced. This person was definitely the chairman of the Alchemist Association. When Xiaoyan heard this, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The person in charge of the venue was finally here. As such, Xiaoyan did not have to look for him again. This is my first time here. I don't want to disturb Master, so I'll just look around. As Xiaoyan's voice faded, the crowd in front of him parted, and three elderly figures appeared before everyone's eyes. Following the appearance of the three figures, waves of astonishment were immediately emitted from the crowd, causing the hall, which had originally quietened down because of Xiaoyan, to once again become noisy. Isn't that Chairman Guli? Also, aren't those two beside him the deputy chairman, Qi Lin, and the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Association, Elder Wei Yi? That's right, that's right. The three of them are usually elusive and rarely appear. It is unexpected that all of them have come today, because of this Yin Xiao. Just what ability does this Yin Xiao have to actually attract all three of them here? If news of this were to spread, it is likely that it would cause another earth-shaking storm. The three old men who were the main characters completely ignored the noisy discussions of the crowd. At this moment, their gazes had all landed on Xiaoyan, who was right at the front of the crowd. Haha, from the looks of it, this friend wants to obtain an alchemist badge, right? The three of them stopped 10 feet in front of Xiaoyan. The hemp-clothed old man, who was the leader, stroked his beard with one hand as he looked at Xiaoyan with a smile on his face, and spoke with a loud laugh. Although the old man was dressed casually, Xiaoyan did not dare to relax even a little when facing him. From Xiaoyan's perception, the strength of this old man did not lose to the cloud-splitting wolf. The density of his aura was likely even greater. That's right. However, from the looks of it, your spirit testing tablet seems to have been broken by me. Haha, with this friend's strength, this kind of spirit testing tablet is naturally unable to withstand a casual attack from you. This time, the one who spoke was an old man wearing a brocade robe standing to the left of the leading old man. His red hair was like rising flames. His aura was actually equally matched with the leading old man. Clearly, he was also an 8-star half-martial emperor expert. At this moment, Xiao Yan finally understood the true strength of the Alchemist Guild. No wonder ordinary half-martial emperors had to be well-behaved in this place. Without even mentioning the powerful alchemists in the Alchemist Guild, just the overall strength of the Alchemist Guild was already not inferior to some super factions. When Xiao Yan's gaze turned towards the third old man, his brows involuntarily furrowed slightly. The third old man was wearing the robe of a high-tier alchemist. However, what caused Xiao Yan to be somewhat astonished was that this old man's strength was only that of a 2-star half-martial emperor. Yet he was actually able to travel together with these two. This was truly strange. However, in the next instant, Xiao Yan's gaze landed on the alchemist badge on the old man's chest. The badge's outer appearance was like a medicinal cauldron. Above the medicinal cauldron, there were strands of medicinal fragrance lingering on it. In the middle of the medicinal cauldron, there were 9 different colored ripples engraved on it like rainbows. Those 9 ripples represented a rank 9 alchemist. However, on those ripples, there were 2 genuine medicinal pellets. If one were to carefully smell them, one would even discover that those 2 genuine medicinal pellets were actually emitting waves of medicinal fragrance that made one's heart feel comfortable. Brother Yin Xiao, you should pay more attention to the third old man. That old man's name is Wei Yi. Although his strength is not much, his alchemy skills are extremely exquisite. He is the head alchemist of the Alchemist Guild. His rank has even reached that of a rank 2 alchemist. Because of this, he is normally extremely arrogant. You have to be careful. Qin Zhong's voice was once again transmitted to Xiao Yan just as Xiao Yan was observing the old man wearing alchemist robes. He introduced the old man to Xiao Yan through voice transmission. Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard the somewhat foreign words in Qin Zhong's words. Rank 2 alchemist. Was this the alchemist rank on the origin martial continent? There was no difference between it and the Doqi continent. While Xiao Yan was paying attention to the alchemist called Wei Yi, the other party was also paying attention to him. The spiritual pressure that Xiao Yan had emitted just now was not inferior to his. Wei Yi's heart was incomparably clear that the reason he could become the head alchemist of the Alchemist Guild was because of his frightening spiritual strength. The appearance of Xiao Yan would definitely become a great calamity in his heart. It was likely that even his position as the chief alchemist would be given to him by these 2 old fellows in front of him with cupped hands. The moment he thought of this, Wei Yi's impression of Xiao Yan instantly fell to the bottom of the valley. Chapter 117. From what the 2 of you said just now, are there other places to take the test in the Alchemist Guild? Xiao Yan didn't care about Wei Yi's slightly sinister gaze. Xiao Yan had seen this kind of gaze many times before. It was only because the spiritual strength that Xiao Yan had displayed just now was too strong that jealousy arose in his heart. Or perhaps it was because he was afraid that Xiao Yan's talent would pose a threat to his position as the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Association, causing him to have some resentment toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's heart was not here. Naturally, he was too lazy to bother. He ignored the dark and dense expression on Wei Yi's face as he turned his gaze toward the old man leading the group, and the red-haired old man on his left, opened his mouth and spoke with a smile. The 2 of them smiled again when they heard this. The old man in the lead glanced at Wei Yi on his right, then looked at Xiao Yan and laughed loudly. Of course. After all, the ancient Wildlands city is the largest city in the southwest region. Although there are few Tier 9 alchemists, we have other preparations for the high-rank spirit testing tablet. Otherwise, if a genius like you were to arrive one day, we wouldn't want to miss it. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. He exchanged glances with Qin Zhong, then once again smiled at the old man in the lead. Then I wonder if I would be fortunate enough to go and check it out. Ha 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 ha, of course. With your tyrannical spiritual strength, you would naturally be able to try the high-rank spirit testing tablet. However, just as the old man in the lead finished speaking, he immediately followed up with another sentence. This also caused Xiao Yan's gaze to pause as he looked at the old man in the lead with a slightly puzzled expression. However, I would like to ask you to wait for me to first deal with the matter of this person under my command. After all, there is actually such an unjust person existing in my Alchemist Association. As the president, I really feel guilty in my heart. As his voice fell, the president ignored Xiao Yan. His face suddenly turned cold as he looked indifferently at the exam elder. At this moment, the invigilating elder's strength seemed to be nothing. In front of the president, he could not muster up any courage. What's wrong? Weren't you very unyielding when facing this friend earlier? Why do you look like a piece of trash now? The president's eyes were cold, and the aura around his body surged like a hidden dragon. This caused the exam elder's face to instantly turn pale, without the slightest trace of blood. His entire body trembled, and cold sweat instantly drenched his clothes. Sir President, this subordinate really didn't know that this sire would actually be such a person. This subordinate will definitely. Too late. My alchemist guild doesn't need someone like you. From today onwards, leave my alchemist guild. The moment the president finished speaking, the invigilating elder's face turned ashen. His eyes were dull and his heart was filled with unwillingness. After being stunned for a while, he unwillingly shouted at the president, "Senior brother, I'm not going to give up. President, I've done a lot for the guild over the years. How can you let me leave just like that? How can you convince everyone?" Shut up. The little things you've done for my alchemist guild are nothing compared to the resources you've taken from the guild. President, haha, I don't think that this is necessary. After all, Elder Yin has been in my alchemist guild for quite a long time. At the very least, he has worked hard even if he didn't contribute anything. Moreover, he has helped my alchemist guild to nurture many talents over the years. Why don't we punish him and send him to a branch guild? The president's angry rebuke had just sounded when Wei Yi, who was behind him, took a step forward and stood beside the president. Wei Yi turned to the president and smiled faintly as he spoke. When the president heard Wei Yi's words, he knew in his heart that Elder Yin was obviously Wei Yi's subordinate. That was why he was so arrogant and despotic. Instantly, he felt a little displeased in his heart. With Wei Yi's alchemist skills, he usually didn't hold back in front of them. The matter with Elder Yin today could be said to have really provoked him. Immediately, he wanted to turn his head and argue with Wei Yi. However, in the next moment, Xiao Yan's voice once again sounded out from nowhere. It also caused the president's actions to suddenly pause. The words that were about to come out of his mouth were also forcefully swallowed back. President, I also think that since Elder Yin didn't commit any major crimes, let's just forget about it. It's just a small matter. There's no need to make such a big fuss. Xiao Yan laughed softly and said with a casual expression. Xiao Yan's words also caused the corners of Wei Yi's mouth to curl as he let out a soft laugh. From the way he saw it, this action of Xiao Yan's was clearly an expression of fear toward him. In order to avoid any trouble, Xiao Yan was merely admitting defeat. Even though this was the case, it still caused Wei Yi to feel a wave of comfort in his heart. It seemed that this kid wasn't a young and hot-blooded person with guts. He was just a coward. Even if he had the ability, it was just a mountain of treasures. This alchemist association was still his territory, and no one could change it. However, Xiao Yan didn't think so in his heart. On one hand, he did this to stop when he was ahead. After all, the president's main purpose was to appease the dissatisfaction in Xiao Yan's heart. On the other hand, he did indeed want to cause less trouble. He couldn't be bothered to fight with Wei Yi openly and covertly. At most, it would be a matter of a single sentence. He would let Wei Yi think whatever he wanted. The president and Qi Lin also understood one after another. They looked at each other and smiled. However, they didn't say anything else. On the other hand, Qin Zhong's gaze was even more vigilant when he looked at Wei Yi. After all, he was a big-hearted person and all these things were reflected in his eyes. Haha, alright. Since you have spoken, this old man won't say anything else. Men. The president smiled at Xiao Yan. Soon after, his expression turned serious and he let out a stern cry. The entire alchemist association shook slightly. At the same time, a couple of black-clothed people wearing alchemist robes also appeared in the hall and dragged Elder Yin and Elder Yin out. Humph! A bunch of brats scrammed for this old man. Elder Yun's figure had just disappeared from everyone's sight when the president once again let out a stern cry. The alchemists in the hall swiftly retreated like the tide. In a short moment, only Xiao Yan's group of 5 remained in the hall. Hehe, this is my friend. Please accompany me. Haha, alright. Since that's the case, this old man will bring you to test the high-rank spirit testing tablet. To be honest, this thing hasn't been used for many years. Haha. Chapter 118. Haha, this old man is slow-witted. Along the way, I have forgotten to ask for your name. Please don't take offense. Ha. The chairman chuckled as the few of them walked forward. His face revealed an embarrassed expression as he turned his head and asked Xiaoyan with a smile. Xiaoyan also returned the greeting and smiled. He cupped his hands together towards the chairman and said, I am Yan Xiao. When Xiaoyan's words left his mouth, the chairman and the other two were slightly startled. Immediately, a surprised expression surged onto their faces. The gazes with which they looked at Xiaoyan were filled with an increasingly disbelieving expression. You are that Yan Xiao who fought with the ancestor of the Li clan, Li Gan, half a month ago? It was a long while later before the chairman opened his mouth and continued to ask Xiaoyan with a shocked tone. Xiaoyan also smiled and nodded his head in acknowledgement. Hiss, although they were already mentally prepared, when they saw Xiaoyan nod his head in acknowledgement at this moment, the three of them could not help but emit a wave of cold air. No matter how they thought about it, they would never have imagined that the genius alchemist that they had met today would actually be Yan Xiao, whose name had recently shaken the entire ancient wild city. TSK, this is really unexpected. Little friend Yan Xiao possessed such talent at such a young age. Not only did he possess great strength, but even his achievements in alchemy were also so shocking. Little friend Yan Xiao is really a talented person, a genius blessed by the heavens. At this moment, even the deputy chairman, Qi Lin, who was following beside the chairman, could not help but let out waves of exclamations from his mouth. The gaze with which he looked at Xiaoyan was as though he was looking at a monster. Xiaoyan was actually able to walk so far on the path of cultivation and alchemy at such a young age. This point involuntarily caused these old fellows, who had spent their entire lives in order to reach this step, to feel ashamed in their hearts. When they thought of this, Chairman Gu Li and Vice Chairman Qi Lin could not help but look at each other. However, they could see a bitter smile in each other's eyes. Xiaoyan's excellence really made these two old fellows feel a little uncomfortable in their hearts. The two of them felt the same way. How could Wei Yi let it go? The more outstanding Xiaoyan was, the more unjust he felt. He had spent his entire life to get to where he was today. How could this brat in front of him obtain it so easily? This also caused the resentment in Wei Yi's heart to become even denser when he looked at Xiaoyan's eyes. However, if he knew that Xiaoyan's current strength and vast alchemy foundation had been painstakingly obtained, he probably wouldn't have the confidence to compete with Xiaoyan anymore. There was no shortcut on the path of training. The reason why Xiaoyan was able to obtain his current achievement was merely because he had relied on the tough perseverance that he had accumulated during his training. The difficulties and hardships along the way, the life and death battles, were all not training. If Xiaoyan hadn't swallowed the heavenly flame, how could he have his current strength? However, how could swallowing a heavenly flame be so easy? One didn't know how many life and death situations were involved. If it wasn't for Xiaoyan's extraordinary perseverance, it was likely that he would have fallen on the path of cultivation long ago. Xiaoyan's achievements were all obtained by risking his life. They were all obtained by Xiaoyan by enduring pain and torture that an ordinary person would not be able to endure. How could Wei Yi compare with him on this point? A moment later, the group of 5 had already arrived in front of a thick black mysterious door. This was also the first goal of Xiaoyan's trip. Cuckoo, this high-grade examination room has indeed not been used for many years. Now that I have come here again, I can't help but recall some of the outstanding geniuses of the past. Cuckoo. Guli sighed emotionally as he laughed. Immediately, the aura all over his body suddenly shook. He clenched his right hand and pure do qi surged out of his palm like spring water. Immediately, his palm smashed onto the black mysterious door. Following a wave of water-like energy ripples that slowly spread apart, a layer of faint cream-white glow appeared on the surface of the black mysterious door. The mysterious door also slowly became illusionary in this space the moment this layer of cream-white glow appeared. Finally, it completely disappeared. Cuckoo, I have caused Xiaoyan to laugh. This high-grade spirit testing tablet is extremely important to our alchemist association. It is also because it is too expensive to make. Therefore, we have no choice but to carefully protect it. Cuckoo. The black mysterious door had also completely disappeared after his voice sounded. All that remained was an empty doorway. Gu Li waved his large sleeve and made an inviting gesture. Xiaoyan also smiled. He exchanged glances with Qin Zhonghu before taking the lead and entering. This large hall was not much different from the examination hall from earlier. However, it had not been used for a long time, causing a layer of dust to accumulate everywhere. Gu Li, who had followed closely behind, could not help but reveal a bitter smile when he saw this. He waved his large sleeve and an invisible force suddenly shot out, sweeping away all the dust on the ground. Xiaoyan ignored this. His gaze had landed on the dark black stone tablet in the middle of the hall ever since he had entered. High-grade spirit testing tablet. Without any explanation, Xiaoyan had already walked in front of the spirit testing tablet before the people behind him had all stepped into the hall. Xiaoyan was already incomparably clear on how to use the spirit testing tablet. However, when facing this spirit testing tablet, Xiaoyan did not dare to directly use his spiritual strength to bombard it. He was able to sense that there was an extremely mysterious array within this spirit testing tablet. However, with his current strength, he was unable to investigate it. It was likely that even if Xiaoyan poured all of his spiritual strength into this spirit testing tablet, it would not be damaged in the slightest. His right hand extended out from his sleeve. In his mind, the endless spiritual strength that was like an ocean transformed into a surging river at this moment, and completely gathered on Xiaoyan's right palm. At the same time, Xiaoyan's right palm slowly came together with the spirit testing tablet. In an instant, Xiaoyan's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened wide. The spirit testing tablet was like a water pump, sucking out all of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength that was like a tidal wave out of his body in an instant. At this moment, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a wave of dizziness in his mind. His entire body felt as if it was about to collapse in an instant, causing Xiaoyan to involuntarily take half a step back. When Xiaoyan withdrew, the surging spiritual strength once again returned to Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan instantly regained his consciousness and stabilized his retreating body. His face was still filled with lingering fear as he looked at the spirit testing tablet from before. In the next instant, four large golden words slowly appeared in front of Xiaoyan's eyes. Second level Emperor Realm. Looking for recommendations. Looking for comments. Looking for collections. Interested parties, please enter the group. Group number 476668761. Chapter 119. Second level Emperor Realm. The four shining golden words were like a body immobilizing talisman, causing the 5 people in the hall to be rooted to the ground. They did not move at all. The space in the hall seemed to have been completely frozen at this moment. In an instant, it suddenly became silent. After a long while, Wei Yi, who was behind President Gu Li, let out an indescribable cold snort from his nose. This also caused the deathly silent atmosphere to suddenly shatter. Xiaoyan and the others also instantly regained their senses. Xiaoyan's gaze was still looking at the 4 large words on the spirit testing tablet, a joyous light flickering in the depths of his eyes. Second level Emperor Realm. Since it was the second level, it was likely that the current Xiaoyan's alchemist level was not much lower than Wei Yi's. After all, Wei Yi was only a second-level alchemist. TSK, Brother Yin Zhao's strength is really impressive. This old man originally thought that Brother Yin Zhao should be a first-level alchemist at his current age. Who would have thought that this old man underestimated Brother Yin Zhao's true strength? Turning around, Gu Li also looked at Xiaoyan with a face of amazement. Admiration was revealed in his deep eyes. Even Qi Lin, who was standing to the side, looked at Xiaoyan with a face full of smiles, constantly nodding his head and praising. Xiaoyan also smiled, cupped his hands and smiled. I was just lucky. I did not expect that I would actually be a second-level alchemist. However, I have a question that I would like to ask President Gu Li. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Gu Li and Qi Lin exchanged glances. The two of them clearly heard the trace of strangeness in Xiaoyan's words, but they still did not understand. Frowning slightly, Gu Li glanced at Wei Yi, who was standing to the side, and smiled. "Brother Yan Xiao, if you have any questions, just ask. If this old man can answer, I will definitely tell you everything I know." Seeing this, Xiaoyan smiled again. He also knew that Gu Li and Qi Lin were clearly avoiding Wei Yi. With regards to his question, the two of them were also somewhat worried that it was a big matter, and did not want Wei Yi to know. "President Gu Li, when I left Mount Li, I didn't know anything about alchemists above the 9th grade. My master has already left to travel the world. Therefore, I would like to talk about the second level of the Emperor realm." Haha. Once Xiao Yan's words were transmitted, it caused Gu Li, whose old eyes occasionally glanced at Wei Yi, to involuntarily reveal a strange expression on his face. The big question that the old me was waiting for you to ask was this? The corners of Qi Lin's mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. He was already laughing in his heart. Gu Li's President Gu Li's face, if this matter, Gu Li's face was Gu Li the President Gu Li. Wei Yi also revealed a disdainful sneer. The gaze he used to look at Xiao Yan was as if he was looking at a fool. "I thought you had some background and knew a lot. So you are just a country bumpkin. You don't even have the slightest idea of a high-rank alchemist. Look at your master. He is really stupid. He actually accepted a disciple like you, and you are even an alchemist. What a disgrace." Of course, these words were only what Wei Yi said in his heart. If he really said it out loud, it was likely that even if the two 8-star half-emperors, Gu Li, were here, he would still forcefully kill them. After being stunned for a while, Gu Li's mouth twitched slightly. Soon after, his expression turned serious as he coldly swept a glance at Qi Lin. Seeing this, Qi Lin hurriedly recovered his expression and put on a serious face. "Haha, little friend Yan Xiao is asking about this." Xiao Yan could also see it in his heart. However, he still pretended not to know anything and smiled as he nodded his head. Gu Li also involuntarily coughed twice, as if he was clearing his throat. Soon after, his expression became normal as he opened his mouth and said, "The question that Brother Yan Xiao has raised is indeed normal. After all, high-tier alchemists are extremely rare even on this continent. Moreover, the strict classification of alchemists also causes people to be extremely secretive about them. The alchemist classification is divided into the man and god realms. The man realm is from a Tier 1 alchemist to a Tier 9 alchemist. It also includes the 4 great spiritual realms, the mortal realm, the soul realm, the heavenly realm, and the emperor realm. I believe that Brother Yan Xiao already has an extremely good understanding of these 4 great realms." Xiao Yan smiled and nodded his head. He did not comment. Gu Li also smiled and nodded his head. After which he continued to explain to Xiao Yan. Above the man realm is the god realm. Within the soul of the god realm, it is further divided into the rank 1 alchemist to the rank 9 alchemist. The spiritual realms within it are further divided into the unity realm, the origin transformation realm, the god transformation realm, and the nether realm. The unity realm uses the soul to turn into a point, and all realms return to one. One is able to condense all the spiritual strength in one's body into a point and condense it into a soul bead. It is placed within the sea of consciousness and can be used in all forms. The origin transformation realm, the unity transformation realm, communicates with the world and uses the spiritual strength to change the might of the world. The world can be used and one can form the divine soul realm. It has a miraculous effect when facing an enemy. The divine transformation realm, the origin is the god. The spiritual strength changes into all living things and can withstand all calamities. At this time, the spiritual strength has already turned into a substance and can even truly have an effect when facing an enemy. If one uses an E-class Do technique, the power will shake the heavens. The nether realm, the nether of the world. There is a way in the nether world. It controls the spirits of the world and is invincible in this space. It is the true peak of training spiritual strength. It merges with the world and transforms into a divine body. It touches the way of the world and is unparalleled. Within the God realm, there is also the D-realm spirit. After all, the D-realm spirit is a realm in between the 2 realms. It can be said that there is both. Hence, there is still one more. Rank 9 of the 5 realms. The 5 spiritual realms are divided into 9 ranks. The maximum limit of the D-realm spirit is that of a rank 2 alchemist. This is also the harsh part of the God realm spirit. The Unity realm is that of a rank 3, rank 4 alchemist, and so on. The Nether realm is known as rank 9. The strength of the Nether realm is unparalleled. However, there is also no way to know what a rank 9 medicinal pill is. At that time, the strength of the world can also be transformed into a pill. Everyone knows about the might of the heavens. However, no one dares to explore the peak of the heavens. This point is the taboo of the continent. This old man will not speak any further. I believe that Brother Yin Xiao also knows a thing or two about this. The things that this old man has mentioned are the true high-ranking alchemists of the continent. Brother Yin Xiao, do you know about them? Although it was not a secret, Guli was still sweating profusely as he spoke. Even if he knew about these things, it was really tiring to talk about them. However, when Guli's last sentence sounded, Xiaoyan was already stunned on the spot. No one dared to explore the peak of the heavens. It was a taboo of the continent and everyone knew about it. This made Xiaoyan extremely curious in his heart. In Guli's eyes, all of this was seen by him. Xiaoyan was still digesting the many things that he had said. He also laughed softly and did not disturb him any further. Seeking collection. Seeking comments. Seeking recommendations. Those who are interested, please enter the group. Group number 476668761. Chapter 120. In front of the Alchemist Association, Guli, Qilin, and Xiaoyan walked out of the association together. The four of them also stopped in their tracks. Guli looked at Xiaoyan with a smile on his face and said, "Brother Yin Xiao, this old man still has some matters to attend to. Please forgive me for not seeing you off." Xiaoyan also smiled and opened his mouth to speak. "President Guli must be joking. This trip of mine is already worth it. There is no need to trouble the president. Since the president still has matters to attend to, I will take my leave first." Seeing this, Guli did not say anything more. However, there was some light flickering in his eyes. He exchanged glances with Qilin, who was standing by the side. Both of them knew the other party's thoughts. However, in the end, Guli still shook his head slightly. Immediately, his gaze turned and once again looked at Xiaoyan. There was a smile on his face. With a flip of his hand, a jade tablet appeared in his hand. He smiled at Xiaoyan and said, "Today, I have seen that Brother Yin Zhao's strength is extraordinary. Moreover, you are deeply involved in alchemy. This jade tablet shall be a gift to Brother Yin Xiao. With this jade tablet, Brother Yin Xiao will be equivalent to a nominal elder of our Alchemist Association. You can freely enter any place of our Alchemist Association." Xiaoyan's eyes flashed when he saw this. Was this considered to be roping him in early? However, he quite liked this condition. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth curled into a smile. He was not reserved as he extended his hand and took it. "In that case, many thanks to President Guli." Guli once again smiled when he saw this. Qilin also followed suit. With his shrewdness, he naturally saw through Guli's actions. However, he also praised Guli's quick-wittedness in his heart. When Qin Zhong, who was standing beside Xiaoyan, saw this, his eyes were filled with rich envy. A nominal elder of the Alchemist Association. This kind of treatment was something that even that old fellow Li Gan did not have. Although he was envious, that jade tablet ultimately belonged to Xiaoyan. Qin Zhong could only watch as Xiaoyan kept it in his pocket with a greedy expression on his face. After delivering the gifts, Guli really didn't have anything else to say. After a few words of laughter, the few of them also left. Qilin watched Xiaoyan slowly disappear from his sight. Only then did he let out a soft sigh. He turned his head to Guli and frowned slightly. "Say, if you really mentioned that to him, would he help?" When Guli heard this, she did not comment. She also looked up to the sky and sighed. "If he is not willing, what can we do? We should just mention it. Since he has taken the item, he should be willing to help. No matter what, he will not lose out. Moreover, he's a young man. At this age, it's precisely the time when his heart is hot-blooded. As long as he participates in the alchemist competition, he won't easily admit defeat." After saying these words, Qilin did not say anything else. His body turned and he took the lead to walk into the association. Not long after, Gu Li's figure also slowly disappeared from the spot. Ever since those Tier 8 alchemists were chased out of the association by Gu Li, everything that happened in the Alchemist Association swiftly spread throughout the entire ancient savage city, as though it had grown wings. Xiaoyan also once again became the focus of attention in the ancient savage city. When Xiaoyan slowly walked on the main street, the surrounding crowd involuntarily turned their gazes towards Xiaoyan. Immediately, another wave of earth-shaking noises and discussions soared towards the sky. Quickly look, isn't that Yan Xiao? I heard that his strength has already stepped into the ranks of the elite half-martial emperors. Earlier, someone saw Xiaoyan and cried out in surprise. However, before those words could completely fade, another person's mocking laughter was once again transmitted over, causing a portion of the surrounding people to involuntarily turn their gazes over. Heh, that was news from half a month ago. Did you see the direction that he came from? That is the territory of the Alchemist Association. The place that Yan Xiao had just headed to is that place. A wave of doubtful voices was once again emitted after this person's words sounded. The crowd also began to stir once again. What? Isn't Yan Xiao a training maniac? Why would he go to the Alchemist Association? Don't tell me that he was injured in the big battle half a month ago, and went to buy medicinal pills? He injured? He has an overwhelming advantage against that old fellow Li Gan. How could he be injured? Moreover, with such a powerful expert like old Luo guarding by his side, even if Li Gan had the guts of the heavens, he would not dare to have any thoughts about Yan Xiao. I heard that the reason why Yan Xiao went to the Alchemist Association this time around is to take the test for a high-tier alchemist. I really did not expect that not only does Yan Xiao have great training talent, but even his alchemy skills are also at the forefront. The chaotic and noisy voices also caused Xiaoyan to feel helpless in his heart. He could only increase the speed of his footsteps. His body flashed, and he had already rushed past the crowd and reached the end of his sight. Qin Zhong, who was beside Xiaoyan, also curled the corners of his mouth impatiently. The noise of the crowd also caused his violent temper to be unable to endure it. If Xiaoyan was not by his side earlier, it was likely that he would have already been unable to control himself and take action. At this moment, when he saw Xiaoyan swiftly dodge, the aura of Qin Zhong's entire body suddenly shook. The frightening aura that belonged to a 3-star half-emperor also instantly attacked, causing the surrounding crowd to withdraw and avoid it. Xiaoyan, who had just returned to the inn, did not even have the time to catch his breath when a human figure appeared in front of his room. This also caused the expression on Xiaoyan's face to be slightly startled. However, it immediately turned into a smile on his face as he teased. Elder Xian, why do you have the time to come to my place? Could it be that you were attracted by the news outside? The person who came was Elder Xian of the Yunin Pavilion. When Elder Xian heard Xiaoyan's teasing words, a smile appeared on his old face. His shriveled hand stroked his long beard as he replied with a smile. Haha. That is exactly what this old man meant. As his voice fell, the two of them laughed out loud in unison. Following which, Xiaoyan's expression turned serious as he smiled and asked Elder Xian. Elder Xian, you must have come here for something. If there is something, you might as well say it directly. Haha, brother Yan Xiao really goes straight to the point. Since this is the case, then I shall not beat around the bush and say any more nonsense. I have not come here today for any important matter. I only wish to invite brother Yan Xiao over. Hearing this, Xiaoyan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He looked at Elder Xian, only to find that there was a hint of a smile in the depths of his eyes. Xiaoyan's face became even more doubtful when he heard this. Old Xian smiled when he saw this. His eyes looked at Xiaoyan with a meaningful expression as he continued speaking. This invitation is not a big deal. It is just that my master wants to see you. Chapter 121. When Elder Xian said these words, Xiaoyan's expression instantly hardened. The owner behind the Yunin Pavilion actually wanted to meet him. This really caused Xiaoyan to feel inexplicably surprised in his heart. What kind of power was the Yunin Pavilion? Although the outside world did not know much about it, just from the aura of the Yunin Pavilion as well as the barrier that was personally set up by a Dodi, the energy that it contained was definitely not something that Xiaoyan could come into contact with. At the very least, Xiaoyan felt that it was impossible for the current him to interact with such a person. However, Elder Xian's words were true. The owner of the Yunin Pavilion wanted to meet him. A mere 3-star half-emperor. Even if Xiaoyan had extraordinary alchemy skills, Xiaoyan did not feel that he had anything that could attract the other party's attention with just the strength of a rank 2 alchemist. Moreover, Elder Xian had just said that he had personally come here today to invite Xiaoyan. What kind of power was the Yunin Pavilion? In this savage ancient city, who could be engraved with the word invite? Today, Xiaoyan could be said to be the first person in many years to receive such an invitation. Of course, the most important reason was that Xiaoyan did not know anything about the owner behind the Yunin Pavilion. During this half a month, Xiaoyan had not taken a single step out of the inn. All of his energy was placed on the incarnation that he had formed with great difficulty. During the big battle with Li Gan half a month ago, other than the Void Lightning Pool invitation, Li Gan had also given him a crystal as an apology. When Xiaoyan had received it with one hand, his bright eyes had already thoroughly examined it. Immediately, a glint flashed across the depths of Xiaoyan's eyes. That crystal was actually a fire-type flame crystal. Xiaoyan was extremely calm as he quickly put it away, and did not say anything else to Li Gan. That night, in order to not cause another commotion in the savage ancient city, Xiaoyan left the savage ancient city, and entered the endless deep mountains. The second incarnation was also successfully formed. However, the countless magic beasts that resided in the mountains were all killed by the terrifying spiritual ripple. It was also because of this that Xiaoyan knew nothing about the owner behind the scenes of the Yunin Pavilion. This caused Xiaoyan to believe that the owner of the Yunin Pavilion should be a white-haired old man. After all, if one did not possess sufficient strength to establish such a strong faction, it was likely that one would not be able to survive in this savage ancient city. It was possible that the barrier that was set up by a Dodi in the Yunin Pavilion was created by that strong person. Thinking until this point, Xiaoyan felt increasingly shocked in his heart. The expression on his face was also constantly changing. A Dodi actually wanted to meet him. This was really unbelievable. When Elder Xian in front of him saw this, his expression did not change. However, in his heart, he had already burst out laughing. Elder Xian cleared his throat and calmed the emotions in his heart. He once again opened his mouth and laughed. "Brother Yin Xiao, may I know if you are willing to go? My master really wants to meet you." The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth involuntarily twitched a couple of times when he heard Elder Xian's words. He wished that he could turn around and flee. Who knew if this was a trap? It would not be fun if he did not return after going. However, Xiaoyan felt helpless in his heart. If the other party really wanted to do something to him, it seemed that he would not have the ability to retaliate given the strength of a Dodi. Although Guyu, an old fellow with an unfathomable strength, was in his body, Xiaoyan could tell that Guyu was a stubborn old man. It was impossible to get him to lend a hand. Xiaoyan bitterly laughed in his heart. It seemed that he had no choice but to accept the invitation of that person. After responding, Xiaoyan did not make any unnecessary preparations. He followed Elder Xian to the Yunin Pavilion. Along the way, Xiaoyan asked Elder Xian about that person in a roundabout manner. Although Elder Xian blushed with shame at Xiaoyan's sharpness, he still vaguely answered Xiaoyan's questions. This caused Xiaoyan to be completely clueless. A moment later, the two of them arrived in front of the Yunin Pavilion. Xiaoyan's throat rolled involuntarily when he sensed the aura of a genuine Dodi. His face was a little uneasy. After arriving at the entrance, Elder Xian was about to lead Xiaoyan to the 6th floor of the Yunin Pavilion, where no outsider had ever been before. However, at this moment, a group of people surged out of the Yunin Pavilion. These people were all guests of the Yunin Pavilion. However, at this moment, they walked out with unhappy faces. Elder Xian ignored them. He merely stood by the side and waited for them to leave. The sudden appearance of Elder Xian had clearly startled this group of people. The strongest person among them was only a Dosheng. They really did not have any temper in front of a genuine bandit like Elder Xian. When they saw Elder Xian, they respectfully bowed to Elder Xian despite being dozens of feet away. However, when they saw Xiaoyan beside Elder Xian, their expressions changed once again. Immediately, The group of people who had just bowed respectfully to Elder Xian turned around slightly and bowed respectfully to Xiao Yan once again. Juniors greet Elder Yan Xiao. Although there was no lack of elders who were older than Xiao Yan in this group of people, those who had reached the top were the teachers. Xiao Yan was worthy of being addressed as elder. Although he felt bitter in his heart, Xiao Yan still smiled and replied. With a wave of his sleeve, an invisible force swept out and supported everyone who was bowing. Everyone's expressions became even more respectful after seeing this move of Xiao Yan's. Although there were quite a number of elite doshungs present, and they were also able to do the same thing as Xiao Yan, an elite doshung's body contained an invisible pressure. This kind of strength was something that even they would have difficulty randomly controlling. Yet Xiao Yan in front of them was able to do it so easily. How could they not feel shocked? After everyone bowed, they did not dare to remain any longer. One by one, they withdrew and left. Xiao Yan and Elder Xian were also allowed to enter the hall. The footsteps of the two once again paused after entering the hall. At this moment, there were people coming down one after another from upstairs. However, the strength of this group of people who had come down this time around had already stepped into the Band D class. They could be considered important people within this savage ancient city. At this moment, these people had the attitude of a prince. At a glance, it appeared as though they were trying to curry favor with one of them. After walking closer, Xiao Yan also discovered that their eyes were looking at an old man wearing alchemist robes. From this, one could tell that this old man was also an alchemist. The old man's face appeared skinny and he appeared just like a skeleton. However, there was a glint flashing within his shady old eyes. His thin lips appeared just like a blade. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile that caused one to feel incomparably dark and evil. The other party had also discovered the existence of the Elder Xian duo, while Xiao Yan was looking at Elder Xian. That shady old man also revealed a smile on his face when he saw Xiao Yan. He ignored the other Band D experts around him as he took a couple of steps forward and arrived in front of Elder Xian. He cupped his hands together and laughed. Brother Xianyi, haha, it has really been a long time since we last met. This old man had many things to attend to and was unable to come to this ancient wilderness city to get acquainted with my old friend. Brother Xianyi, please don't blame me. This old man was clearly very familiar with Elder Xian. From his words, Xiao Yan also learned that Elder Xian's name was Elder Xianyi. Haha, since Brother Mod is here, you are a guest of my Yunin pavilion. How can this old man blame you? Although Mod had the intention of befriending Elder Xian, from the looks of it, the Elder Xian was not very fond of him. Xiao Yan also saw all of this but did not say a word. Haha, since I am a guest, I am unable to see through the actions of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion today. How can there be a reason to chase away a guest when they are open for business? May I know if Brother Xian Yi can give me an explanation? Mod laughed loudly and said in an inexplicable tone. Haha, Brother Mod, you have seen it. This old man has just returned from outside. How can I know about this? Moreover, what does our pavilion master want to do? Don't tell me that he has to ask me first. Ha! When Elder Xian said this, Mod and the other half-martial emperors beside him were all stunned. Then they looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. The pavilion master of the Yunin pavilion had actually returned. Immediately, no one dared to say anything more. Mod also laughed awkwardly and changed the topic. He looked at Xiao Yan, who was standing beside Elder Xian. May I know who you are? Haha, I am Yan Xiao. Without waiting for Elder Xian to introduce him, Xiao Yan cupped his hands and smiled at Mod. When Xiao Yan said this, the other half-martial emperors, who were about to leave, once again turned their gazes over. Their bodies, which had only taken a few steps, paused again. Mod was obviously shocked by Xiao Yan's words. Then he laughed loudly. A glint flashed across his eyes as he said with a smile, "Oh, it is Yan Xiao. Haha, when this old man arrived at the ancient wildlands city, I heard all about your deeds. Now that I have met you today, you are even more impressive than the rumors." Ha! More than just more impressive than the rumors. In a while, you will hear news about him again. As soon as Mod laughed, Elder Xian opened his mouth and sneered. Mod clearly did not understand Elder Xian's words. Xiaoyan also smiled noncommittally and did not say anything. Mod rolled his eyes when he saw this. He smiled and did not ask any more questions. Instead, he looked at Elder Xian again and said with a smile, "From the looks of it, Brother Xianyi is prepared to bring Brother Yan Xiao into the Yunin Pavilion. However, I wonder if the pavilion master will be unhappy." Xiao Yan frowned when he heard this. These words were not very pleasant to the ears. Elder Xian sneered. He turned around and walked toward the Yunin Pavilion. Xiao Yan also smiled and slowly followed, leaving behind a confused Mod. Humph. Please add me. Please comment. Please recommend me. Those who are interested, please join the group. Group number 4766686761. Chapter 122. Elder Xian. That Mod doesn't look like someone from the Alchemist Guild in the ancient wilderness city. Xiaoyan couldn't help but smile at Elder Xian as they ascended the stairs. Elder Xian naturally understood the meaning behind his words. Elder Xian smiled and said to Xiaoyan as they walked, "That guy, he thinks he has some ability. That guy, haha, he thinks he has some ability and wants to befriend this old man. He wants to use this opportunity to curry favor with my hidden cloud pavilion. Humph, with his little ability, he can only be considered decent here. Once he reaches the continent city, he will be nothing but a clown." Although Xiaoyan did not say anything when he heard up to this point, he was able to tell just what level these so-called high-tier alchemists were at. When he was sizing up Mod earlier, Xiaoyan had already noticed that Mod was a rank 2 alchemist. Based on Xiaoyan's spiritual perception, Mod's spiritual strength was probably stronger than Wei Yi's. It was because of this that Xiaoyan felt even more pressured by Elder Xian's words. Elder Xian was also an antique. Although Xiaoyan was behind him, he was able to detect this slight change. He immediately smiled and said, "Don't feel pressured. You don't need to feel pressured." The reason why this old man said that he is a clown is because he has spent most of his life to cultivate his skills. It will be difficult for him to advance even an inch in the future. You are different. You are still young, and there will be plenty of opportunities for you to expand your skills in the future. The southwestern border will not be able to stop you. Xiaoyan understood what Elder Xian meant. He smiled noncommittally and continued to listen to Elder Xian's explanation. That fellow is an alchemist from the Southern Descent City. The Southern Descent City is similar to the Savage Ancient City and can be considered a large city at the border. However, it is still far inferior when compared to the prefecture city. It is likely that he has come to the Savage Ancient City because of the alchemist's grand meeting. Given his character, it is likely that he will not miss out on some sarcastic remarks. Xiaoyan's face revealed a faint smile when he heard this. A fiery heat immediately surged within his heart. If it was the alchemist's grand meeting, he really wanted to experience Mod's ability. Today was the first time that he had met a high-tier alchemist. Haha, Brother Yan Xiao will also participate in the alchemist's grand meeting, right? Old Xian once again smiled as he sensed the waves of fiery heat being transmitted from Xiaoyan's body. Haha, if I am lucky enough to compete with a high-level alchemist, I won't let this opportunity go easily. Elder Xian chuckled when he heard this. He stopped in his tracks and turned to Xiaoyan with a smile. "Oh, we're here. Since we're here, I won't go up. The pavilion master is waiting for you inside. Go on." Elder Xian didn't wait for Xiaoyan to make a move. Instead, his figure slowly turned illusory and disappeared in front of Xiaoyan. At this moment, the huge rock in Xiaoyan's heart that had yet to fall was hanging even higher. Finally, he was going to meet that person. Xiaoyan curled his lips and let out a long sigh of relief. He slowly lifted his feet and stepped onto the 6th floor of the Yunin Pavilion. He finally reached the 6th floor. However, this place looked completely different from the floors below. What entered his eyes were all kinds of furniture. At this moment, there was a human figure standing quietly in front of the window in front of Xiaoyan. Due to the reflection of the remaining sunlight, Xiaoyan was unable to clearly see the person's appearance. It was also because of this that Xiaoyan's heart became even more anxious. "What's wrong? I just invited you for a meal. Why are you so nervous? You weren't this nervous when you faced an 8-star half-emperor the other day. Why are you so nervous when you see me today? Brother Yan Xiao. Before Xiaoyan could clearly see the appearance of that human figure, the other party's words had already struck out. When Xiaoyan heard that clear voice, the expression on his face was slightly startled. Why was this voice so familiar? An instant later, Xiaoyan's pupils abruptly shrunk. He was shocked as he looked at the figure in front of him who was slowly turning around. He wanted to say something, but due to the change in his emotions, he didn't say anything for a long time. On the other hand, the figure looked at Xiaoyan with a playful smile. It was as if he had expected this. Luojin. Haha, brother Yan Xiao, you've been doing pretty well after a few months. It was a long while later before Xiaoyan finally spat out 2 words from his mouth. Luojin, on the other hand, looked at Xiaoyan with a face full of smiles. He laughed out loud as he spoke, completely forgetting his status in the eyes of others. I really didn't expect that the person who invited me would actually be you. I thought that it would be a rotten old man. To be able to establish such a large faction, I have really underestimated you. After recognizing his identity, Xiaoyan's heart immediately relaxed. There was also a joking tone in his words, causing the relationship between the two to become more harmonious. Haha, I don't have such great ability. I merely borrowed the strength of my family. These people are all my father's trusted aides. Otherwise, things wouldn't be so smooth. When Xiaoyan heard this, a glint flashed deep within his eyes. However, he didn't take it to heart. Instead, he opened his mouth and laughed. I'm afraid that brother Luojin didn't invite me here today just to treat me to a meal. Luojin smiled when he heard this. He waved his sleeves and invited Xiaoyan to take a seat. Brother Yan Xiao, you're thinking too much. I, Marie, promised you that if you were to participate in the Alchemist Grand Meeting, I would definitely be there. Today, I merely wanted to meet you in advance. Xiaoyan was non-committal. Although Luojin didn't say it clearly, there was definitely something hidden within. However, Xiaoyan wasn't anxious in his heart. Since Luojin had already invited him, he would naturally find an opportunity to say it. Luojin also followed along and laughed for a while. Immediately, the two of them did not stand on ceremony, and began to wreak havoc on the delicious food and wine on the table. After drinking and eating to their heart's content, the two of them appeared to be drunk. Of course, with their strength, they wouldn't get drunk no matter how strong the wine was. So this little bit was nothing. At this moment, Xiaoyan also knew in his heart that the main topic had arrived. Brother Yan Xiao, haha. To be honest, I really do have a matter that I wish to discuss with brother Yan Xiao today. Xiaoyan's drowsy eyelids gently lifted. The wine cup in his hand was also gently placed down. He tilted his head and raised his eyebrows as he looked at Luojin with a face full of doubt. The agility do technique that I saw you display in the sky that day. If I'm not wrong, it should be the sky extinction step that has disappeared for 100 years, right? Once these words were spoken, a glint flashed across Xiaoyan's eyes. His delicate and handsome eyebrows involuntarily knit together. His entire person appeared to have woken up in an instant. Yes, but why are you interested in this? With your status, you shouldn't be lacking in agility do techniques, right? Luojin smiled. Both of his eyes flickered as he laughed. I am not looking for the sky extinction step. Instead, it is related to the thing, the sky extinction ancient tomb. Both of Xiaoyan's eyes hardened. The corner of his mouth involuntarily once again cried out involuntarily. Sky extinction ancient tomb. Please recommend it. Please comment. Please collect it. Those who are interested, please enter the group. Group number 4766686761. Chapter 123. Tianju Ancient Tomb? When Luojin's words sounded, a surprised expression instantly surfaced on Xiaoyan's face. He did not expect that Luojin had called him over today to talk about the Tianju Ancient Tomb. Could it be that this Tianju step had some special connection with the Tianju Ancient Tomb? Seeing the trace of doubt between Xiaoyan's brows, Luojin also smiled. His body sat up straight, and the wine cup in his hand was slowly placed down. He smiled and said, That's right, it is the Tianju Ancient Tomb. Hearing these words once again, the emotions in Xiaoyan's heart once again churned. If you want to open the Tianju Ancient Tomb, it seems that you need to use the 3 sets of Tianju's do techniques together. If you just rely on the Tianju step, I'm afraid that you won't be able to do it. That's right. I am also clear about this point. However, other than this point, there are some other places that similarly require the 3 Tianju skills. When Xiaoyan heard Luo Jin's words, his face once again revealed a surprised expression. This kind of thing was something that the people from the Lu clan had never mentioned to him at all. Seeing such an expression on Xiaoyan's face, Luo Jin once again smiled. He swallowed the wine in his cup into his stomach and poured another cup for Xiaoyan. He smiled and said, "Brother Yin Xiao, please." Xiaoyan was not anxious. He knew that Luo Jin would answer for him. He gently raised his wine cup and drank it all in one go. Haha, Brother Yin Xiao really has a good alcohol tolerance. After the laughter sounded, Luo Jin also sighed and opened his mouth to say, although the majority of the people know about the ancient tomb of Heaven's End, they still don't know anything about the inside of the ancient tomb of Heaven's End. As for the information I know, it was only discovered a year ago. Xiaoyan's eyebrows lifted slightly. The Tianju ancient tomb had existed for a few hundred years. The factions of the western region would definitely have investigated it continuously. However, even so, they had only discovered something a year ago. The methods of this Tianju ancient tomb were really terrifying to the extreme. The leaders of the 4 large sects already possessed the strength of a 9-star half-D 500 years ago. Now that 100 years had passed, their cultivations would definitely be even greater than back then. From the looks of it now, it was likely that their cultivations had already reached the genuine Do-D class. When he thought of this, Xiaoyan's heart could not help but tighten. The enemy that he had unknowingly set up was actually so powerful. If he was not careful, his life might really be in danger. On the other hand, Xiaoyan was also shocked by Tianju's strength. A Do-D could be considered as a truly strong person in the entire continent. However, such a powerful existence was still unable to shake him in front of his 1,000-year-old tomb. It had to be said that origin transformation experts were truly powerful. Then I wonder what kind of news Brother Luo Jin wants to talk about. Could it be that there's something in this ancient tomb that can only be opened by a heavenly end cultivator? Luo Jin nodded his head and smiled when he heard this. He did not keep Xiaoyan in suspense and directly said, after the joint investigation of the leaders of the 4 large sects, there are 3 tomb chambers sealed by formations within the ancient tomb of Tianju. After their special investigation, they came to the conclusion that these 3 tomb chambers are extremely likely to be the inheritance that Tianju left behind before he died. Bang! With a bang, the wine cup in Xiaoyan's hand instantly turned into powder. The wine within it was instantly vaporized by Xiaoyan's powerful fire aura, due to the violent emotions in Xiaoyan's heart. Inheritance. Just these 2 words would cause the hearts of many people in the continent to be moved. Most importantly, the strength of the person who left behind this inheritance was actually an expert who had already reached the origin transformation realm. Even 1/3 of an origin transformation expert was enough to allow the current Xiaoyan to instantly break through from a 3-star half-martial emperor to a true Do-D. One could imagine the energy contained within. How could this not cause Xiaoyan's heart to be moved? A smile appeared on Luo Jin's face when he saw Xiaoyan's excited face. His hand was spread in the empty air. Immediately, a suction force spread from Luo Jin's palm. Immediately, the natural energy seemed to have received some guidance as it gathered toward Luo Jin's hand. Luo Jin's hand rotated in the air, and a transparent wine cup appeared once again. He filled it with wine and handed it to Xiaoyan. Luo Jin continued. The seals within these 3 tomb chambers are too powerful. Even they have no chance of forcefully breaking them. Moreover, they are also afraid of damaging the inheritance within. Therefore, these 3 tomb chambers can only be opened by the 3 Heaven's End skills. The 3 Heaven's End skills each occupy a tomb chamber. You also have the chance to obtain one of the inheritances. Hearing this, Xiaoyan basically understood. Today Luo Jin had called him over. It was likely that he did not just want to talk about the ancient tomb of Heaven's End with him. There should be something that he wanted to obtain within this tomb. Brother Luo Jin has said so much to me. I'm afraid that it is not just to tell me the secret of this Heaven's End, right? Xiaoyan smiled. A glint flashed across his eyes. His eyes narrowed as he smiled at Luo Jin and softly laughed. Cuckoo, I really have a tacit understanding with Brother Yan Xiao. The 4 large sects will definitely not let go of the 3 tomb chambers within this ancient tomb of Heaven's End. At that time, Brother Yan Xiao will likely be suppressed by the combined efforts of the 4 large sections. That inheritance might not even end up in your hands. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when Luo Jin spoke until this point. If the people from the 4 large sects were to join hands to deal with him at that time, there would be no need for the 4 sect leaders to personally intervene. It was likely that he would have already fallen into a disadvantage. There was even less need to talk about the inheritance. However, Xiao Yan immediately smiled and once again opened his mouth to speak to Luo Jin with a smile. If that is the case, I can just withdraw first after opening the tomb chambers. I will first allow the 4 large factions to kill each other. Finally, I will come and reap the benefits. Even if I can't defeat them, I can still run. Luo Jin appeared to have already expected Xiao Yan's words. He laughed softly and once again opened his mouth to speak. Does Brother Yan Xiao really think that the 4 large sects are stupid? Since they dare to join hands to snatch it, they will naturally cover up all sudden accidents. What do you think are your chances of snatching the inheritance from the hands of the 4 elite Dodi? Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when these words of Luo Jin were spoken. The elite Dodi class would definitely be a hurdle before he truly matured. Xiao Yan slowly shook his head and helplessly sighed. Luo Jin merely smiled when he saw this and said, "Therefore, I wish to cooperate with Brother Yan Xiao once again." Xiao Yan's tightly knit eyebrows relaxed slightly. He glanced at Luo Jin. The only thing he could conclude was that Luo Jin in front of him definitely had the support of an elite Dodi behind him. You continue to be the fisherman. I will deal with them. Please add. Please comment. Please recommend. Those who are interested, please enter the group. Group number 47666761. Chapter 124. You continue to be the fisherman. I will deal with them. Xiao Yan's eyebrows twitched when Luo Jin's words were uttered. His heart was also extremely shocked by Luo Jin's words. An elite Dodi was already one of the true peak experts of the continent. No one would dare to underestimate an expert of this level. However, at this moment, this fellow in front of Xiao Yan had actually said such words in such an indifferent manner. This really caused Xiao Yan to be extremely amazed in his heart. It was good to have a background. One could even turn a blind eye to a Dodi. It could be said that behind Luo Jin, there might even be an origin transformation expert. Otherwise, how would one dare to easily look down on a Dodi? Xiao Yan sighed in his heart. He once again raised his eyes and looked at Luo Jin. He smiled and said, "Brother Luo Jin, since you are not afraid of the 4 of them, why do you need to look for me? Can't you just do it yourself? Isn't it unnecessary to look for me?" Luo Jin had clearly guessed that Xiao Yan would ask such a question when the words from Xiao Yan's mouth sounded. He laughed softly and opened his mouth to speak. Asking Brother Yan Xiao to act to attract them is not because I am greedy for the inheritance. However, if I had acted earlier, it is likely that even I would not have been able to snatch it. You should know that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. A sharp glint flashed deep within Luo Jin's eyes when he spoke. This caused the expression on Xiao Yan's face to solidify slightly. Unaware of the oriole behind. It seemed that the 4 large sects were not the only ones participating in this ancient tomb of Heaven's End. Since Brother Luo Jin has decided to join hands with me, I wonder what you want to obtain this time around. Luo Jin smiled when he heard this. He knew what Xiao Yan meant. He was merely afraid that Xiao Yan would swallow all the inheritances. Immediately Luo Jin smiled and replied, "Brother Yan Xiao, you don't have to worry about this. At that time, no matter what the outcome is, there will definitely be an inheritance that belongs to you. However, if you're able to obtain 3 inheritances, I hope that Brother Yan Xiao can give 2 to me. Because my cultivation method is special, I'm extremely interested in cultivation resources. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken such a great risk to look for the Heaven Palace Jade Essence that day." When he heard this, Xiao Yan basically understood Luo Jin's ultimate goal. He merely wanted to obtain 2 inheritances. Although he was somewhat reluctant in his heart, Xiao Yan also clearly understood that if he did not agree, it would be difficult to obtain even one inheritance. Therefore he silently nodded his head and agreed. The inheritance within this ancient tomb of Heaven's End was after all a matter of the future. Who knew what unexpected changes would occur in the future? Since the matter at hand had been resolved, the two of them completely relaxed. One day passed in this manner. There was no sense of time during training. Time flashed by and there were only 5 days left until the opening ceremony of the alchemist's grand meeting. Ever since Xiao Yan had left the Yunin Pavilion and returned to the inn, he had not left. He had been cooped up in his room to refine his avatar. After half a month of refinement, these two avatars were much better than when they had just been successfully formed half a month ago. The actual strength of the two avatars had already stabilized at the 6-star Dosheng and 7-star Dosheng levels. With the foundation of the first avatar, the strength of the second avatar was clearly much stronger than the first one after being formed. This was considered a good thing for Xiao Yan. After all, once his strength advanced to the Do D class in the future, the strength of the avatar that he formed might also reach the frightening Ban D class. If that was the case, would he not be able to create an elite Do D if he were to merge the few avatars into one? If that was the case, it would be able to increase Xiao Yan's fighting strength by nearly twofold. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on the bed within the room. Both of his eyes were flickering and the corner of his mouth was lifted into an arc. Xiao Yan was quite satisfied in his heart as he looked at the two nearly substance-like avatars in front of him. The two avatars that had been successfully formed possessed such a frightening strength. If the three avatars were successfully formed and merged together, their strength would be comparable to an elite Ban D. At that time, he would have some confidence when facing the people from the Ghost Slaughter Gate. With this thought flashing across his heart, the two avatars in front of Xiao Yan instantly transformed into two majestic spiritual strengths that entered Xiao Yan's mind. The process of forming two avatars naturally exhausted quite a lot of spiritual strength. Fortunately, with the support of Xiao Yan's frightening spiritual strength, it did not cause Xiao Yan to become too weak. He would be fine after resting for 2 days. Moreover, after using such a large amount of spiritual strength, Xiao Yan could clearly sense that his spiritual strength was gradually becoming stronger following the growth of the avatars. Although this kind of growth was so small that it could be ignored, it was still considered a pleasant surprise for Xiao Yan. Just as Xiao Yan scattered the two avatars, a person quickly walked over from outside the wooden door of the guest room. That person walked to the door and was about to raise his hand to knock when Xiao Yan's voice was slowly emitted from within the room. "Come in. There is no need to knock." Xiao Yan's voice was suddenly emitted, causing the face of the person standing outside the door to be startled. Immediately, he heard the voice that was transmitted from within the room. Only then did he relax and slowly push open the door. "Junior, greet Senior Yan Xiao." Once he entered, before he could clearly see Xiao Yan's appearance on the bed, the man had already bowed and cupped his hands together towards Xiao Yan. He even respectfully addressed him. Xiao Yan casually swept his gaze over the black-robed figure in front of the door. He raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to ask, "Someone from the Alchemist Association?" Hearing Xiao Yan's question, that person did not dare to slight him and hurriedly opened his mouth to speak. "Senior, this junior is indeed a member of the Alchemist Association. Why are you looking for me?" Hearing the reply of this black-robed person, Xiao Yan was not surprised. That day when Guli gave him that jade token, Xiao Yan already had a premonition in his heart that Guli would look for him again sooner or later. However, he did not expect that it would actually be so close to the opening ceremony of the Alchemist's Grand Meeting. Hearing Xiao Yan's question once again, the black-robed person also frowned slightly when he sensed the trace of indifference within Xiao Yan's words. However, he still replied honestly, "Senior, our association head wishes to invite Senior to the Alchemist Association to meet him." "Oh, is this considered an invitation? Then why doesn't he come himself?" When these words of Xiao Yan sounded, that person was also stunned. Immediately, his face was filled with helplessness. How would he know why Guli did not come? He was merely a messenger. The other party was the head of the Alchemist Association. How could he ask the other party? Seeing that the black-robed person was speechless, Xiao Yan merely smiled. He was naturally able to guess this point. There was definitely something that he was afraid of being heard by Wei Yi. Otherwise, he would not be so petty as to send a dozun to invite him. Xiaoyan stood up, smiled and said, "All right, I understand. You can go back first. I will be there soon. Please recommend me. Please comment. Please add me. Those who are interested can enter the group. Group number 476668761." Chapter 125. 3 human figures were seated in front of a table in a somewhat dark room. The atmosphere was somewhat depressing. This caused the hosts, Gu Li and Qi Lin, to have some embarrassment on their faces. Xiaoyan also smiled when he saw this. A glint flashed deep within his eyes. He slowly placed the teacup in his hand down, narrowed his eyes, and looked at Gu Li as he laughed. "Chairman Gu Li has called me over. May I know what matter you have to discuss?" Gu Li and Qi Lin exchanged glances when they sensed the slight strangeness in Xiaoyan's tone. However, both of them frowned slightly. They were naturally able to hear the thread of dissatisfaction within Xiaoyan's words. Being a dignified bandit and a rank 2 alchemist, even they did not dare to underestimate him when they saw him. Today, however, the person whom the two of them had sent to invite Xiaoyan was actually only at the dozun class. Such actions would appear to be an act of intentionally slapping their faces in the eyes of anyone. The dissatisfaction in their hearts went without saying. At this moment, the word call in Xiaoyan's words appeared to be quite forceful when he said it. It was clearly intentional. This caused Gu Li and Qi Lin to feel extremely embarrassed in their hearts. It was a long while later before Qi Lin by the side finally laughed out loud. His face squeezed out an awkward smile as he smiled at Xiaoyan and said, "Brother Yin Xiao is too polite. With your status, what qualification do we have to randomly order you around? It is just that there are many matters to attend to within the association. The chairman and the both of us are tied up by some trivial matters, and are unable to personally invite you over. Hence, we have sent someone over. If there is anything that is not satisfactory, I hope that Brother Yin Xiao can understand." Gu Li, who was seated close to Xiaoyan, smiled awkwardly and nodded to Xiaoyan after Qi Lin's words were spoken. Xiaoyan merely laughed coldly in the face of this and said, "Since the two of you are unable to leave due to some matters, don't tell me that you can't find a do sheng in this large alchemist association? You are inviting someone, yet you are so petty as to only use dozun. I am at the very least a bandit. Don't tell me that the two of you look down on me? If this is the case, I will leave immediately." Before his voice sounded, Xiaoyan had already stood up. His face was cold as he walked out of the door. Gu Li and Qi Lin's faces immediately paled when they saw this scene. Their bodies flashed and appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Their faces were full of smiles. They were just about to speak when Xiaoyan once again opened his mouth and spoke in an indifferent tone. "Do you intend to use your strength to forcefully keep me here?" The moment Xiaoyan's words were uttered, Gu Li and Xiaoyan were once again startled. Gu Li could not be bothered about anything else as he hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "Brother Yin Xiao, you misunderstood. Brother Yin Xiao, you misunderstood. This old brother is also helpless. If Brother Yin doesn't mind, can you sit down and listen to what the old me has to say?" A glint flashed across Xiaoyan's eyes when these words of Gu Li were spoken. He smiled in his heart, but his face still maintained a cold and indifferent manner. He turned around and sat in front of the table. Gu Li and Qi Lin sighed in relief in their hearts when they saw Xiaoyan return to his original seat. They sighed softly and returned to their original seats. They looked at Xiaoyan together. It was as though they were afraid that Xiaoyan would run away again. Both of their eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan, and were unwilling to shift away even a little. Cough cough. Xiaoyan's old face reddened when he was stared at in this manner by the two of them. He was afraid that these two old fellows would be able to see through something. He hurriedly coughed twice before waking the two of them, who were once again silent. After recovering, Gu Li and Qi Lin once again looked at each other. The corners of their mouths curled slightly, after which, Gu Li sighed once again and slowly opened his mouth to speak. "Brother Yin Xiao, it is not that the old me, Gu Li, looks down on you. With Brother Yin Xiao's ability, no matter if it is strength or alchemy skills, no one will dare to look down on you in this southwest border. However," Gu Li paused for a moment when he spoke until this point. He glanced at Qi Lin before using his eyes to sweep around, as though he was afraid that something was eavesdropping. After a long while, After confirming that there was no one around, he continued to speak. However, the matter that the old me wants to talk about may cause Wei Yi to be dissatisfied in his heart. However, he is after all the chief alchemist of our alchemist association. Normally, he has quite a bit of control over the matters of the association. If we openly invite Brother Yin Xiao here, I'm afraid that we will inevitably bump into him. Therefore, we can only helplessly choose to do this. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned slightly when Gu Li's words reached this point. Even Wei Yi would feel dissatisfied after hearing it. Could it be that these two old fellows really wanted to forcefully vacate the position of chief alchemist in order to tie him down? Xiao Yan also felt a little displeased in his heart when he thought of this. His natural disposition was undisciplined, and he was used to roaming all over the place. If these two old fellows really wanted to forcefully keep him here, it was likely that Xiao Yan would not stay even if they used all their strength. However, even though he had such thoughts in his heart, Xiao Yan really did not think that these two kind old men in front of him were such pedantic people before he knew the answer. Brother Yin Xiao should also know that the Alchemist Grand Meeting is imminent. There are quite a number of people who have come to participate in the Alchemist Grand Meeting this time around. Even the disciples of some of the large factions have been attracted to come. Hence, the value of this Alchemist Grand Meeting can be said to be the greatest in many years. Of course, there are quite a number of people among them who have come for the champion spot of this Alchemist Grand Meeting. However, everyone knows that this champion spot is not easy to obtain. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. Could the matter that Gu Li wanted to talk to him about be related to this Alchemist Grand Meeting? When he thought of the Alchemist Grand Meeting, in addition to Wei Yi that Gu Li had mentioned earlier, and the rank 2 alchemist from Nanlin City, MOD, whom he had met at the Union Pavilion earlier, Gu Li's motive for secretly inviting Xiao Yan over this time around was something that Xiao Yan had an idea in his heart. If he was right, Gu Li's actions should be to allow Xiao Yan to participate in this Alchemist Grand Meeting. Moreover, he wanted Xiao Yan to do his best to obtain the champion spot in the Grand Meeting. Xiao Yan's eyes slowly narrowed when he thought of this. A flame light also flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes, causing the space in front of Xiao Yan to distort for a moment before it suddenly shattered in front of Gu Li's and Qi Lin's eyes. The two of them exchanged glances with each other. Their hearts were incomparably shocked. It was not easy for them to get Xiao Yan to sit down again. Why did he suddenly become angry for no reason at this moment? Just as they were about to speak, Xiao Yan was jolted back to his senses by the explosion. Immediately, he looked at Gu Li with a smile on his face and opened his mouth to speak. If I have guessed correctly, President Gu Li has invited me over today to help your Alchemist Association obtain the champion spot in this Alchemist Grand Meeting. Although these words sounded like a question to Gu Li, anyone could hear the certainty in Xiao Yan's words. When Gu Li and Qi Lin heard Xiao Yan's sudden words, their eyebrows also twitched. In their hearts, they were incomparably shocked by Xiao Yan's words. They did not expect that Xiao Yan had actually guessed what they were thinking in their hearts. However, these words were, after all, the truth in his heart. Therefore, although he was extremely shocked in his heart, Gu Li still nodded his head heavily. Seeing this, Xiao Yan once again smiled and said, "If President Gu Li's wish today is only like this, then I will not stay any longer. I have just stepped into the rank 2 alchemist. My heart is also incomparably fiery with regards to this Alchemist Grand Meeting. If I have the ability, I will naturally not let it go." After his voice sounded, Xiao Yan had already stood up and walked out of the door. Gu Li and Qi Lin behind him also slowly stood up. This time, the two of them did not block Xiao Yan's path. Since the other party had already made it clear first, there was naturally no need for him to say anything more. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to step out of the room, Gu Li seemed to have thought of something and shouted towards Xiao Yan. "Brother Yin Xiao, I hope that you don't tell Wei Yi about today's matter. That fellow is naturally suspicious and will definitely do something out of line. At that time, we can avoid causing another big battle." The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a smile when he heard this. His body paused slightly as he smiled and said, "Relax, I won't say it. If I'm not wrong, the current Wei Yi should already be thinking too much in his heart." After his voice sounded, Xiao Yan's figure also disappeared from the sight of Gu Li and Qi Lin. When Gu Li and Qi Lin heard Xiao Yan's words, their expressions instantly froze. They stood in the same spot for a long time and did not recover from their shock. Please add me. Please comment. Please recommend me. Those who are interested, please enter the group. Group number 4766687661. Chapter 126. At the same time that Xiao Yan had just left the Alchemist Association, Wei Yi's body, which was seated in front of a medicinal cauldron in a pill refining room, was trembling intensely at this moment. At this moment, there was a raging fury within his pair of shady old eyes that was about to spurt out. This scene also caused the black-robed man, who was standing respectfully by the side, to reveal an even more terrified expression. His head, which was originally lowered, was lowered even further at this moment. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. It was a long while later before Wei Yi forcefully withdrew from his heart that was filled with fury. He suppressed the fury in his heart and asked the black-robed man beside him, "That old thing Gu Li, why did he look for Yin Xiao?" The man was startled. He once again cried out bitterly in his heart. Earlier, he was interrogated by Xiao Yan. At this moment, he was being pressured by Wei Yi. Forget about him not knowing. Even if he knew, it was likely that he would have already been so frightened that he would have completely forgotten. After being shocked for a long while, this black-robed man finally opened his mouth and slowly said with a trembling body, "Wei, Lord Wei Yi, this junior is also unaware." Huh? Before his voice sounded, a voice that was filled with an imposing aura had already rushed out from Wei Yi's mouth, causing the entire space to tremble intensely. After sensing the threat of dissatisfaction in Wei Yi's heart, the black-robed man's body suddenly became soft. He instantly knelt on the ground and his face was as pale as paper. "You mean that you don't know?" Wei Yi paused for a moment. He did not bother about the black-robed man kneeling on the ground. Instead, his eyes narrowed slightly. They turned into a thin line as he stared at the raging flame that was burning within the medicinal cauldron in front of him. He slowly raised his hand. Following the surge of an invisible force, the flame within the medicinal cauldron also changed form, transforming into an extremely brutal-looking magical beast. Immediately, Wei Yi opened his mouth and asked softly, sensing the powerful spiritual pressure from Wei Yi's palm. The black-robed man's throat rolled a little as he glanced at the frightening magical beast within the medicinal cauldron. He was about to open his mouth. "If you're not saying anything, it means that you're admitting to it." Wei Yi's hand, which was spread in front of him, was suddenly clenched after these words were uttered. A thought was also emitted. The frightening raging flame magical beast within the medicinal cauldron also broke through the restraints of the medicinal cauldron with a bang, and appeared within the pill refining room. Following the appearance of this enormous raging flame magical beast, the entire pill refining house began to shake and crumble. If it were not for the extraordinary materials used to build this pill refining house, it was likely that this pill refining house would have been turned into ruins the moment the magical beast appeared. The black-robed man's twos. He was certain that if this big fellow in front of him, of course, he definitely would not have the slightest chance of him had the man hurriedly raised his head and looked at Wei Yi as he thought of this. His eyes were filled with a pleading expression. However, before he could open his mouth, Wei Yi turned his head and met his eyes. His eyes were filled with indifference. "You are Gu Li's trusted aide. Since he is able to hand such a mission to you, it is naturally because he trusts you a lot. Now that you have betrayed him, it is only a matter of time before he discovers it. At that time, you will have difficulty escaping death no matter what. Rather than being turned into ashes and nothingness, why don't you lend me a hand? When someone is willing to buy it in the future, it can be considered as showing a little of your value." The man's expression instantly changed when Wei Yi's words sounded. He naturally understood the meaning behind Wei Yi's words. Immediately, his entire person became crazy as he roared at Wei Yi in a hysterical manner. "Wei Yi, you have violated the rules of the world of alchemists. All living things in this world cannot be turned into pills in defiance of the heavens. If you forcefully refine me into a medicinal pill today, you will definitely be surrounded and attacked by the Alchemist Association and the various large factions." Wei Yi acted as though he did not hear this. A cold laugh was emitted from his mouth. The corners of his mouth lifted into an icy arc as he softly opened his mouth and laughed. That's right. If news of this were to spread, the old me will naturally receive quite a bit of condemnation. I will definitely not be able to continue staying in this alchemist association. However, don't tell me that you have not noticed that there are only the two of us in this pill refining room. Even if there is a riot here, isn't it normal for a cauldron to explode when refining pills? After his voice sounded, the enormous raging flame magical beast had already swallowed the black-robed man in one gulp without waiting for him to beg for mercy. It swallowed the black-robed man alive. After returning to the guest room, Xiao Yan's head fell onto the bed. Condensing an avatar for a long period of time had indeed caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel somewhat tired. When he thought of the two opponents he still had, his heart wanted to properly rest. The alchemist's grand meeting was just around the corner. If he did not reach his peak condition, he would inevitably suffer a loss when the time came. As Xiao Yan thought in this manner in his heart, the breathing of his entire body gradually became even. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to fall into a deep sleep, his gently shut eyes suddenly opened. His body twisted and he sat up. A flame glow instantly flashed across his clear eyes. Xiao Yan waved his large sleeve and the space in front of him was instantly torn apart, forming a spatial crack that was over 10 feet wide. A thought passed through his mind and a green-gold medicinal cauldron that was dozens of feet tall floated in the space in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan did not have the courage to let this big fellow crash to the ground. If he did so, Xiao Yan was certain that this would not have the chance to exist. The huge medicinal cauldron that Xiao Yan had taken out was the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron, that was ranked second on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking that he had obtained in Yanluo City. Ever since Xiao Yan had obtained the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron, he had almost forgotten about it. During his time in the ancient savage city, various things had happened continuously. As a result, Xiao Yan could not recall this matter. Now it was time for him to take a good look at this Luo Tian Divine Cauldron. When Xiao Yan had just obtained it, he had only taken a quick glance at it. Now that he had seen it carefully, this Luo Tian Divine Cauldron could really be called a work of art. What was depicted on the body of the cauldron was the whirling world. Everything in this world was reflected on it. It was as though the entire world was included in it. This Luo Tian Divine Cauldron had actually included the entire world. It was indeed worthy of being ranked second on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking. Compared to those ancient magical beasts on the Thousand Beast Cauldron, this Luo Tian Divine Cauldron was even more imposing. It was able to subdue others with its strength. It was terrifying. However, under Xiao Yan's careful inspection, a crack line had appeared on the body of the cauldron. Xiao Yan was extremely shocked by the damage to the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron. The Luo Tian Divine Cauldron was a frightening existence ranked second on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking. Its reputation on the continent was naturally known by everyone. It was impossible for anyone who obtained it to be damaged. However, from the looks of it, the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron was not simple. This is the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron. He brat, you have found some good things while this old man was asleep. Suddenly, Guyu's voice seemed to have been transmitted from the depths of hell. It was faintly transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears, causing Xiao Yan's expression to involuntarily turn pale. The final drawing was a little off. It is really a story jam. However, I will try my best to make up for it. The first chapter is here. Please recommend it. Please comment. Please add it. Those who are interested can join the group. Group number 476668761. Chapter 127. At a cursory glance, the medicinal cauldron did not appear strange. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that the entire medicinal cauldron was covered with cracks. At the very least, nearly half of the cauldron's body was filled with cracks that were almost penetrating. From top to bottom, these cracks spread out like a pine tree. Xiao Yan also saw the reason for all of this with a single glance. There was a clear blade scar on the top of the medicinal cauldron. This blade scar was the key to the damage to the medicinal cauldron. Xiao Yan's eyes focused on the domineering blade scar. His heart was also extremely shocked by it. The Luo Tian Divine Cauldron was ranked second on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking. Regardless of how much it could increase the success rate of refining medicine, Just the materials used to refine the Luotian divine cauldron were extraordinary. An entire piece of heavenly sun-green gold was something that even the entire fortune of an origin transformation expert could not compare to. This Luotian divine cauldron was made from an entire piece of heavenly sun-green gold. This was also the reason why it was able to maintain its original shape without breaking after being seriously damaged. This was the first time that Xiaoyan had seen such a tough medicinal cauldron in many years. Xiaoyan slowly raised his hand. His fingertips swept over the domineering blade scar. The moment they made contact, the extremely domineering and terrifying aura left behind by the previous person instantly surged out from the blade scar. It attacked Xiaoyan's body, causing Xiaoyan's expression to instantly turn pale. Ha! Suddenly, a cold snort was emitted from Xiaoyan's body. The extremely domineering blade qi also broke with this sound. Even though this was the case, the exploding blade qi still caused quite a large impact within Xiaoyan's body. Grug! Xiaoyan's body also suddenly took a couple of steps back the moment the blade qi exploded. A mouthful of blood was involuntarily spat out. Humph! A mere remnant blade aura actually dares to flaunt in front of this old man. Forget about a mere blade aura. Even if your actual body was here, you would not have the ability to do so. Guyu's figure slowly appeared beside Xiaoyan. A cold snort was emitted from his mouth as he waved his sleeve. An invisible force immediately attacked, and once again struck the blade scar. Boom! A muffled sound appeared. The remnant blade aura on the saber instantly exploded. It had been eliminated by Guyu. Guyu turned his head to look at Xiaoyan, who was half kneeling on the ground. His nose emitted a soft snort as he softly reprimanded. Although the strength of a fellow of this level is not great, he is still not someone you can casually touch. Do you think that the blade scar has lost its might after nearly 1,000 years? You really do not know the immensity of the heavens and earth. If the old me was not here today, when the blade aura completely erupted, it is likely that even this savage ancient city would be instantly destroyed. With just you, humph! Xiaoyan once again coughed violently a couple of times after Guyu's words were uttered. The muscles on his face twitched, destroying the entire savage ancient city with a single strike in an instant. Xiaoyan was certain that even if he self-destructed with all his strength and used the heavenly flame within his body, he would not be able to create such a frightening attack. However, at this moment, such a small blade aura was actually able to create such a frightening attack. This was truly shocking. Xiaoyan quietly rejoiced in his heart while feeling shocked. It was fortunate that old Gu was present today. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. In Xiaoyan's heart, he became increasingly curious about the expert who had left behind this blade scar. To be able to leave behind such a powerful blade aura that did not scatter after 1,000 years, the strength of this expert was likely at least at the Great Origin King level. The Great Origin King level. The current Xiaoyan did not even dare to imagine it. An expert of that level would have a place even on the continent. Yet, this medicinal cauldron contained a full-force attack from the other party. It was likely that the previous owner of the Luotian divine cauldron was not a mediocre person. Xiaoyan involuntarily coughed a couple of times after sighing in his heart. He hurriedly took out a Tier 9 recovery pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. A warm current swiftly spread from Xiaoyan's abdomen after the medicinal pill entered his body. The injuries within his body gradually recovered. Guyu once again emitted a soft snort when Xiaoyan stood up. His shriveled hand was spread in front of Xiaoyan as he spoke in a faint voice. Take it. This thing is endlessly beneficial to you. Xiaoyan lifted his eyebrows. He looked at Guyu's hand. A jade-like bead lay quietly in his palm. This. Xiaoyan was just about to inquire when Guyu quickly opened his mouth to speak. Don't think too much. The old me has nothing to give you. This is the blade aura from earlier. However, after being refined by the old me, some of that person's understanding of the blade remains within it. Although your weapon is not a large blade, the two are similar. You should be able to gain a lot of understanding from it. A feeling surged in Xiaoyan's heart when he heard Guyu's words. Guyu usually stuck to his duty and basically ignored Xiaoyan. However, at this moment he was still thinking about Xiaoyan's strength. How could this action not touch Xiaoyan's heart? Xiaoyan was a person who would return the favor tenfold. He did not hesitate to take half a step back when he saw Guyu act so righteously. He respectfully bowed to Guyu. This junior thanks elder for your kindness. A glint flashed across Guyu's eyes when he saw Xiao Yan's actions. A smile of praise flashed across the corner of his mouth, but it only lasted for an instant. Guyu returned to normal an instant later. He snorted softly as a reply to Xiao Yan. He tossed the bead in his hand to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan hurriedly caught it and carefully observed the bead in his hand. Guyu ignored Xiao Yan's existence and looked at the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron. More accurately speaking, he was looking at the blade scar on the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron. A long while later, Guyu glanced at Xiao Yan by the side. He curled his lips and his deep old eyes looked at the blade scar. After which he slowly opened his mouth and said, "What happened? Since the blade aura has been broken, your seal has also been broken. Are you not planning to come out and let us get to know you? Or do you want this old me to personally drag you out?" Xiao Yan's expression changed after Guyu uttered these words. He looked at Guyu and frowned. He followed Guyu's gaze and the expression in his eyes changed again. Guyu was actually speaking to the blade scar. The Luo Tian Divine Cauldron seemed to have sensed something after Guyu's words sounded. After hesitating for a moment, it finally sighed. After which, a transparent human figure slowly floated out of the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron and appeared in front of Xiao Yan and Guyu's eyes. The second update is here. Please add it. Please comment. Please recommend it. Those who are interested can join the group. Group number 476668761. Chapter 128. Xiao Yan's eyes stared at this film-like transparent human figure in front of him. His heart immediately felt a shock. The Yuanwu continent's rule strength was different from the Doqi continent. This caused one's soul to be unable to endure for long without a physical body before reaching the Dodi class. It was only a matter of time before one's soul was destroyed. At this moment, the illusory human figure in front of Xiao Yan was actually standing in front of him. Moreover, he had come out of the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron. Did this not mean that his strength was at least that of an elite Dodi? Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly shrank when he thought of this. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the person in front of him. That transparent illusory human figure completely ignored Xiao Yan's gaze. It was as though he was ignoring Xiao Yan. His eyes stared intently at Guyu in front of him. He was silent for a long time. Even the current Xiao Yan was unaware of Guyu's strength. The only thing he could guess was that Guyu's true strength was likely not inferior to an expert from the origin sect. This also caused Xiao Yan to become a little bolder. Although Guyu would uphold his duty and not intervene on Xiao Yan's behalf, Xiao Yan clearly understood in his heart that Guyu would not simply stand by and do nothing if it was a life-and-death situation. You are finally willing to come out by yourself. Guyu parted his mouth and smiled as he looked at the illusory human figure in front of him. He crossed his arms over his chest and slowly laughed. The human figure's expression became grave upon seeing this. He could sense an invisible pressure in front of Guyu. That kind of pressure wasn't intentional. Instead, it was the aura that an absolute expert possessed. Within this aura, anyone's strength would be suppressed out of nowhere. As for him as a spirit body, the pressure that he felt was akin to Mount Tai pressing down on him. Guyu lifted his brows when he sensed the discomfort of the illusory human figure. A thought passed through his heart, and the invisible aura around him quietly disappeared. At this moment, Guyu appeared just like an ordinary old man. One could not sense the slightest fluctuation from him. That human figure recovered the moment the aura around him disappeared. His face was filled with shock as he looked at Guyu. Guyu was able to control his own aura and control the creation of the world. Such strength was something that even he at his peak could not compare with. The illusory human figure once again sighed in his heart. He was merely shocked by Guyu's great strength for a moment before he suppressed it. After which he slowly opened his mouth and spoke. "That's right, I have come out by myself. I have lived for so long that I do not wish to die." Guyu smiled. He ignored the strange expression on Xiao Yan's face as he opened his mouth and laughed. "Are you not going to introduce yourself? The old me is Zhou Tong, someone from 1,000 years ago. May I know if this younger generation has heard of me?" Zhou Tong's eyes looked at Xiao Yan as he slowly opened his mouth and spoke. Xiaoyan was non-committal. He curled his mouth. He was not someone from the origin martial continent. How would he know this old fellow? Zhou Tong also let out a miserable smile when he saw this manner that was revealed on Xiaoyan's face. However, he did not say anything. How could a person who had already died be known by these younger generation members from over 1,000 years later? It was really laughable. Guyu smiled in a non-committal manner. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Don't worry." Then he said, "The connection between you and the Luotian divine cauldron has yet to be severed." Zhou Tong's expression changed the moment Guyu's words sounded. However, after a moment of silence, he sighed and opened his mouth to speak. "It will be severed sooner or later. However, whether it will be severed today will depend on you." Guyu frowned upon hearing this. His old eyes narrowed as he stared at Zhou Tong. There was an iciness surging within his eyes. Many tiny ice fragments slowly appeared around Guyu. The strength of the bone-chilling flame had also been activated. Zhou Tong's expression instantly changed when he saw this scene. Those fine ice fragments caused him to feel a rather dangerous feeling. "If you want my Luotian divine cauldron, you must help me settle a matter." This time around, the ground around Guyu was covered in ice. This was also his current mood. Zhou Tong ignored him. Instead, his expression returned to normal as he continued to speak. "Help me kill someone. Otherwise, this Luotian divine cauldron will be turned into a pile of dust even if I have to risk my life. Are you threatening me?" The piercing cold ice turned into sharp icicles that floated around Zhou Tong. With just a thought from Guyu, Zhou Tong would definitely die in the next moment. This is not a threat. You can view it as a threat. Although he was extremely nervous in his heart, Zhou Tong still maintained an unyielding attitude as he slowly opened his mouth to speak. The instant he spoke, the icicle was merely inches away from his body. He could even feel that at this moment, even this wisp of remnant soul of his felt as though it was about to be frozen. Guyu's eyes were icy cold as he looked at the determined Zhou Tong. He inhaled a deep breath of air, and slowly turned his head to look at Xiaoyan. "You will kill." A strange expression was revealed on Xiaoyan's face when he saw this. The conversation between the two of them had always been unclear. No matter how he listened, he was only able to roughly understand. At this moment, the only thing he knew was that if he wanted to obtain the Luotian divine cauldron, he must help this old man, who would not die, kill someone. "Ugh, elders, can you first tell me how I can take away this Luotian divine cauldron?" The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth twitched. He timidly looked at these two hostile old fellows and smiled awkwardly. "Help him kill the person who injured him. He will take the initiative to cut off his connection with the Luotian divine cauldron. The Luotian divine cauldron will naturally belong to you." Xiaoyan instantly understood after Guyu spoke. In order to obtain the Luotian divine cauldron, he had to kill an expert who was at least an advanced origin king. Forget about the fact that he did not have the strength to kill such a person. It was impossible for him to even meet such a person, even if he wanted to. Zhou Tong once again smiled as if he had sensed the distress in Xiaoyan's heart. He opened his mouth and said, "I don't need you to find him. I only need you to take revenge for me when you meet him. I can hand the Luotian divine cauldron to you now. However, the prerequisite is that you must swear on the lightning penalty oath." "Humph. From what I see, there is no need for that." Guyu's body instantly ignited with a fierce heavenly flame before Zhou Tong's voice sounded. The dense white flame danced around Guyu's body like a spirit. Zhou Tong's expression instantly changed when he saw the dense white flame on Guyu's body. Given his experience, he naturally knew what this flame was. Bone-chilling flame. "You are a fire spirit." Zhou Tong's eyes were widened as he looked at Guyu. His eyes were filled with shock. No wonder Xiaoyan, who was merely a small bandit, was accompanied by such a powerful expert. It was actually the spirit of a heavenly flame. Everyone knew that all the heavenly flames in the world had already turned into spirits. Those who could get them to follow were not those who possessed heaven-defying talent. They were all dragons amongst men. As a person, one had to follow the heavens. Otherwise, the heavenly flame would take the initiative to leave. No one knew the reason, but all the owners of the heavenly flames had to follow this rule. At this moment, Xiaoyan was able to obtain the favor of a heavenly flame. Moreover, it was the bone-chilling flame, which was ranked 11th on the Heavenly Flame ranking. With such a status, the lightning penalty oath was basically nothing to him. There was really no need for the lightning penalty oath. I can acquiesce to the lightning penalty oath. However, I hope that you will remember the matter that the old me has entrusted you with. Please remember, that person is called Fu Tu Hao. Zhou Tong's originally illusionary body slowly scattered after his voice sounded. Guyu's hand was once again extended forward when his body was about to completely disappear. A suction force surged from his hand, and Zhou Tong's shattered soul was forcefully withdrawn by Guyu. A moment later, a fist-sized cream-white light cluster appeared in front of Xiao Yan. This was the essence spirit that Zhou Tong's remnant soul had gathered and refined. Give it to me. This spiritual light cluster is sufficiently pure. As long as you are careful, it should be able to merge with your ancestor's remnant soul. It can be considered a nourishment for him. It is a little strange. His condition is not good. However, this segment is finally over. Next, I will prepare to refine medicine. Please recommend me. Please comment. Please add me. Those who are interested, please join the group. Group number 476668761.